As the voice reverberated, Wang Bao's consciousness trembled violently. At that moment, he seemed to have understood something. However, there seemed to be even more questions that surfaced in his mind. Those questions and confusion, as well as countless thoughts, all surged into his consciousness and eventually turned into a divine thought. It shot toward the blood-colored centipede. Who are you? This divine perception contained Wang Bao's 9 lifetimes questions, as well as the greatest puzzlement in his heart. He had a feeling that, in his current state, as long as he asked, the centipede would definitely answer. This feeling was very strange, as if it was instinctive. That was indeed the case. After Wang Bao's divine perception was sent out, the face formed by the blood-colored centipede stared at Wang Bao with a demonic gaze. The expression on its face, which was not a smile, revealed a strange and playful look. It opened its mouth slowly. If others had asked me, I might not have told them. But since you've opened your mouth, there's no harm in telling you. I am... Wang Bao was fully focused. He felt that he was about to know all the answers he needed. However, just as the face formed by the blood-colored centipede said those words, suddenly, a powerful force grabbed at him from the void behind him. It enveloped him in an instant, causing his consciousness to be pulled back instantly. The pulling force was irreversible. No matter how Wang Bao struggled, it was useless. He could only watch as the blood-colored centipede grew further and further away before his eyes, and its voice became extremely weak. He couldn't hear it clearly at all. Damn it! Wang Bao was rarely as angry and crazy as he was now. The feeling of knowing everything but being interrupted by an external force caused his consciousness to emit an unprecedented buzz. However, compared to the pulling force that enveloped him, his anger and craziness had no effect. He could only watch as he disappeared into the distance in an instant. He watched as countless bubbles whizzed past in front of him until the next moment. His consciousness was dragged into Su Yinling's dream, fused into the small fish that Su Yinling had transformed into. The small fish that Su Yinling had transformed into lost its life at the same time. That was because its body had been forcefully pinched by a fox's claws, and its life force had been extinguished. That was also the reason why Wang Bao's consciousness had returned. Before Wang Bao's consciousness dissipated, the last thing he saw was the fox that had left earlier. It had returned, crushed the small fish that Su Yinling had transformed into to death, and then turned towards the small fish, or rather, it turned to Wang Bao's consciousness, which had returned to the little fish and smiled smugly. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm, please. In the next instant, Wang Bao, who was sitting cross-legged in the trial fog on the heavenly fated star before Su Yinling, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were now filled with madness, and they were bloodshot. All of this caused his gaze to be filled with endless killing intent. The malevolence on his face made it seem as if his entire being was about to explode with killing intent. Su Yinling, who had just woken up, immediately saw his gaze and expression. She had been at a loss when she had just woken up, but now that she saw his gaze and expression, she felt as if she were in an icy cave. She shivered, and her face filled with terror. Her heart trembled, and she instinctively wanted to retreat. However, in the blink of an eye, her face turned incredibly pale. She realized that she had been sealed and was unable to get up. Her cultivation base had been completely sealed, causing her heart to fill with intense terror. In fact, she even wanted to use her secret magic. She allowed the cultivators she controlled to come over, but she realized that the area within the mystic arts range was empty. All of her arrangements, whether on the surface or hidden, were completely unresponsive. This made her heart sink, and her fear turned into panic. She didn't know how Wang Bao had been able to find her, but she knew that the current situation was going to be a life-and-death catastrophe that she had never experienced before. She realized that even her Tao star wasn't reacting at all. The pressure from the Tao star around her made her realize that she couldn't fight back at all. Her heart was trembling, and she was desperately trying to think of a way to survive. Wang Bao's expression was as dark as ever. His gaze seemed to be able to devour everything. It was as if he could no longer suppress the killing intent and killing intent that filled his body. It was as if he could explode at any moment. It was only after a long while that Wang Baol finally managed to suppress the killing intent in his heart. However, he had already made a Tao oath without hesitation. He would definitely get back at her tenfold or 100-fold for interrupting the process of learning the truth. Little fox, huh? I basically already know your identity. Ziyu. Wang Baol was no fool. If he was still unable to guess Ziyu's identity despite all the clues, with his intelligence, he would have died on the path of cultivation long ago. He wouldn't have been able to reach his current state. However, even though he had suppressed his killing intent, the remaining killing intent in his eyes was still churning, causing Su Yinling's mind to tremble even more violently. What shocked her even more was the sentence that Wang Baol had said. There were two words in those words that had caused waves of emotions to surge in her heart. One was the little fox. That was the murderer who had killed her in her epiphany in her previous life. The second word. That was the name of her mysterious master. The double mental impact caused Su Yinling to barely recover her facial features. Senior Brother Wang? As she trembled, Su Yinling forced out a smile, trying her best to make herself look more charming and pitiful. Shut up! Before Su Yinling could finish her sentence, Wang Baol raised his head abruptly and glanced coldly at Su Yinling. Su Yinling's voice came to an abrupt halt. She didn't dare say another word. Her body and mind were trembling. However, as she trembled, for some unknown reason, a tinge of excitement rose in the depths of her heart. It was as if, the more dangerous it was, the more she couldn't control the situation where she was being reprimanded and unable to control life and death. She couldn't help but feel excited. Even though these two emotions were contradictory, they appeared in her body at the same time. They even brought about some physiological reactions in her body. Especially under such contradictory reactions, the epiphany from her previous life surfaced in her mind. She had looked across the surface of the water at the existence who had saved her. Now, the answer was basically obvious. She was a smart person to begin with. Based on Wang Baol's performance and what he had said just now, she had more or less made a judgment. The other party must have used some method that exceeded her imagination. He had entered her epiphany from her previous life, and it could even affect her. This answer made her even more shocked. As her fear grew, her excitement grew as well. Even her face turned red. Wang Baol soon noticed the abnormality in her. Wang Baol frowned. He was in a terrible mood. Seeing Su Yinling in such a state, a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand and was about to end the feud with her. However, at that moment, Su Yinling, who was keenly aware that life and death were about to come, endured the torment of the intermingling of excitement and fear in her heart. Her voice trembled as she spoke urgently. Senior Brother Wang, I can help you find my master, Purple Moon. Are you serious? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and said flatly. Although his voice wasn't loud, he had experienced the 9 reincarnations and was close to seeing the truth of the world. It was just an ordinary sentence, but the pressure contained within it was different from before. More accurately speaking, his words seemed to contain the charm of Tao. It was the Tao of the Celestials, the Tao of the zombies, the Tao of the demon blades, the Tao of hatred, and the Tao of the little white deer. At the same time, it was a Tao that had reached a deeper level after walking out of the entire world. That was why when Su Yinling heard his words, her body trembled once again. She had a feeling that if she had deceived Wang Baol, she would have been annihilated in body and soul without him even needing to make a move. That was just a hunch and it wasn't real. However, Su Yinling didn't dare take the risk. The fact that she had been able to make her hunch sense, it meant that Wang Baol's gains in the 9 heavens and 9 lives had been astounding. I would never dare lie to Senior Brother Wang. Wang Baol stared coldly at Su Yinling for a long while as he listened to Su Yinling's words. It was only when Su Yinling's trembling grew more intense that Wang Baol retracted his gaze and closed his eyes, ignoring her. Su Yinling heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that she had escaped a calamity. Her body and mind instantly became extremely sore. At the same time, due to the temporary reprieve from the life and death crisis, her excitement was no longer suppressed. It surfaced in an instant. Her cultivation had been suppressed, and she had been caught off guard. She was almost immersed in it, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Is there something wrong with her? Wang Bail frowned. He raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, an extremely cold pool of water appeared above Su Yinling's head and splashed down. As the cold water fell, one did not need to describe the feeling. One could feel the thrill of the change in temperature. Su Yinling, who had a dazed look in her eyes, let out a scream in an instant. Her entire body trembled as she woke up in an instant. She was trembling all over. She could not care less about the water dripping from her hair. When she looked at Wang Bail, there was a complicated look in her eyes. She could not say a word for a long while. If you're awake, immediately adjust your cultivation. Soon the 10th day will arrive. Hurry up and comprehend it, Wang Bail said calmly. Su Yinling didn't dare disobey him and could only bow her head in agreement. When the cold water fell, Wang Bail also managed to undo a portion of the restrictions on her body. Although there were still restrictions, it didn't affect the comprehension of her previous life. Soon, the place where the two of them were was plunged into silence. Su Yinling remained silent, while Wang Bail was lost in thought. Although the words spoken by the centipede's face in the end were unclear due to the little fox's attack, he was unable to hear them clearly, but the words spoken by the centipede's face revealed a large amount of information. There are two possibilities. One, even though I was affected by the other party, the sequence of my previous life was correct. Due to my experience in my previous 9th life, I was able to hear the words spoken by the hand formed by the other party in my previous first life after it killed me. The second possibility is, the interference from the centipede's face blurred out all the karma. It was forcefully placed on my original memories, causing me to believe that the words were said by its incarnation. In reality, there are other reasons it was difficult for Wang Bail to determine the truth. The two possibilities existed, and it was considered a 50-50 chance. However, compared to that, what caught Wang Bail's attention was the first sentence that the other party said. Is hidden on me? What does it mean, little missy? Or is it the wishing bottle? Or something else that I don't know about? Wang Bail thought about it, but he still couldn't come up with an answer. Regardless, with what Su Yinling had seen, his understanding of the truth of this world had been pushed forward slightly. It was as if the veil before him was about to be completely lifted. There's still one more chance. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. He knew that the trial would eventually come to an end. There was only the 10th day, the 10th life, left. Perhaps he had the 11th, 12th, and the first 89th life. However, it was clear that it was impossible to comprehend all of them in this trial. Therefore, to a certain extent, this opportunity might be his last. With that thought in mind, Wang Bail lowered his head and looked at his body. When he raised his right hand, a crystal appeared in his hand. This item was something that the exalted heavenly Dharma had once given him. It was the opportunity that his master, the blazing flame ancestor, had given him. It was an opportunity that had been exchanged for him. Perhaps this isn't the last time for me. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. Based on the way he had addressed the old ape, the restrictions in this place had lost their effect on him. This made Wang Bail suddenly feel that the opportunity that his master had wanted for him might have been given to him on purpose by the exalted heavenly Dharma. The old ape is the exalted heavenly Dharma, and the fox is Ziyu. Then, who is Xiaohu? Wang Bail pondered. He had a few candidates in mind, but he wasn't sure. He would have to verify them later. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm, please. With that thought in mind, Wang Bail took a deep breath and suppressed his other distracting thoughts. He closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation. He maintained his peak condition and waited silently. Just like that, 2 hours later, the ancient voice that had appeared many times appeared in the minds of the few remaining cultivators in the trial for the last time. The 10th day, the 10th life. As the voice appeared, the surrounding fog remained the same in Wang Bail's eyes. This time, he didn't even feel as if he was sinking in. On the other hand, Su Yinling's entire body shone with the guiding light. She was able to sink into the state of enlightenment without a hitch. She can do it, but why can't I? Wang Bail frowned. He couldn't understand it, and he couldn't force it. He was silent for a moment. The guiding light on his body shone, but it gradually dimmed. Wang Bail sighed. He raised his right hand and formed a seal. He was about to open his dark dream and try to enter Su Yinling's state of enlightenment once again. However, at that moment, the crystal given to him by the exalted heavenly Dharma Master suddenly shone brightly. The glow of the light affected the guiding light, causing it to dim as if a new force had been injected into it. It shone brightly once again. The intensity of the glow exceeded that of the previous glow. It turned into a sea of light and enveloped Wang Bail within it. As it enveloped him, Wang Bail's mind jolted. The fog around him finally began to spin in his eyes. The feeling of sinking had finally arrived. What shocked him even more was the feeling of sinking. It was much stronger than the previous times. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Wang Bail's mind exploded, and his consciousness disappeared. There was no coldness. There was no darkness. There was no intense pain. The sun was shining brightly, and the gentle breeze blew the willow branches by the river, causing them to sway on the surface of the water. They set off ripples that spread towards the surface of the water. However, they were soon met by more ripples caused by the rowing of the boat in the distance. The ripples formed a slight wave that spread out once again. Along with the spread of the waves, there was also the loud singing. There was no need to listen to the lyrics clearly. Just the tune, which was filled with the joy of the fishermen, blended into the noisy voices of the people. It infected the crowds coming and going on both sides of the river bank. The sounds of hawking, greetings, the shouts of sideshows, the laughter of men and women, as well as the chirping of chickens, accompanied by the occasional barking of dogs. All of these sounds seemed to blend together in an instant, and for the entire world. It was a prelude. It also woke up the young man who was currently lying on a table in the tea house by the shore. He was dressed like a scholar. The young man was skinny and didn't look good. Only his eyes were still alive when he woke up. After stretching his body, he placed a black wooden board on the table. A crisp sound was heard. "Waiter, is everyone here?" The young man pretended to cough. The tea house wasn't big to begin with, so he could see everything clearly with just a glance. He could see that there were almost no empty seats, but the young man still maintained his posture. He called out loudly with a voice that carried some charm. "Everyone is here. Mr. Sun, you're finally awake. Everyone has been here for a long time, and they didn't dare to disturb you. They were thinking of waiting a little longer." The waiter of the tea house was a very clever-looking young man. When he heard this, he carried a towel on his back and carried a large teapot. He quickly ran over and wiped the table a few times with a towel. Then, he filled the teacup for the young man with a smile on his face to curry favor with him. The crowd around the tables that had arrived a long time ago also began to laugh when they saw that the young man had woken up. "Mr. Sun, we've been here for quite a while. You've also woken up from your afternoon nap. Why don't you join us for a while? Mr. Sun, join us for a while." "That's right, Mr. Sunday. Last time I mentioned that there were two big things competing for the immortal seat. When I went back, my heart was itching, and I couldn't wait to listen to another segment." The crowd began to speak, causing the entire tea house to become even more lively. Seeing this, the young man cleared his throat and pointed at the person who had spoken. "Big what? That's called Almighty." Yes, 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 Almighty. Mr. Sun, please begin." Everyone is anxious." The young man swept his gaze across the area, and could not help but feel pleased with himself. He placed the black wooden board in his hand heavily on the table, and after a crisp sound rang out, he shook his head. His voice was filled with charm and cadence. "Last time, before the vast expanse Tao domain was destroyed, 90 million immeasurable tribulations occurred. Outside of heaven, earth, and the mysterious yellow, and in the depths of the distant starry sky, two almighty figures who had existed since the beginning of time were fighting each other for the position of immortal. It must be known that there are laws of fate in the Tao. The universe has rules, and the stars have rules of space. Therefore, regardless of whether you are an immortal, a god, a devil, a demon, or a ghost, you are the only one. Furthermore, you are the first among the immortals, and you can suppress everything. Therefore, the battle between these two can be said to be earth-shattering, shaking the entire universe. Countless stars were destroyed as a result, and countless laws collapsed as a result. From the 90 million heavens to the 90 million lands, all of them collapsed as a result of the battle, restarting time and time again. The young man shook his head, and his mouth was as eloquent as a river as he spoke of a myth that no one had ever heard before. Furthermore, due to the uniqueness of his voice, as well as the occasional black wooden board knocking on the table, the myth that he spoke of seemed to be able to help the people around him. A dreamy image was created in his mind, causing people to be unable to help but be intoxicated. Unknowingly, time had already passed into dusk. I saw that the Almighty who called himself Luo used a move called Void Prison Formation. However, I didn't expect that the other person would use a higher level of mystical technique. He actually determined that 90 million heavenly Daos were guilty and condemned all Daos to attack. At this point, the young man saw that everyone around him was intoxicated, and he smugly used the black wooden board in his hand to press it on the table, making a pa sound. If you want to know what will happen next, you'll have to explain it to me next time. Fellow countrymen, I'm hungry, so I'll go have some wine first. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll wait here. As he spoke, the young man laughed and stood up proudly, putting away the silver that the waiter had given him. He cupped his fists toward the helpless and itchy people around him. Then, he turned around and walked out of the tea house while humming a small tune. From afar, his small tune echoed outside the tea house and went further and further away. The devil is obsessed with reincarnation, and the demon orders the mountains and seas to seal the heavens. I wonder who will start the eternal thoughts. Demigods and demigods will be turned upside down. Watching the figure of the young man slowly disappear into the crowd, the people in the tea house who were listening to the book all sighed with emotion. They even discussed the plot of the story from time to time. Although there was no follow-up to the story, the atmosphere here was even higher than before. I guess that Almighty Luo will definitely win in the end. Think about it. To be able to turn the entire void into a prison, even just thinking about this divine ability is amazing. Impossible. The bad guys will definitely die. This Luo guy is obviously not a good guy. The other one is the final winner. However, Mr. Sun has been telling this story for half a month. Why hasn't he mentioned it until now? What's the other one's name? Compared to what the other one's name is, I'm more curious about how Mr. Sun's brain grew to be able to tell such a compelling story. That's right, shopkeeper. What's the background of this Mr. Sun? As the crowd discussed, more tea was sold, which made the waiter busier. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. When he heard someone ask a question, he coughed and poured himself a cup of tea. Speaking of Mr. Sun, he's a strange person. I heard that he was originally a high scholar, but his ambition was not to pursue an official career. Instead, he wanted to travel thousands of mountains and rivers to see the lives of the people, to witness the changes of the sun and the moon. In the end, he wanted to record a 100-year history of our dynasty. He passed by this place, and I begged him for a long time before he agreed to live here for a period of time. You guys are lucky to hear his story. This matter is enough to be passed down for a lifetime. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the surrounding scholars all showed respect on their faces. They discussed the plot with each other until dusk. When the new guests arrived, they left one after another. When they left, Mr. Sun, whom they admired, had already returned to the inn where he stayed. Along the way, many people greeted him with a smile when they saw him. Even the inn staff did the same. Seeing him return, he ran over eagerly. Mr. Sun is back. What are you going to eat today? It's still your shop's signature 3 treasures. The young man surnamed Sun put on a posture and smiled slightly. After nodding to the waiter, he shook his head and entered his room. When he closed the door, he heard the waiter's high-pitched sound of passing dishes outside. After entering the room, His posture immediately disappeared. He sat diagonally in the chair like a little ruffian. With one leg crossed, he placed the black wooden board in his hand on the table. Then he quickly took out the silver from his pocket. He played with it excitedly for a while, then put it in his mouth and bit it. After confirming that the silver was fine, his expression became even more excited. I didn't expect that storytelling would make so much money. The people here are simple and honest. It's a good place. The young man surnamed Sun chuckled. His face was full of excitement and pride, and his eyes were shining. He began to think about how he could earn more money here. In fact, this young man surnamed Sun's real name was Sunda. He was not a high scholar like the tea house manager had said. He was originally a person from the capital. Although he also studied, his thoughts were too complicated. Although he did not do anything sneaky, he lingered between the gambling house and the Xiaolu. He was infatuated and did not return. His originally wealthy family had been squandered by him. He even failed several scientific examinations. Not to mention a high scholar, he was not even an elementary scholar. He was still just a student, reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm, please. In the end, he owed a large amount of gambling debts. He could not continue living in the capital, so he had no choice but to leave his hometown to escape. Along the way, he relied on his eloquence to cheat and cheat. Before he came to this place, he was only wearing this set of clothes. His bag was almost empty. However, fate seemed to have finally treated him better after he came to this remote small county. On the first day he arrived here, he actually had a dream. In the dream, he saw a mythical world. After he woke up, he thought for a long time and tried to find a tea house. He tried to tell a part of the story in his dream. However, he didn't expect that the story itself was very legendary. In addition to his eloquence, it suddenly became red. The tea house manager saw the business opportunity and immediately tried to win him over. The two of them hit it off, and he also took the opportunity to make up an identity. Therefore, the tea house manager not only arranged an inn for him, but also invited him to read books every day. Now, half a month had passed. As the story unfolded, his reputation in this small town also rose rapidly. It could be said that he had both fame and fortune, which made his life very comfortable. I wonder how long the story in the dream is. I should tell it more slowly and less in the future, so that it can last longer. Sunda blinked and pondered about this matter in his heart. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. He hurriedly put away the silver and sat up straight. He put on a posture again and said lightly, "Come in." The door opened and the inn clerk came in with a warm face, carrying dishes and a pot of wine. He quickly put it on the table and asked enthusiastically, after knowing that the owner in front of him had no other needs. Once he left, Sunda relaxed. He ate and drank until he was full. Only then did he pat his stomach in satisfaction. This is a good place. Not only are the people simple, but the women in this water village are even more beautiful. Their waists are small, and their beauty is delicious. It's a pity. I'm new here. It's not good to immediately go to the Xiaolu to experience it. There's also the gambling den. Sunda rubbed his hands. After holding it in for a long time, he decided to wait for the gambling matter. The most important thing now is to hurry up and read a new story. Thinking of this, Sunda carefully took off his clothes, folded them carefully, and put them aside. He flicked the dust on them before lying on the bed and gradually fell asleep. As he fell asleep, the mythical dream slowly unfolded in front of his eyes again. Time passed slowly, and the story in Sunda's dream gradually reached its climax with his daily storytelling. The battle between the two caused the void prison to collapse, the 90 million heavenly Daos to collapse, and a storm to engulf the entire universe. Then, the Almighty who condemned the heavenly Daos incarnated into 90 million, and in the 90 million worlds, he unleashed the art of reaching the heavens. Luo did the same thing. He incarnated into 90 million, and in the next life and death, he reincarnated endlessly. In each life, he woke up from his daze and continued to fight without beginning or ending. In the river of time, two figures could be seen everywhere. Their battle seemed to have no end. Sometimes they would fight to the death as mortals. Sometimes, they would transform into wild beasts that would do their utmost to devour them. Sometimes, they would transform into cultivators who would use their realms as stakes to fight again. Countless chosen were created by the two of them, and countless legends were created by the two of them. Furthermore, their incarnations were always filled with karma. Sometimes they were male and female, sometimes father and son, sometimes master and disciple, sometimes brothers. After the 90 billion immeasurable tribulations, the vast expanse Dao domain and the Weiyang Dao domain appeared. This was a critical moment. Because of the struggle between the two of them, after countless lifetimes and countless tribulations, it was time to decide who would win. Sun De's story reached its climax. His fame had reached its peak in this small county. Not only was the tea house filled to the brim every day, but it was even more so outside. All of this had caused him to instantly rise from a small figure who was a gambling addict a few months ago to a considerable height. What followed was an invitation from a rich family in the county. This made Sun De experience the feeling of being a celebrity in such a short period of time. What made him even more excited was that one of the rich families did not have any sons or daughters. Perhaps it was because of Sun De's fame, or perhaps it was because of his so-called status as a high scholar. After knowing that Sun De was not married, Sun De actually had the idea of marrying his own daughter to him and asked him about his birth characters. He printed a fake book on it. That woman had fair skin, beautiful looks, and a moving figure. She could be considered a young lady from a rich family in this small county. Sun De's eyes almost fell out when he saw her, and his heart was even more restless. However, he knew that he was not a high scholar. If he wanted to investigate his background, he would have to spend some time to find out the truth. Therefore, Sun De thought about it and spread the news that he was about to leave and return to his hometown to get married. Once the news spread, because the story was not finished, it made all the scholars anxious. The wealthy family who wanted to get married became even more anxious. Under the urging of their relatives and friends, and with their own needs, they were unwilling to give up this opportunity. They did not even wait for the information to be found and decided on the marriage. As the news of the marriage spread, Sun De became even more comfortable in this small county. On the day of the wedding, when he was drunk, he lifted the veil of his bride and looked at her charming little face. Sun De's heart warmed. He felt that the best choice in his life was to come here. With the strength of alcohol, Sun De pounced over. As for the matter that would be exposed later, although Sun De was apprehensive, he had a great gambling nature. He felt that he could take a gamble. As long as his story was exciting enough, even if he was exposed, it would not cause too much damage. That was indeed the case. As he got married and the story of Sun De's story continued to advance, the rich man finally found out about his background. Although he was furious, it seemed that the boat had already sailed. Moreover, Sun De's fame not only spread to this small county, but also spread to other counties. Therefore, this rich family could only endure it. They even used some tricks and spent a lot of silver to help him cover up his fake identity. However, the price was that Sun De, who was respected outside, had his status in the family plummeted. However, because he was in the wrong, he was willing to be reprimanded. Even if his lovely wife changed her attitude towards him and ordered him around, the beauty frowned. It was also beautiful. Sun De loved his wife to the bone. He felt that he was lucky to be able to marry such a beautiful wife in his life. Therefore, while Sun De carefully served his in-laws and his wife, he also had the intention to change his mind and break his habit of going to the casino. He secretly swore that he would never go to the casino or the show Lu in the future. He even picked up the book again and planned to do his best to participate in the scientific examination once again. Although his father-in-law was somewhat gratified by this approach, his lovely wife did not take it seriously. At the same time that his temper became more and more unreasonable, the contempt in his eyes was even filled with disgust. Sun De did not care about this. He felt that as long as he was sincere, he would always make his lovely wife as virtuous as when they were married. However, fate seemed to have shifted his gaze away from Sun De at this moment. The day had finally come when he would finish telling his story. The 90 million eons are the beginning and the end. In the beginning and the end, the Tao lives and the Tao perish, the universe dies, and the stars perish. This is the first ring. The last time we talked about the two almighty experts, they fought over the entire ring. As the first ring dissipated, and the second ring began, their fight finally came to an end. In the 90 million worlds of Luo's countless incarnations, 99% died. The position of immortal has been completely tilted toward another person. This person finally has his own name. He calls himself an ancient immortal. In the tea house, Sun placed the black wooden board on the table, and a crisp cracking sound rang out, filling the tea house and beyond. Even though it was surrounded by a sea of people, everyone was focused, and the sound of the wooden board landing on the table could be heard. The beginning of the second ring is the first boundless tribulation. It is called the Weiyang Dao domain, and the second boundless tribulation is the vast expanse Dao domain. The two great Dao domains are engaged in an initial battle for the second ring. Although the beginning of the war between the two Dao domains had nothing to do with the two almighty experts, their end was directly related to the two almighty experts. That was because at that moment, the battle for the immortal seat was about to be reversed. The ancient immortal seemed to have won. But he had underestimated Luo. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm, please. Luo was setting up a trap. From the moment the two of them began their initial battle, he had set up a trap that would last for 90 million immeasurable tribulations. The reason he had set up this trap for so many years was so that the ancient immortal could convict the heavenly Tao and cause the 90 million worlds to collapse. As a result, they had no choice but to fight over the 90 million incarnations. It might seem like Luo's 90 million incarnations in the 90 million worlds have all perished over time. It might seem like the immortal seat is tilted in favor of the ancient one, but this is all part of Luo's plan. Luo is waiting for the end of the first ring. Because the moment it ends, the moment the ancient immortal thinks that he will definitely win, is the only chance he has ever had to wait for the entire ring. This chance appeared during the first ring's collapse and the war between the two great Dao domains that began in the second ring. Luo was destroyed, the ancient immortal won, and the divine will formed by the 90 million clones returned. And before the divine will formed when he returned, a drastic change occurred. Luo was not destroyed. Although his 90 million clones were destroyed, karma still existed. That was brotherly love. That was the love between a man and a woman. That was the love between a master and a disciple. That was the love between two parents. With the help of the karma between the 90 million clones and the ancient immortal, with the help of the connection that the two of them could no longer separate in time, Luo Zhou occupied the magpie's nest and took over his body. That's because Luo's goal in this 90 million year long immeasurable tribulation was never to become an immortal. He only had one goal, and that was to become an ancient immortal's soul and body. The two of them had completely different goals. In addition to the fact that they didn't plan it, and the fact that they had a complete setup, how could the ancient not be defeated? The process of his divine sense returning was the process of Luo's resurrection. However, Gu was also extraordinary. Although he suffered a crushing defeat, and because of Luo's interference, his divine will could not be reversed and could not be controlled. It gathered together, allowing Luo to take over his soul and body and resurrect him. However, he still managed to escape a strand of his divine will. He did not return. He shattered the void and flew to the battlefield between the vast expanse Dao domain and the Weiyang Dao domain. Because of his escape, although Luo obtained his body and plundered his divine soul was not complete. It was the same with the immortal seat, which was why he could not be considered an immortal. Furthermore, because they were almost of the same origin, the remnant soul of the ancient immortal became Luo's only weakness. However, because the remnant soul was too incomplete, it was muddle-headed, as if it had lost its mind. However, as a mighty figure, even though Gu Yi was at an absolute disadvantage, even if he only had a remnant soul left, he was still muddle-headed. In that instant of clarity, he unleashed a shocking technique. Using the second ring as the foundation, and the future of the second ring as the time limit, he condensed a curse. This curse is the death of Luo Ruoxin. If the ancient remains, then Luo Ruoxin will collapse. Until the end of the second ring, the curse will take effect. Hence, from then on, there was a saying, Luo Tianwei is immortal. and the true immortal seat is still empty, Sunda said as he slapped the black wooden board in his hand. He slapped the table once again. As his voice reverberated, it caused everyone who was listening to him to take a deep breath. But the story is not over, Sunda sighed. In his dream, he had been immersed in the story, as if he had lived through countless lifetimes. The first boundless tribulation of the second ring is the Weiyang Dao domain. It is so powerful that it was able to launch a war of extermination against the vast expanse Dao domain. Naturally, it was confident that it would succeed. That was exactly what happened in the war. The vast expanse Dao domain, which had been at its peak for a while, was utterly defeated. All living things within it were wiped out, and all of them were exterminated. From then on, they drifted about in the vast expanse, like ghosts in the nine hells. Occasionally, living people would barge in, and it was possible to hear countless cries and wails. As for the Weiyang Dao domain, although it won a great victory, it also had no future. Because of the ancient immortal discarnate soul, the entire Dao domain was crushed into pieces by Luo. Together with the ancient immortal discarnate soul, they were sealed, transforming into an ancient stone steel that eternally suppressed the depths of the starry sky. It became a legend. Luo was unable to destroy the ancient, nor did he dare to fuse with the cursed soul fragment. However, he could wait for the second ring to end. When that time came, it would be the moment when he would devour the soul fragment, complete himself, and become the only immortal in the second ring. A few people appeared one after another. The demons were obsessed with reincarnation, and the demons sealed the heavens, mountains, and seas. No one knew where the eternal will came from, and the demigods and demi-immortals were turned upside down. Sunda said softly. He drew the ending of the story in his dream. After he finished speaking, the tea house was completely silent. It was as depressing as the dark clouds in the sky. After a long moment, Sunda sighed, touched the black wooden board in his hand, and then lifted it up to land on the table again. Pa! The sound was even clearer than before. It spread out in all directions, causing the people who were listening to the story to wake up. However, there was still a lot of confusion in their eyes, as if it would take a long time. Only then would they be able to completely walk out of Luo Yugu's story. Sunda's interest was waning. He stood up quietly, bowed deeply to the listeners, and walked out of the tea house. On the streets of the small county town, Sunda's eyes were filled with confusion. The story was over, but his story had just begun. He didn't know how he was going to maintain his income and maintain his dignity. He wanted to maintain the last line of his wife's attitude toward him. Because, half a month ago, after the end of the story in his dream, he had never appeared again. In the silence, Sunda was at a loss with panic. He was very uneasy. He instinctively touched his body. Finally, he took out the black wooden board and gently touched it. Without the dream, then I will create my own story. I can still go and get a title. My days will be good. Sunda, you can do it. Sunda took a deep breath. Hope and longing were gathered in his eyes. However, rain began to fall from the gloomy sky. Icy cold raindrops fell on Sunda's body. It was very cold, very cold. It was as if all hope and longing were being extinguished. Time passed. 30 years had passed since Sunda's story about Luo Yugu's struggle for immortality ended. 30 years was basically half of a mortal's life. Too many changes could occur, and too many twists and turns could occur. For this small county, although there were groups of children who were born, grew up, married, and had children, but there were also batches of people who fell into decline, became frustrated, grew old, and died. But what didn't change was the county itself. Whether it was the buildings, the city walls, the yamen courtyard, or the tea house from back then, it was still the same as it had been in the past. Even though it was damaged, overall there didn't seem to be much change. The only changes were that there were fewer broken tiles in the houses, fewer bricks on the city walls, and fewer plaques in the yamen courtyard. Also, there were fewer storytellers in the tea house. However, there were more people and things in the county, more shops, more towers on the city walls, more drums in the yamen courtyard, more waiters in the tea house, and A beggar under the East City Bridge. The beggar had a head full of white hair, his clothes were dirty, and his hands seemed to be covered in dirt. He leaned against the wall behind him, and in front of him was a broken wooden table with a black board on it. The old beggar was looking up into the sky, seemingly in a daze. His eyes were cloudy, and he looked as if he were going to go blind. His entire body was dirty, but his wrinkled face was very clean, very clean. It was as if this was the only decent thing he had. However, his clean face did not fit in with the other beggars in the area, nor did it fit in with the bustling crowds. He did not seem to care. After a long moment passed, when the sky was filled with dark clouds, the old beggar let out a gurgling sound. It sounded like he was laughing, but it also sounded like he was crying. He lowered his head and picked up the black board on the table. He placed it on the table, and the clear sound it had made all those years ago rang out. The last time I spoke, before the vast expanse Tao domain was destroyed, there were 90 million eons. Outside of the mysterious yellow of heaven and earth, in the depths of the distant, unfamiliar starry sky, two almighty figures who had existed since the beginning of time were fighting each other for the immortal seat. That almighty Luo lifted his right hand, grabbed the heavenly Tao, and was about to crush it. But Gu was even better. He turned around and reversed time. The old beggar's voice rose and fell, and he shook his head as if he were immersed in a story. It was as if what he saw in his dim eyes was not just a passing glance. It was a crowd that no one cared about. Instead, it was the intoxicated gazes from the tea house that year. Even though his words caused the other beggars to be displeased, he still used the black wooden board in his hand to knock on the table. Shaking his head, he continued to tell the story. Old man, you've told this story for 30 years. Can you change it to another one? Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm, please. Surname son, quickly shut up. You've disturbed my beautiful dream. Are you asking for a beating again? The displeased voice became more and more intense. Finally, a fierce-looking middle-aged beggar beside him stepped forward and grabbed the old beggar's clothes. He glared at him fiercely. Old man's son, do you still think you're the Mr. Sun from back then? I'm warning you. If you disturb my beautiful dream again, you'll move out of this place. Although the old beggar's eyes were dim, he still glared at the middle-aged beggar who was grabbing his collar. How dare you? I'm Mr. Sunday. I'm a high scholar. My name is known throughout the world. You lunatic. The middle-aged beggar raised his right hand and was about to slap him when a low voice came from afar. Stop! As the voice came, an old man carrying a 5- or 6-year-old child slowly walked over from the side of the overpass. Seeing the old man arrive, the middle-aged beggar hurriedly released his hand. The ferocity on his face turned into flattery and flattery as he hurriedly spoke. So it's you, Zhou. This humble one sends my regards to you. You may leave. Zhou frowned. He took out some copper coins from his bosom and threw them over. The middle-aged beggar hurriedly picked them up. His smile became even more flattering as he hurriedly retreated. Ignoring the other party, Zhou's eyes were filled with emotion and complicated emotions. He looked at the old beggar who had tidied up his clothes and was still sitting there. He raised his hand and knocked the blackboard back onto the table. Mr. Son, if you have time, please tell me a bit. I want to listen to Luobu's 90 million immeasurable tribulations and the final battle with Gu again, Zhou said softly. The old beggar rolled his eyes and glanced at Zhou. He sized him up and smiled faintly. So it's the waiter. Is everyone here? Zhou laughed when he heard that. He seemed to be immersed in his memories. After a while he spoke. Mr. Son, everyone is here. We are just waiting for you. As he spoke, he put down the curious child in his arms, stepped forward, and wiped the table with his sleeve. The old beggar immediately smiled proudly. He picked up the black wooden board and knocked it on the table, making a PA sound. The last time I said, the old beggar's voice echoed in the bustling crowd. It seemed to bring him back to the past. Opposite him, Steward Zhou seemed to do the same. The two of them spoke and listened, It was not until dusk, when the old beggar fell asleep, that Minister Zhou took a deep breath and looked at the gloomy sky. He took off his coat and covered the old beggar's body. Then he bowed deeply and left some money behind. He left with Little Tong. From afar, Little Tong's curious voice could be heard. "Grandpa, who is that old beggar?" "He is Mr. Sunday." When Grandpa was a waiter in the tea house, he idolized him the most. "But why is he here? Isn't he going home?" "Mr. Sun's dream is to travel thousands of mountains and rivers and see the lives of the common people. Perhaps he's tired, so he's resting here." The old man's voice mixed with the clear voice of the child as he walked further and further away. He couldn't see that the old beggar, who seemed to be sleeping, was trembling. His eyes were closed, and he couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. As the tears fell, muffled thunder came from the gloomy sky. Drops of cold rain fell onto the mortal world. The cold rain caused the old beggar to slowly open his dark eyes. He picked up the black wooden board on the table and gently stroked it. It was the only thing that had accompanied him from the beginning to the end. Touching the black wooden board, the old beggar looked up into the sky. He thought of the rain at the end of the story. The rain 30 years ago was cold and without warmth. It was like fate. After Gu Yulua's story was told, he had no more dreams. The story he had created was about demons, eternity, and demigods. Because it wasn't exciting enough, everyone looked forward to it from the beginning until they were filled with impatience. In the end, no one paid attention to it. He tried many versions and failed without exception. The failure of storytelling made him even more humble at home. The dissatisfaction of his father-in-law and the contempt and disgust of his wife made him bitter. He could only place his hopes on the imperial examination. But he still failed. The repeated blows had made Sun De reach a dead end. In desperation, he could only tell the story of the ancient immortals again. This allowed him to return to his original life in a short period of time. But as the days passed, 7 years later, what a wonderful story! Could not be defeated by repetition. Gradually, when everyone had heard of it, and when more people imitated it in other places, Sun De's path was cut off. He had no source of income and gradually lost his fame and dignity. At this time, his wife, after countless times of disgust, got along with others in front of him. When he was angry, she directly ended the marriage with him. With the support of her former father-in-law, she remarried someone else. Sun De also suffered from the pain of being cheated. He was beaten up, his legs were broken, and he was thrown out of the house. On that day it was also raining and it was as cold as ice. He lost his family, his career, his dignity, everything, and his legs. Lying in the rain and wailing, he finally could not bear such a blow. He had gone mad. In other words, he had to go mad. Because of how famous he was when he was at his peak, now that he had nothing, his loss was huge. The difference was not something an ordinary person could bear. He had gone mad. He relied on the charity of the people who listened to books and occasionally reminisced. Gradually, he became a beggar who lived in his own world and still talked about books. Many times he thought that he was going to die, but it seemed that he was unwilling. He struggled to live on even if the only thing that accompanied him was the blackboard. At that moment, Sun De gently stroked the blackboard. He looked at the rain. He felt that today was colder than usual. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Everything in his eyes became blurry and indistinct. He seemed to have heard many voices and saw many figures. "Mr. Sun, let's have some." "Yes, Mr. Sunday. We are all itching to hear it. Please don't keep us in suspense." "Mr. Sun, our Mr. Sunday. You made us wait so long. But it was worth it." Listening to the voices around him and looking at the enthusiastic figures, Sun De smiled. However, his smile was slowly turning into eternity as his body cooled down. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw two figures in the crowd. They were particularly clear. It was a white-haired, middle-aged man. There seemed to be sadness in his eyes. Beside him was a little girl wearing red clothes. Although the child was wearing happy clothes, his face was pale. His figure was somewhat illusory. as if he would disappear at any moment. The two of them sat there, staring at him. "Senior, please save my daughter. I am willing to pay any price for this." When Sunda looked over, the white-haired middle-aged man stood up and bowed deeply to Sunda. The white-haired middle-aged man's expression was extremely sincere. If one looked closely, one could see that in the depths of his eyes, there was not only deep sorrow, but also a pleading. This pleading was just like what he had said. For his daughter, he was truly willing to give up everything. No matter what conditions, no matter how difficult it was, he would not hesitate to complete it without any hesitation. Even if he had to trade his life for hers. The little girl in red beside him had a pale face, listless eyes, a body that was sometimes illusory and sometimes clear, and an aura of death that pervaded her entire body. It was as if it was more accurate to describe her as a ghost. All of this left Sunda, who was an old beggar, at a loss. He had lived a miserable life, and he did not know why the other party had found him to save her. "I can't do it." Sunda felt very tired, and he could barely open his eyes. The coldness on his body intensified, causing his body to tremble. It was as if all his strength was rapidly dissipating. Even his voice was extremely weak. The white-haired man was silent. He slowly raised his head and gazed at the old beggar. After a long while, his expression was bitter. He looked at his daughter beside him, then at Sunda. It was as if he had made a decision, and he spoke softly. "Senior, may I tell you a few stories as well?" "Stories?" Sunda was stunned. When he heard those two words, he forced himself to pull himself together and grabbed the black wooden board in his hand. He looked at the white-haired middle-aged man, and anticipation appeared in his dark eyes. This story happened in the numerous eons in the Second Ring. It's a story about the berserkers, and it's also a story about fate. The beginning of the story was a tribe of berserkers. There was an elder, Xiao Hong, and the promise of whether they would reach the end of their lives if they continued walking in the wind and snow. Sunda listened quietly while the white-haired middle-aged man spoke slowly. In this story, Sunda seemed to see a person continuously searching for the truth and the falsehood, struggling from death to life amidst the endless falsehood, until the number of reincarnations increased, and one person became fewer. When everyone is drunk, I am the only one awake, and when everyone is awake, I am the only one drunk. What is the difference between these two? When the Tao reaches its extreme, only one is left. When the Tao reaches its extreme, only one loses oneself. What is the difference between the two? What is true and what is false? All of this is the process of a change of heart. All of this is due to obsession. When obsession reaches its extreme, only the word devil can be called. Therefore, I call this story the story of the devil. And the end of the story is that he chopped off the finger of all heaven. Reading on mybo.xnovl. Please. The devil is the reincarnation of obsession. Sunda's body shook, and his eyes revealed a bright light. This story was much more exciting than the previous version of the story about the devil. The white-haired middle-aged man was silent and didn't answer. After a while, he said softly, "The second part of the story is also a story of obsession. The beginning of the story takes place in a place called Vermilion Birdstar, where there is a state of Zhao." The second story that the white-haired young man told had more details than the first story. This story was about a person who allowed his clone to reboot time and time again, and his own body was integrated into the same life again and again. He was looking for a chance to resurrect his wife. It was a battle with the gods, a battle with the immortals. It was a madness where the heavens wanted you dead, and I wanted to take you back. If you obey, you become mortal. If you defy, you become immortal. Sunda didn't wait for the white-haired middle-aged man to finish speaking, and his eyes shone even brighter. His scalp went numb as he listened to the story. Because of the details, the story was even more exciting. This person also severed the finger of all heaven, the white-haired young man said slowly, then continued. The third part of the story takes place in the 9 mountains and 9 seas. It is the life of a demon that was born after a scholar threw down a wishing bottle. The story described the life of the scholar. He crossed mountains and seas, struggled in despair, and transformed into a demon in madness. His strange laughter caused people's souls to tremble in madness. It was accompanied by the bitterness and resentment left behind by the vast Dao domain floating in the vast expanse. He once said that my life was like a demon's desire to seal the heavens. Just like him, he cut off all heaven's finger. In fact, he took a step further and transformed himself into all heaven. After gaining enlightenment of his life, he joined the others in the final beheading of all heaven. Compared to the second story, there were fewer details. However, this did not affect Sun De's comprehension. His eyes, which were becoming more and more lively, were filled with shock as he muttered to himself. So this is the demon's life, sealing the heavens in the mountains and seas. Sun De's breathing quickened as he looked anxiously at the white-haired middle-aged man. Then I wonder who will be the one to read it eternally? What story is it? Senior, this story. I can't tell you. The white-haired middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he spoke softly. Sun De didn't say anything. He grabbed the blackboard in his hand tightly and released it. Then he grabbed it tightly again. After thinking for a long time, he seemed to have understood something and nodded. What else can you tell me? My daughter was injured. Even I couldn't save her. I found many people. Finally, someone told me that this injury can only be saved by immortals. I searched through all of the immeasurable tribulations in the second ring. I searched through every inch of time, searching for traces of an immortal. One day, I found a stone steel. I didn't hesitate to turn against others. I refined a bit of the stone steel and stirred up the curse of the immeasurable tribulation. Finally, I entered the legendary unending Dao domain, where immortals were sealed. Then, I discovered a secret regarding the unending Dao domain, and a secret regarding immortals. I wish to use this secret to exchange Senior for saving my daughter. A strange light appeared in the white-haired middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Sun De. At that moment, Sun De lifted his head, and his dark eyes shone with a strange light. After a long moment of silence, he spoke bitterly. I really want to know, but I really don't know how to save people, and I'm not a senior. I'm just a storyteller. Senior, as long as you agree, that's fine. The white-haired middle-aged man's eyes shone with determination. Sun De sighed. All right, I agree. The white-haired young man took a deep breath as well. Even he had a look of excitement in his eyes as he clasped hands and bowed once more to Sun De. Thank you, Senior. The secret I discovered is that this place is not the true Weiyang Dao domain. The first boundless tribulation that was born in the beginning of the second ring is Weiyang. However, it is not the true Weiyang. The true Weiyang is outside the ring. Sun De's body began to tremble. He didn't know why he was trembling, but he couldn't control himself. It was as if a will within his body and soul was awakening, and his vision began to grow blurry, cracks began to appear, and the white-haired middle-aged man and the little girl's figures began to distort. It was as if everything in the world had begun to collapse. He instinctively grabbed the black wooden board that had been in his hand for the rest of his life. Perhaps it was because he was too powerful, but cracks began to appear on the black wooden board. If it had been anyone else, his body would probably be on the verge of shattering at that moment. It must be very painful, very painful, very painful. As for Sun De, unfortunately, the world in front of him completely collapsed. The fluctuations in his soul that were awakening also seemed to have reached their limit. He did not wake up successfully, but began to dissipate. This was true dissipation. However, it was not death, but eternal assimilation into heaven and earth. However, before Sun De's consciousness disappeared, he suddenly had an epiphany. This dissipating consciousness might be the ancient remnant soul in the story, and the time limit was the curse of the second ring. It should be coming to an end soon, and this consciousness would never truly awaken again. Gu had lost because the remnant soul had been muddled from the beginning until now. It had never awakened. He had also won because the white-haired middle-aged man had said that Luotian had been beheaded. However, he still remembered the story about the eternal will that the other party had not said, but he did not want to think about it anymore. I don't want to think about that anymore. I want to think about myself. I've been telling stories all my life, and it turns out that I'm talking about myself. Sunda smiled. His body collapsed and disappeared along with the world. The black wooden board in his hand that had been with him for his entire life also disappeared. After he disappeared, countless cracks appeared on the board. It seemed that it would fall into nothingness at any time. In the nothingness, in the darkness and coldness, it kept falling, 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 falling again. It seemed that after a lifetime, a lifetime, a lifetime, and another lifetime, the cracks on the board had gradually healed. Some changes that had never happened since ancient times slowly appeared on its body as the cracks healed. The void turned from pitch black to bright, and the starry sky recovered from its deathly stillness. In this new world, it turned into a ray of light and landed on an ordinary planet. In a forest, in the belly of a female deer that was about to give birth. Time passed. Wang Baol had no idea how much time had passed, but his consciousness had yet to awaken. This seemingly long period of time was actually less than a day in the heavenly fated star trial. 20 hours had passed on the 10th day. 11 hours had passed, and less than 2 hours were left until the end of the trial. Compared to Wang Baol, there were a few other cultivators who had successfully comprehended the 10th life and had ended it. However, since Wang Baol hadn't woken up, the trial continued. The fog around them hadn't disappeared either. He was the only person who hadn't woken up in the fog trial. Su Yinling, who was sitting in front of him, had a huge wave in her heart. Her expression had changed like never before. It was everything she had seen in the past 11 hours. Her shock turned into shock, then shock. In the end, she was filled with fear and respect. She hadn't successfully comprehended the 10th life, so she could clearly see the entire process of Wang Baol's comprehension. She didn't see the scenes from his previous life. Instead, she saw the fluctuations and changes in Wang Baol's aura as he sat cross-legged. At the beginning, Wang Baol's aura had been dim and almost non-existent. This had even given Su Yinling the illusion that it wasn't a living person sitting cross-legged, but a corpse. Perhaps it wasn't appropriate to describe him as a corpse. It was more appropriate to describe him as a dead object. In her eyes, the Wang Baol at that time was no longer a person, but an object. This feeling was very clear, and even Su Yinling herself was shocked. She didn't know what Wang Baol's previous 10th life was, so countless guesses surfaced in her mind. However, before she could guess for long, Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged like an inanimate object, had a new change in his body. The change was slight, but it was very clear. It was as if an inanimate object had given birth to a spirit light, gradually turning into a dazzling light. During the process of the change, the surrounding fog began to rumble. As if thunder had exploded, it even began to spin. If one were to observe carefully, one would be able to see that the fog was spinning with Wang Baol at its center. It was as if the appearance of the spirit light on his body had affected the entire area of the fog, and even the fated star. Su Yinling didn't know how much of the area had been affected, but she could feel the earth shaking. This caused Su Yinling's heart to change from shock to shock. She didn't know what kind of epiphany from her previous life had caused such a shocking change. The shock didn't last long either. As new changes appeared, waves of shock surged in her heart, and her thoughts rose to a level of shock. That was because the spirit light on Wang Baol's body grew stronger. As the fog, the heavens, and the earth seemed to continue shaking, Wang Baol's expression changed, and his facial features twisted. It was as if he was enduring unimaginable pain, and his body was trembling. That was not the main point. The main point was that as his expression contorted, Su Yinling saw with her own eyes cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appear on Wang Baol's body, like a spider web appearing in an instant. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm, please. It was as if his body was being squeezed by an indescribable force, about to be crushed. As the cracks spread, the spirit light on Wang Baol's body grew stronger. In the end, He seemed to have become a huge source of light, causing Su Yinling's eyes to sting when she looked at him. This made her heart tremble even more intensely. Not long after, as more cracks appeared and the spirit light grew brighter, a new change appeared on Wang Bao's body. A force that shocked Su Yinling and caused her body to tremble erupted from Wang Bao's body. Instantly, Su Yinling's mind went blank, as if she had lost all consciousness. All that was left was the force that caused her to become ethereal before her eyes. In this ethereal state, her instinct was to worship, as if a mortal had encountered an immortal god. Su Yinling had the Tao Star status, but even so, she was still lost in this state. One could only imagine how indescribable the aura and waves emanating from Wang Bao's body were. Fortunately, the aura didn't last long. The entire process only lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It slowly retracted, and everything returned to normal. Wang Bao's body regained its vitality, and the cracks disappeared completely. Su Yinling also slowly woke up from her ethereal state. However, the moment she woke up, her scalp felt numb, as if it was about to explode. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She lowered her head and realized that she had actually kneeled down and worshipped Wang Bao. This, Su Yinling trembled. She didn't even dare think about the reason and the answer. Her instincts told her that everything she had seen in that instant just now had to be buried deep in her heart. She knew very well that her Tao Star had a very high status. Even Wang Bao's Tao Star couldn't surpass her in terms of status. However, with such a high level of Tao Star status, compared to the aura on Wang Bao's body in that instant just now, it was far inferior. Just like Wang Bao in that instant just now, his entire body seemed to have gathered the will of the entire world. It was a very strange feeling. It was purely an instinctive feeling, but it shocked her to the point of awe. It was as if she had seen the center of the universe. I don't dare think deeply. I can't think deeply, Su Yinling mumbled. Her body trembled intensely. It was also at that moment Wang Bao had woken up. Wang Bao felt as if the universe had broken apart. It was as if the void was blurry. It was unknown how much time had passed, but at that moment, his consciousness returned and he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion. It was as if he couldn't see the fog in front of him, nor could he see the cautious Su Yinling. What he saw was the life of Sunda the storyteller and the endless darkness of the void. It wasn't Sunda's perspective, but the perspective of the black wooden board in Sunda's hand that had accompanied him for his entire life. He saw the hand that was holding him, saw the smug look on the young Sunda's face, and heard himself being picked up. When he knocked on the table, a clear sound rang out. This sound accompanied the entire story of Luo Yugu. At the same time, he saw Sunda's legs being broken in the wind and rain, the tears that flowed as he struggled in the rain, and heard the wails coming from his mouth. There was also Sunda in his later years, the madman who was immersed in the story, and the last bit of dignity. It wasn't until the appearance of the father and daughter, until the descriptions of the subsequent stories, until his body was crushed and he witnessed the final dissipation of the ancient remnant soul. The moment Sunda disappeared, his shattered self seemed to have inherited something. Wang Bao was silent. After a long while, as he exhaled deeply, his eyes slowly became clear. What is passed down is the unspoken, unreconciled, and regretful obsession of Gu. The demon's obsession is that there are few reincarnations, and the demon's mandate is to seal the heaven mountain and sea. I don't know who started the eternal chant, and the demigods and demigods are upside down, Wang Bao muttered. It was only when he regained his clarity that he realized that in his previous 10th life, he was not Sunda, the storyteller, but the black wooden board in his hands. At the same time, he also understood that in this world, regardless of whether it was real or fake, regardless of whether it was a book or a nursery rhyme, in reality, it was just a stone tablet. He also knew that the Weiyang here was not the real Weiyang. Although he knew a lot of the truth, there were still many new questions that followed. For example, where was the real Weiyang? For example, whether his involvement with Wang Yi in his later lives was related to this life. Also, What was that blood-colored centipede? And his future. All of this made Wang Baol fall silent. He felt complicated. On one hand, he knew the answer to the world, and on the other hand, it was also because of his previous life. The black wooden board. Huh. Wang Baol muttered to himself and mocked himself. He felt that, to a certain extent, he might have been born by chance, and the artifact spirit was not the child of fate that he once thought he was. So what? After a long while, Wang Baol's eyes lit up. He didn't care about his previous life. He only knew that in this life he was called Wang Baol. This consciousness emerged firmly in his heart. The light in Wang Baol's eyes intensified. It was as if his cultivation and will had resonated. A buzzing sound reverberated in his body. The gift of enlightenment from his previous life exploded instantly. However, at the moment his cultivation exploded, a question suddenly appeared in Wang Baol's mind. Something's not right. Why can't I remember? When I appeared in Sunda's hands, Wang Baol's expression changed. As the cultivation in his body erupted and increased, his thoughts seemed to become much sharper. However, no matter how sharp he was at that moment, no matter how he tried to recall and comprehend his previous 10th life, he could not find any clues regarding his encounter with Sunda. It was as if, from the moment he comprehended his previous life, he had appeared in Sunda's hands. To Wang Baol, there were two possible answers to this. One was that he had been too ordinary in his previous life. Before he had the spirit light to form the artifact spirit, he had been unconscious, so he couldn't remember. However, there was another possibility. Sunda and I, or to be more precise, the ancient remnant soul and I, do we have a greater cause and effect? This also explains why Sunda disappeared, and only I received the inheritance of his will. That was the thought that came to Wang Baol's mind. His heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what the answer was, and the eruption of his cultivation didn't allow him to continue being distracted. In the next moment, his cultivation began to rise amidst the rumbling within his body. As it continued to rise, he arrived at the perfected planet. He was truly at the perfected planet realm. He was only one step away from the star realm. Once he had a direction, a ritual, and the necessary items to advance, Wang Baol would be able to advance to the star realm and become a mighty figure. In the entire Weiyang Dao domain, planets might be powerful, but they were still relatively powerful. Only when one reached the star realm could one be considered a mighty figure. In fact, in most civilizations, the star realm was already the pinnacle of the ancestor realm. It was an existence that could create a civilization. The purple gold civilization, which had harbored malicious intentions against Wang Baol, only had 3 planets as the number 1 sect in a large area of Earth. Once Wang Baol reached the level of a planet, he would possess a Dao planet and resonate with the 9 great laws. His battle prowess wouldn't be any weaker than those senior mighty figures of the planet. As for the celestial domain realm, every single one of them had their own name. Every single one of them was an overlord. Every single one of them could cause the once purple gold civilization to tremble in fear and bow their heads in worship. Not only that, Wang Baol's star sealing art began to operate on its own at that moment. He broke through the 2nd level and reached the 3rd level. The 3rd level was about to be perfected, and he could enter the 4th level at any time. The 3rd level was enough to seal the immortal planet. The divine bull's shadow formed by the tens of thousands of immortal planets, once successful, would be powerful enough to shake the entire world. However, Wang Baol's experience this time was enough to describe it as a miracle. Therefore, the 3rd level was no longer suitable for him. He would soon be able to transcend it and display the power of the 4th level. The 4th level was directly related to the path to becoming a star. In theory, this art couldn't seal special stars, but with the support of Wang Baol's Dao star, everything wasn't fixed. This was also part of the reason why the Blazing Flame ancestor had given Wang Baol the star sealing art. If Wang Baol really succeeded, sealing tens of thousands of special stars and turning them into the phantom image of a divine bull, then it would be hard for even Wang Baol to estimate how powerful it would be. At the same time, Wang Baol had long realized that with the support of the Dao star, he could seal special stars. In his heart, He had long known the direction of his own star. That was to use a large number of special stars as a foil. He would lift his own Tao star and upgrade it from a planet to a star, to become a star of the stellar Tao. Since ancient times, Tao stars had been rare. Therefore, other than the Supreme Patriarch who had created the Weiyang clan, no one else had been able to achieve it. Previously, even though Wang Baol was ambitious, he wasn't too confident, but now, after experiencing his previous lives, he suddenly felt that he might not necessarily be unable to achieve it. That was because of the unique stars. With his relationship with the fallen star, it was not particularly difficult for him to experience them and obtain tens of thousands of unique stars. These thoughts made Wang Baol's eyes shine brightly. Although he did not understand how he had met Sunda in his previous 10th life, he also knew a part of the truth about this world. At the same time, more doubts surfaced in his heart. However, there was one thing that remained unchanged. Only by constantly strengthening myself can I establish myself in the world. No matter what happens in the future or in the past, as long as this life is exciting, it's fine. In the next life, regardless of whether I have it or not, I can't control it. A strange glint flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. The domineering aura that came with cultivating the star-sealing art exploded in his heart at that moment. So what if the world was fake? So what if the universe was a stone tablet? What did the unending truth and falsehood have to do with me? I am the artifact spirit, I am the white deer, I am the source of resentment, I am the devil blade, I am a zombie, I am a celestial, but I am Wang Baol. The burst of thoughts seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth. Muffled thunder exploded on the fated star. Even the starry sky outside the fated star rumbled. Countless cultivators on the fated star were shaken. For some unknown reason, Guru Heavenly Dharma, who was sitting on the island above the crater, suddenly opened his eyes. A gratified smile appeared on his lips. There was a flash of surprise that couldn't be hidden in his eyes. Wang Baol didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He only knew that at that moment, as his thoughts became more determined, his heart was suddenly enlightened. His aura also rose, and after his cultivation and the star-sealing art increased, another ultimate skill that he possessed also rose. That was the core technique of the blazing flame ancestor. That was the curse technique, the flame spirit art. Previously, Wang Bao had barely reached the initial success stage of the flame spirit incantation. Although he could use it, he had to restrain it. That was because he didn't have enough life force. But now, with the enlightenment he had gained from his previous 10 lives, that had been made up for with enough life force and enough memories, he was finally able to take a step forward in the flame spirit incantation and step into the true initial success stage. Even though he had only reached the initial success stage, it must be known that even the blazing flame ancestor hadn't reached the initial success stage. He had only managed to get close to it. Once he used it, he would have to expend all of his life force. Therefore, even though he had only reached the initial success stage, just this spell alone was enough to give Wang Baol a terrifying trump card in the same cultivation realm. This spell had no restrictions on the cultivation of his enemies or his own cultivation. There was no limit. Mortals could curse immortals and deities as long as they paid the price. The price was life force and resentment. Wang Baol didn't have many of the latter, but the former was enough. That was also the terrifying aspect of the divine ability. It was also the foundation of the blazing flame ancestor's fame. Could be said that the current Wang Baol's overall combat strength was already at the level of a star. Even an ordinary early-stage star cultivator wouldn't be a match for him. In the entire history of the entire Weiyang Dao domain, a perfected planet in such a situation. It wasn't the only one, but throughout history, the never-ending Dao domain had been as rare as a phoenix's feather or a Qilин's horn. However, Wang Baol himself wasn't surprised by his own strength. In his previous life, he had lived an exciting life every single time. So what if this life was more exciting? In the story that Wang Yi's father told me, there were very few reincarnations of demons due to their obsession. That senior was able to walk from death to life with his crazy obsession. Then I can also walk from nothing to something. You can definitely do it. Wang Bao's eyes sparkled. He suddenly stood up from his cross-legged position. The moment he stood up was the moment the 10th day and the 12th hour passed. Rumble. The fog around him churned violently. As it churned, it retreated continuously. The entire process only took 7 to 8 breaths of time. All the fog around him disappeared in an instant. It gathered into a calabash, and the calabash appeared in the hands of Reverend Heavenly Dharma. The entire training ground shrank as the fog disappeared. Everything around them became clear. Giant beasts appeared. The crowd looked up and the volcano below rumbled. 89 projections on the island at the peak of the mountain looked up. In mid-air, Wang Bao and the other prodigies who had also comprehended the 10th life appeared one after another. Congratulations to the 5 fellow Taoists for obtaining the qualifications. Please take your seats and return to your seats. The birthday banquet will officially begin. Beside exalted heavenly Dharma, his old slave's eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke slowly to Wang Bao and the other 5 who had appeared in the sky. The 5 who had obtained the qualifications weren't the 10 who had been mentioned in the beginning. There were only 5 of them. The figures of these 5 people swiftly became clear from the blur, allowing many people to immediately see their identities. It's them. Jijia Divine Emperor's 9th disciple. This person is incomparably arrogant. It was him who stole my guiding light. Hateful, but he's too strong. He treats us like ants, leaving others helpless. And Xing Jingzi, this fellow has a murderous aura. I didn't expect him to succeed as well. That Wang Bao is among them. An uproar broke out as the identities of the 5 people became clear. It spread out from all directions, forming a sound wave that spread out. Among the 5 people in the sky, there was the 9th young master of the Kijia Divine Emperor's lineage and the 7th Tao child of the 9 prefectures Tao. Other than the 2 of them, the other 3 were slightly less famous. Wang Bao was also the center of attention, however, in the eyes of everyone, he was still inferior to the 9th young master. At most, he was only as famous as the 7th Tao child of the 9 prefectures Tao. As for the last 2 people, one of them was Xing Jingzi, who had interacted with Wang Bao in the Fallen Star Land. He carried a large sword on his back and exuded a murderous aura. The other was Xie Haiyang. As they appeared, as the old slave beside Master Heavenly Dharma spoke on the island above the crater, and as the 39 giant beasts surrounded the crater, all the cultivators looked at them with envy and jealousy. There was hatred and complicated emotions. After all, to be able to gain enlightenment for 10 lifetimes required a certain amount of good fortune, so naturally people would be envious. However, if they didn't have it, they could only watch as others gained the qualifications, therefore it was understandable for them to be jealous. As for hatred, of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it was impossible for only 5 of them to gain enlightenment for the 10th life. However, most of them had been robbed of the light of attraction during the trial by fire, so they had no choice but to give up on the trial. Therefore, when they saw the 5 of them, hatred was born naturally. In the sky, the 5 people who were being watched by countless gazes were the 9th young master of the Kaikikaiga's Divine Emperor's lineage. He was the most dazzling. After all, as a member of the Weiyang clan, he was superior to others. With the addition of his master's name, it made him the center of attention no matter where he was. As for the others, other than the 7th Tao child of the 9 prefectures Tao and Wang Bao, who were barely able to compete for the limelight, the surrounding cultivators didn't think that the 9th young master would be able to surpass the Divine Emperor's disciple in terms of aura. However, it was a long story. Very soon, a scene that no one could have imagined happened. As the 5 figures became clear and their minds recovered, they saw each other. In that instant, the 9th disciple of the Kaikikaiga Divine Emperor, who was the most arrogant and proud person in everyone's hearts. His expression changed drastically. He realized that he was standing right next to Wang Bao, and Wang Bao was even smiling at him. This discovery made his heart tremble, and he almost started cursing. Wang Bao's strength had already made him extremely fearful. He couldn't forget how everyone had fled back then. He didn't want to be targeted by Wang Bao, so his scalp felt like it was going to explode. His expression changed, and he instinctively retreated, instantly pulling away from Wang Bao. The seventh Dao child from the 9 prefectures Dao College also had a change in expression. He took a deep breath and retreated, pulling away from Wang Baol as well. It was the only way he felt safe. As a result, even though Xing Jingzi and Xie Haiyang didn't move, the expressions and actions of the seventh Dao child and the Divine Emperor's 9th disciple immediately stunned the hundreds of thousands of cultivators below. What's going on? Am I seeing things? The Divine Emperor's 9th disciple and the Dao child from the 9 prefectures Dao are actually hiding from Wang Baol. Could it be that they've fought with Wang Baol before and suffered losses? As everyone was shocked, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and glanced at the nervous 9th Divine Emperor disciple and the 7th Dao child of the 9 prefectures Dao. Wang Baol wasn't surprised that these two had comprehended the 10th life. As for Xing Jingzi, he wasn't ordinary to begin with, so it was within Wang Baol's expectations. However, Xie Haiyang's side was something that Wang Baol hadn't expected. He nodded at Xie Haiyang and Xing Jingzi. Wang Baol turned around and walked toward the 9th Divine Emperor Jijia's disciple, his eyes narrowing. His pace wasn't fast, but it caused the Divine Emperor's 9th disciple's expression to change again. He retreated abruptly once more, and a low growl came out of his mouth. Wang Baol. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Baol's seemingly slow pace seemed to leap across the void and appear directly in front of the Divine Emperor's 9th young master. At the same time, the old slave beside Guru Heavenly Dharma frowned. He was about to stop him when he heard a soft cough from behind him. Upon hearing the soft cough, the old slave with the cultivation of the galaxy lowered his head and stopped trying to stop him. No one could stop him. No matter how the 9th disciple roared, no matter how he formed seals and tried to resist, it was futile. As Wang Baol appeared, he clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch. The punch was plain and unremarkable, but it contained an earth-shattering power. As it landed, the world rumbled, and the air rippled as if it was being torn apart. It was like a storm that swept through everything. Gathering in front of the Divine Emperor disciple, it exploded in an instant. Amidst the rumbling, the 9th young master didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. All his resistance was like paper. He was crushed by Wang Baol's punch. He collapsed and landed on his body. His entire body shook violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He fell back abruptly. He retreated 1,000 feet, and blood spurted out of his mouth again. A large number of nomological threads appeared all over his body. These weren't his nomological threads, but the power of the 9 great nomological forces contained in Wang Baol's punch. These nomological threads had transformed from formless to tangible. They continued to move around his body, causing his injuries to become even more severe. They even shook the foundation of his ancient planet, causing the ancient planet that he possessed to. It was rapidly dimming, and cracks were even appearing on it. This caused the 9th disciple's heart to tremble violently. His face was extremely pale, and there was an unconcealable look of shock in his eyes. However, he was unable to suppress his anger and let out a roar. "You? This punch is the interest you paid for ambushing me during the trial. Say one more word, and today, I will kill you," Wang Baol said calmly. He stared coldly at the Divine Emperor's 9th disciple. The Divine Emperor's 9th disciple felt as if he had been drenched in cold water as he was swept by his gaze. His body trembled instantly. He sensed the killing intent and fell silent. Wang Baol ignored the Divine Emperor's 9th disciple. He turned his head and looked at the 7th Dao child of the 9 prefectures Dao, whose expression had changed drastically. The Dao child was a decisive person. After seeing Wang Baol's attack, he was certain that he couldn't dodge and that it would be difficult for him to fight back. Therefore, he raised his hand and struck his chest. With a cracking sound, his sternum seemed to have shattered. His injuries looked serious, as if he was about to lose his footing. Blood flowed out of his mouth continuously, but he didn't seem to mind. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Wang Baol. "I've been bewitched previously. I've offended you, fellow Taoist. I hope you can forgive me." His injuries seemed serious, but in reality, he hadn't touched his foundation. Pills could help him recover. That was why he was smart. He knew very well that if Wang Baol made a move, there was a high chance that his planet would shatter. If that happened, it wouldn't be something that could be recovered with simple pills. Seeing how decisive the 7th Dao child of the 9 prefectures Dao College was, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He looked deeply into the 7th Dao child's eyes, then retracted his gaze. In front of the countless cultivators below, all of them were shocked. He walked towards the island on the crater. As he neared, Wang Baol chose one of the 10 tables on the island that didn't have any projections. He didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he turned towards the center, exalted heavenly Dharma, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, cupped his fists and bowed. Exalted, you are as elegant as ever. Your longevity is equal to that of the heavens. These words of congratulation made the old slave beside exalted heavenly Dharma crease his brows again. He wanted to berate him even more, but a shocking scene appeared in his heart. He saw exalted heavenly Dharma, who was sitting cross-legged, actually stand up and bow back to Wang Baol. This scene immediately made the eyes of the old slave and all the surrounding cultivators narrow. Wang Baol was silent for a moment. He cupped his fists again and sat down. As he sat down, the table suddenly became blurry. It emitted a strong beam of light that shot into the clouds, along with the other 89 projections. As they reflected each other's light, Xianxia and Xianxia suppressed the shock in their hearts and rushed over. They landed on the other tables and cupped their fists to celebrate their birthday. As their own light shot up into the sky, the pale-faced Dao child of the 9 prefectures and the 9th disciple of the Divine Emperor silently approached and chose to sit down. However, the 4 of them only received the congratulations of Guru Heavenlaw, who sat back down. He smiled and nodded, then stood up and returned the greetings. The difference in treatment between heaven and earth was like that between heaven and earth. As Wang Baol and the rest took their seats, the atmosphere of the birthday celebration became a little strange because of Wang Baol. The next day, exalted Dharmaraja should be the only place where everyone's eyes were focused, but, at that moment, more than half of the cultivators. They were all on the giant beast surrounding the crater, looking at Wang Baol from afar. Among these people, there were those who had participated in the trial previously, and there were also those who had not participated. Su Yinling and Chen Han, who had recovered, were among them. However, compared to the others, these 2 clearly knew the truth. Father is indeed father. He is strong and impressive. Chen Han sighed. He felt that the opportunity he had to revive this time was to find his father. Su Yinling, on the other hand, was trembling all over. Her mind could not help but replay the feeling of seeing Wang Baol experience the 10th life with her own eyes, as if he was the core of the world. At that moment, her breathing unknowingly quickened. Her breathing quickened, and her face flushed slightly. The more nervous and shocked she was, the more excited she felt. The cultivators on the giant beasts surrounding the crater weren't the only ones observing Wang Baol. Xianxia and Xianxia, who were on the island above the volcano, were also observing him. Xianxia was equally shocked. However, he knew Wang Baol better than anyone else. He looked at the cautious Divine Emperor disciples and the Dao child of the 9 prefectures, who were still as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't know the truth, however. They had more or less guessed the answer. The reason why he was able to gain enlightenment was related to himself. However, it was mostly due to the remoteness of the training grounds that prevented him from being affected too much. This kind of luck was the key. However, compared to Martial Uncle Baol, I still can't do it. He's the fierce one. Just now, when I saw him fight, his combat strength increased to an unbelievable degree compared to before the training. Xianxia took a deep breath. He felt that he had to continue serving his opponent well. If that was the case, he would be able to resolve the crisis his father was facing. As for Xianxia, who carried a large sword on his back and had a strong murderous aura around him, his expression was solemn as well. Occasionally, when he looked at Wang Baol, his eyes were filled with the faint desire to fight. There was no hostility, only the desire to fight. As if sensing his desire to fight, the large sword on his back, which was rumored to be a demon blade, also trembled slightly. However, the vibration caused Xianxia's heart to tremble even more. As he and his demon blade were now in sync, he immediately sensed that the vibration was not the excitement he had felt when he was about to unsheath it in the past. Instead, it was tremors. Tremors? My demon blade seems to be afraid. Xianxia was taken aback by this judgment and fell into deep thought. They were not the only ones observing Wang Baol. They were also observing him. There were also the projections on the island that did not seem to exist. After the heavenly Dharma Lord returned his bow to Wang Baol, they turned their heads. At that moment, all their gazes were on Wang Baol. Before Wang Baol had participated in the trials, he had felt that they were all unfathomable. However, looking at them now, his state of mind was different. He was filled with emotions and memories. Other than that, the old slave beside the exalted heavenly Dharma Lord was also staring at Wang Baol. Doubt flashed across his eyes. However, now that the birthday banquet was about to officially begin, the elder didn't have the time to think too much. With a wave of his sleeve, his ancient voice reverberated in all directions. Begin the banquet! A melodious immortal tune fell from the sky. The tune was elegant and ethereal. It reverberated throughout the entire fated star, causing all the distracting thoughts in the listeners' hearts to dissipate as they immersed themselves in the sounds of the heavens. The figures of fairies that seemed to be formed from the music walked out from the heavens and earth. They held immortal fruits and fine wine in their hands as they landed on the island and placed them respectfully on each table. As for the cultivators on the beasts, they were not treated lightly. As the wind blew and the immortal music sounded out, immortal fruits and wine appeared in front of them. Soon, the atmosphere turned from dull to dull. The atmosphere became livelier, and more cultivators flew out, cupping their hands toward Guru Heavenly Dharma in midair to give him their blessings and birthday gifts. At that moment, the Heavenly Dharma Lord would smile, and the projections on the island would occasionally stand up. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Dharma Lord had already made a judgment, it would have been difficult to tell that the toasters were all illusory projections. Perhaps they aren't really illusory. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and looked around, feeling the liveliness of the place. When his gaze swept past the projections, they would look at him and raise their cups with smiles. Wang Baol raised his cup in return and slowly tasted the wine. Finally, his gaze landed on the exalted heavenly Dharma, who seemed to have sensed Wang Baol's gaze. He sat cross-legged and turned to look at Wang Baol. Their gazes met at that moment. Looking at those wise eyes, Wang Baol was in a daze. It was as if he had returned to the world of the little white deer. In the city lord's backyard, the old ape was sitting on a rockery. A large number of rare beasts were paying their respects. Long time no see. Wang Baol took a deep breath. The dazed look in his eyes disappeared. He spoke softly. His voice was so soft that no one could hear it, but the heavenly Dharma Lord had clearly heard it. A meaningful smile appeared on his face, and his lips moved slightly. An ancient voice that only Wang Baol could hear rang out, "Welcome back." Wang Baol smiled and didn't say another word. Reverend Heavenly Dharma shook his head and smiled as well. He averted his gaze. The birthday banquet continued until the end of the entire day's birthday banquet. When the sun was already bright red in the distance, suddenly, a familiar figure flew up from the giant snake that had brought Wang Baol here. Li Wan disciple of the Moon Star sect. On behalf of our sect's patriarch, I wish you a happy birthday. Spring and autumn have changed, and time has changed. I wish you a life as long as the moon, a life as long as the sun, a life as long as the universe, and a life as long as the universe. Like the pages of the fate book, all your wishes are yours. The person who spoke was Li Wan, dressed in a long blue flowing cloud dress. Although she wore a mask that prevented others from seeing her face, her lively voice still gave off a wonderful feeling, especially when her long hair fluttered in the wind. The elegance on her body was even more unforgettable. Her words were also extraordinary, and the meaning behind them was extremely profound. The last sentence, in particular, made Wang Baol's expression change when he heard it. The pages of the life book were meant to be a page of a lifetime. They were meant to convey the legacy. Wang Baol raised his head when he heard those words. A strange light shone in his eyes. He swept his gaze across Li Wan before turning to look at the exalted heavenly Dharma. He saw that the exalted heavenly Dharma had started laughing when he heard those words. He wasn't laughing as he had before. Instead, his laughter reverberated in the air. It was unknown whether it was because he was happy with his longevity, or because the person Li Wan represented was happy. "Why didn't your patriarch come?" the heavenly Dharma Lord asked after the rare laughter. "The patriarch is in seclusion. He will come out in 68 years. Li Wan lowered her head and spoke respectfully. "Why bother?" The heavenly Dharma Lord shook his head. He picked up his wine cup and took a big gulp. Li Wan bowed once again in midair. When she raised her head, her gaze swept past Wang Baol before returning to the giant beast. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He was savoring the meaning of the conversation when another person flew out from another giant beast in the distance. This person was covered in a black robe, and it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. However, the words he said made Wang Baol look over. Su Yinling's body trembled. "Nameless slave, acting as the clan head, Ziyu, is here to wish you a happy birthday. The clan head is unable to come in person due to certain matters. When I wish to wish you a happy birthday, I would like to ask you a question." The clan lord said that her memories have recovered somewhat recently. He wishes to ask the Exalted One when he will be able to return her memories. 68 years later, Exalted Heavenly Dharma's expression was the same as ever as he spoke calmly. "Many thanks, Exalted One. The clan lord also asked me to come here and take someone with me." The black-robed man nodded and turned to look at Su Yinling, who was in the crowd. Su Yinling's breathing was erratic, and her trembling grew even stronger. She stood up involuntarily and walked over uncontrollably. However, the struggle in her eyes was extremely intense. She tried to look at Wang Baol, who was on the island. A look of distress appeared in her eyes. Master Heavenly Dharma furrowed his brows slightly, but he didn't stop her. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment, then placed the wine cup he was holding gently on the table in front of him. The moment he placed it down, his right hand seemed to conjure a black wooden board to replace the wine cup. The conjuring only lasted for an instant, but when it landed on the table, a crisp and ethereal sound rang out. "Pa!" The black-robed man shook violently. With a bang, his body turned into a cloud of mist and dissipated into the air. Su Yinling, who was in midair, also trembled. She spat out a mouthful of blood and regained control of her body. With gratitude, she bowed deeply to Wang Baol. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help." Almost at the instant Su Yinling bowed gratefully, all the cultivators on the 39 giant beasts' faces changed instantly. They all looked at Wang Baol. Shock was written all over their faces. Many of them were in a daze. The sound that Wang Baol had made when he knocked on the table just now had an indescribable power. As if it had affected the laws, it had the ability to make one's soul tremble. Everyone who heard it felt their souls shake. They watched as the mysterious black-robed man disintegrated and dissipated under the sound. This scene immediately made everyone feel a deep sense of respect. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. At the same time, strong doubts surfaced in their hearts. This Wang Baol, something's not right. Why do I feel that after he walked out of this trial, his entire person has undergone an indescribable change? There's a strange aura about him. Previously, even though Wang Baol was strong, he wasn't much stronger than us. But now, why do I feel that? When I saw him, I felt as if I was looking at a senior mighty figure in the sect. However, his cultivation hasn't reached that level yet. Whether it's the punch that severely injured the Divine Emperor's disciple, causing the Tao child of the 9 prefectures to lower his head, the Heavenly Dharma Lord to stand up and return the bow, or the shocking sound, all of them point to an answer. This Wang Baol must have gained something unimaginable from his epiphany in his previous life. While everyone's minds were in turmoil, Wang Bail himself was also shaken by the knocking sound. He lowered his head and looked at the hand that was knocking on the table. The epiphany from his previous life was in his mind. They turned into fragments of images that flashed past. He suddenly had an epiphany. The current him should be in a very special state. To a certain extent, after comprehending the previous 5 lives, he could be said to have completed a return to his soul. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was undying and indestructible. Death wasn't his final destination. He would still exist in the next life. It was just that everything around him had changed roles. The entire world was like a paradise where building blocks were piled up. Every life was just building blocks that collapsed, using the same blocks, placing them in different places, and piling them up in different shapes. Even if his cultivation was not the highest in this world, as long as he chose not to be affected by any karma, no one would be able to kill him. However, the price he had to pay was to be indifferent to everything. He had to watch the world rise and fall, and watch the starry sky darken. He had to watch the world change. He had to watch the end of this life silently. He had to watch all living things disappear. He was like a god who stood high above everyone else. This was a path and also a choice of life. As the knocking sounds reverberated, they appeared in Wang Bail's consciousness, allowing him to understand something. This path, is it suitable for me? Wang Bail closed his eyes. At that moment, what looked at Wang Bail like everyone else around him were the projections on the island on the volcano, as well as the exalted heavenly Dharma. The 89 heavenly Dharma lords had strange looks in their eyes at that moment. Their bodies had blurred for a moment just now. However, everything had happened too quickly, so no one had noticed it. However, the heavenly Dharma lord had noticed it. He narrowed his eyes, and confusion flashed in the depths of his eyes. He took a careful look at Wang Bail. His lips didn't move, but a thought lingered in Wang Bail's mind. Do you know that it's not too much to call yourself a god after you've returned? You're completely different from before. I know. A god whose soul is indestructible and has been reincarnated time and time again. Wang Bail opened his eyes and replied calmly. Since you know, and you know part of the answer, why are you still affected by karma? Aren't you the best and most appropriate choice to stay in this indifferent world like me and not be affected by karma and watch the world change? Isn't it the best choice to wait 68 years for this life to restart? Wang Bail fell silent when he heard that. No one would understand what he meant if he said that to anyone else in this place. Only he would understand what he was saying. However, he was unwilling to accept it. It was just like how in his previous 6, 7, 8, and 9 lives, others had tried to rush out of the world and see what the outside world was like. He didn't want to live in the same area for the rest of his life. His previous life had passed, and he couldn't make a decision. However, in this life, he could make a decision, even though he had a premonition that if he didn't choose the path of indifference and return from godhood to the mortal world, he would have to pay a huge price if he chose to go in another direction. Old ape, you've lived for so many years. Are you trying to prove that you truly exist? Or did you exist before? Wang Bail looked at Master Heavenly Dharma and sent out a telepathic thought as well. The exalted Heavenly Dharma was silent. After a long while, he spoke hoarsely. Do you know that this life is slightly different from the previous 89 lives? I have a premonition that if you die in this life, it will be real. You will be reduced to ashes and cease to exist. If you are not affected by karma, you will still have an afterlife. Compared to being watched silently, I want to be able to exist without any regrets. After a moment of silence, Wang Bail sent out a determined thought. I don't understand. Just like I don't understand why you crashed into the starry sky in your previous life, you affected Little Tiger and Little Fox. They chose to leave just like you, but I won't stop you. The exalted heavenly Dharma Lord sighed softly. Thank you. Wang Bail nodded, and the exalted heavenly Dharma Lord averted his gaze. Other than responding to the exalted heavenly Dharma Lord, Wang Bail didn't care about anything else around him. At that moment, he picked up his wine cup with a calm expression on his face, placed it by his mouth, and drank. Then he spoke to Su Yinling, who was paying her respects to him. You may leave. His words were light and airy. However, Wang Bao's words, coupled with his previous supernatural powers and Xu Yinling's respectful expression after hearing those words, immediately made Wang Bao feel even more mysterious. The feeling grew stronger. He sat there. His cultivation was nothing compared to the other projections, and he wasn't even a star. However, in everyone's eyes, it seemed as if he should be sitting there. The feeling was strange. It also caused an inexplicable sense of awe and respect to rise in the hearts of the people around him. This wasn't something that Wang Bao had done on purpose. After experiencing the epiphany he had experienced in his previous 10 lifetimes, he had indeed experienced many changes in his body. The changes were partly due to the increase in his cultivation, but it was mostly due to the differences in his understanding. Regardless of whether it was the divine race's violent battle in the starry skies, the zombies' lifelong epiphany when they looked up at the sky, or the resentful soldiers' unbridled arrogance, all of these had caused a change in his disposition. This was especially true in the life of the little white deer. The impact of jumping out of the world and seeing the coffin had had an even greater impact on him. However, the impact of all of this was far less than what he had seen and experienced in the hands of the ancient remnant soul, Sunda. There was also Wang Bao's choice after his conversation with the exalted heavenly Dharma Lord. He was a false god who didn't reincarnate into the world. He only wanted to be a wonderful person in this world. The reason why he had killed the black-robed man and saved Su Yinling was just a side effect. Wang Bao's real goal was to find Ziyu, or perhaps, let Ziyu come find him. I don't believe it. In the previous 9th life, when Su Yinling had turned into a small fish, Ziyu had crushed him to death in the end. The fact that I didn't hear the answer was an unintentional act. Therefore, the only clue regarding the blood-colored centipede now might be Ziyu. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. In his previous life, the thing that made him the most wary was the blood-colored centipede from the beginning to the end. The thing that the centipede represented might be an object, but it was more likely to be a person. Wang Bao had no clues, and the little missy in the mask had remained silent the entire time. That was why he wanted to understand the blood-colored centipede. Wang Bao felt that Ziyu might be a breakthrough. As for Ziyu's cultivation, as well as the danger that might be brought about by the means that she might display, Wang Bao could guess a little. Although there was danger, if he missed this opportunity, Wang Bao didn't know when he would be able to truly find Ziyu. Compared to the uncontrollable future, at the very least, the connections, cultivation, and background that he had now could weaken the danger to the greatest extent. Therefore, in Wang Bao's view, this was the best opportunity. Ziyu, will you appear? Wang Bao muttered to himself. Then he lowered his head to look at his chest. There, under his clothes, was the fragment of the mask. What do you think? Damn fatty, don't call me E. Are we that close? Little Missy's long-awaited voice rang out in Wang Bao's mind. Wang Bao laughed happily when he heard the voice. The appearance of the voice made him suddenly feel that the world was very exciting and seemed to have become real. All right. How about I call you little sweetie? Shameless. Wang Yi, who was in the mask, snorted and didn't say another word. However, her snort made Wang Bao feel much happier. When he raised his head, he looked at exalted heavenly Dharma. Exalted heavenly Dharma was also looking at him with a deep look in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and retracted their gazes. The birthday banquet continued. Whether it was the heavenly sounds of immortality or the sounds of people paying their respects to the birthday, they continued to reverberate on the fated star. There was also the speech that exalted heavenly Dharma gave when the moon rose. He was talking about the laws of fate. Everyone was listening. All the projections on the island were listening. Only Wang Bao didn't listen. Little Missy, who had been silent for a few hours, suddenly spoke again. This time her voice was low and serious. Fatty, have you really thought it through? I have, Wang Bao replied. You didn't even ask what I was asking, and you just said that you had? You're not being sincere. My ties are too deep, and I have too many distracting thoughts. That's why I can't be a god who is indifferent to the world. Wang Bao smiled brightly and persistently. His eyes also became extremely clear, like a white deer. Why? For myself and for you? Wang Bail blinked and said softly. Little Missy was silent. After a long while, a soft voice that Wang Bail could barely hear was heard. Thank you. Wang Bail didn't say another word. Unknowingly, the heavenly Dharma Lord's lecture on fate had ended. As the sun appeared in the sky and the night passed, the birthday banquet reached its final stage. I invite you, my friends, to study the Heavenly Fate book and watch your afterimages in the future. The old slave beside the Heavenly Dharma Lord walked out at that moment. After consulting the Heavenly Dharma Lord, he looked at Wang Bail and the others. However, when his gaze swept past Wang Bail, he moved his gaze away unknowingly. The little friends that he mentioned clearly didn't include Wang Bail. As the attendant beside the exalted Heavenly Dharma Lord, he idolized the exalted Heavenly Dharma Lord to the extreme. It was also because of this. He could clearly feel the difference in the way the exalted Heavenly Dharma Lord treated Wang Bail. It was as if their status was no longer one of superiority, but of equality. It was precisely this equality that caused the old slave's heart to tremble. Instinctively, he didn't dare to call him a young friend. As soon as the words left his mouth, excitement appeared on the faces of the Jijia Divine Emperor's disciple and the Tao child of the 9 prefectures. It was the same for Xianxia and Xianxia. Although they had gained a lot of enlightenment from their previous lives, compared to being able to see the afterimages of the future, the latter was clearly more important. After all, the past could not be changed, but the future could be grasped in their hands. Xianxia and Xianxia did the same. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at the exalted heavenly Dharma. Only Wang Bail remained calm and unperturbed. He had long known the origins of the Book of Heavenly Dharma and understood the so-called afterimages of the future. He was merely using the records of the fates of all living beings in this life to deduce the changes in the future in some way. There was a real side to reality, and there was a reason why it wasn't real. However, most people didn't have the right to change the trajectory of their fates, so the afterimages of the future they saw became real. The difference in understanding made Wang Bail calm down. He looked at the other 4 people's excitement and smiled without saying a word. Soon, the disciple of the Jijia Divine Emperor was the first to stand up after being invited by the Heavenly Dharma Lord. He dashed towards the Heavenly Dharma Lord. He approached in an instant. As the Heavenly Dharma Lord smiled, the disciple of the Jijia Divine Emperor bowed excitedly. Then he took a deep breath. As the Heavenly Dharma Lord waved his hand, an ancient aura appeared. The supreme power of the Book of Destiny appeared before him. The Divine Emperor disciple raised his hand and pressed it against the Book of Destiny. The moment he placed it down, the body of the Kijia Divine Emperor disciple trembled violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The entire process only lasted for 3 breaths. He couldn't hold on any longer and retreated abruptly. He retreated more than 100 feet, but his body was still trembling. There was still fear in his eyes. He turned around quickly and looked at Wang Bail. You? When the disciple of the Divine Emperor Jijia looked at Wang Bail, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. This scene immediately caused an uproar in the surroundings. It also made Wang Bail, who didn't have much anticipation and interest, look at him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. However, what made Wang Bail feel regretful was that the disciple of the Divine Emperor Jijia didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he continued to take in deep breaths. He cupped his fists at the Heavenly Dharma Lord and took out a golden piece of paper without hesitation. He tore it apart in an instant. His body was instantly enveloped by the mist that emanated from the torn piece of paper, and he disappeared. This shocked the people around him even more, and the commotion grew even louder. What's going on? He just teleported away? Why is he looking at Wang Bail with fear in his eyes? Silence! The commotion was quickly suppressed by Reverend Heavenly Dharma's old slave. However, even though the crowd no longer lost their voices, their eyes were now focused on Wang Bail. Wang Bail furrowed his brows slightly. He had a feeling that something was amiss. Everything seemed to be related to the fact that the Jijia Divine Emperor had seen something about him in the afterimage of the future. However, there was another possibility. Could this fellow be doing this on purpose? Is he trying to trick me? Wang Baol thought to himself. The Tao child of the 9 prefectures took a deep breath and flew to the Book of Destiny. After paying his respects to the heavenly Dharma Lord, he raised his hand and placed it on the Book of Destiny. He took about 3 breaths, just like the divine emperor disciple. Then his body trembled as he retreated. His face was pale and devoid of any color. He stared at Wang Baol. This time, without waiting for him to speak, Wang Baol's voice rang out in all directions. What did you see? The Tao child of the 9 prefectures was silent for a few breaths before he spoke hoarsely. I saw myself die at your hands. With that, he turned around and flew out of the island without even turning his head. He flew straight into the sky. The crowd was once again shocked. They looked at Wang Baol with a strange look in their eyes. Wang Baol frowned and didn't say anything. Xianxia, who was standing beside him, had already stood up. He walked to the Book of Destiny and pressed it. His time was 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, he calmly raised his hand and looked at the sky, deep in thought. Then, he touched the demon blade behind him and glanced at Wang Baol from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. In the end, he cupped his fists and bowed to the heavenly Dharma Lord and Wang Baol, then turned and left. At that moment, Wang Baol was truly surprised. He couldn't believe the actions of the divine emperor disciple and the Tao child of the 9 prefectures. But Xianxia clearly didn't need to act like that. Wang Baol thought to himself as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was curious as well. He nodded at Wang Baol, stood up, and walked over. He pressed his palm on the heavenly fate book. He didn't have as much time as Xianxia, and he retreated in just 2 breaths. A strange glint appeared in his eyes, as everyone stared intently at him. He looked at Wang Baol and sent out a telepathic thought. Martial Uncle Baol, something's not right. I don't know how to describe the afterimage that I saw. It doesn't seem like an afterimage, but a form of recognition. One day in the future you don't seem like you anymore. Interesting. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. There was a flash of brilliance in them. He stood up abruptly and walked towards the heavenly fate book. As he neared the heavenly fate book, Wang Baol didn't immediately raise his hand to press it. Instead, he looked at exalted heavenly Dharma before him, cupped his fists, and bowed. When he raised his head, he spoke seriously. Exalted, what did they see? I don't know either. Exalted heavenly Dharma shook his head. He wasn't lying. He didn't know everyone's future. Is that so? Wang Baol thought for a moment, and the light in his eyes grew stronger. He raised his right hand suddenly and pressed it down on the heavenly fate book. However, the instant he pressed down, the blurry shadow of the black wooden board appeared on his right hand. It disappeared in a flash. Bam! The Book of Destiny trembled for the first time in its history. It seemed like it couldn't take it anymore, and waves of ripples spread out. With Wang Baol as the center, the ripples spread out in all directions and towards the entire heavenly fated star. The afterimage of the future appeared in Wang Baol's eyes at that moment. The sky was clear, and the sun shone on the land. It fell on the mountain peaks, the mountain ranges, and the sea. The entire world was vast and boundless. One couldn't see the end of it no matter how high one stood. It was as if the size of the world was infinite according to one's understanding. If one thought that the world was small, then it might really be small. However, if one thought that the world was huge, then there was no limit to how big it could be. This place is very strange. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He realized that he was no longer on the crater island of the fated star. There was no longer the fated book in front of him. Instead, he was standing at the peak of a mountain that reached into the clouds. It was as if it wanted to compete with the heavens for height. Clouds swirled around him, and a whimpering wind filled the air. The mountain peak beneath his feet was covered in snow due to the difference in temperature from the mountainside. However, the snow wasn't white, but blue. The blue snow, the violent winds, the boundless sea of clouds, and the endless land that Wang Baol couldn't see the end of as he looked through the sea of clouds. This was what Wang Baol saw. If his consciousness hadn't been clear, Wang Baol would have thought that he was once again immersed in the epiphany of his previous life. However, it was precisely because his consciousness was clear that he found the afterimage of the future more interesting. That was because everything around him, be it his gaze, his body's perception, or the approval of his soul, were all sending him a message. All of these were real. The wind was real, the snow was real, the sea of clouds and the land were real. The entire world, to Wang Baol's senses, did not have any signs of life. It was as if this was a lifeless planet. This was also true. Wang Baol raised his eyebrows slightly and swept his gaze across the sea of clouds. After about 7 to 8 breaths had passed, his expression suddenly changed as he looked to his right. The instant he looked over, he saw 2 figures appear in the sky to his right. One of them was the exalted heavenly Dharma, and the other was Wang Baol himself. It's been 68 years. Exalted heavenly Dharma, who was in the sea of clouds, murmured. Wang Baol heard what he said. In his eyes, his other self, who was standing beside exalted heavenly Dharma, also heard what he said. Is it time? This was what the other Wang Baol had said in a hoarse voice after a moment of silence. If someone else was there, they might not have been able to understand the meaning behind his words. However, the person who understood him the most was usually himself. That was why Wang Baol was able to detect some other meaning behind the other Wang Baol's words. It was regret and confusion. However, before Wang Baol could carefully observe and savor it, a ray of light appeared in the sky, or more accurately, in the starry skies of the universe. A ray of colorful light seemed to be able to melt everything. It covered the entire Weiyang Dao domain and the heavenly fated star. Wang Baol didn't know what happened next. The moment he saw the ray of light, everything before his eyes disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he heard the sounds of breathing coming from all around him. He felt countless pairs of eyes converging on him. He also saw the heavenly fated book, which was emitting waves of repulsive force, as well as the heavenly fated book, which was looking at him. How long has it been? Wang Baol asked with a frown. 9 breaths. The heavenly fate master answered calmly. Wang Baol's frown deepened. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. He noticed the hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the 39 giant beasts outside the island. They were all extremely curious. He also saw Xianxia staring at him intently. It was as if he wanted to know what he had seen. However, Wang Baol couldn't describe the afterimage of the future that he had seen. The scene was simple, but it didn't seem simple. After some thought, he realized that he had seen too little. Wang Baol lowered his head. His gaze landed on the Book of Heavenly Fate. He could feel the intense repulsion emanating from the book. It seemed to be using all its strength. It tried to push away Wang Baol's hand that had landed on its body. It had indeed done so. As it trembled violently, the repulsive force grew stronger and stronger, eventually causing Wang Baol's hand to slowly lift a few inches. The old slave of the exalted heavenly Dharma master watched the scene and was about to end the viewing of the afterimage of the future. However, at that moment Wang Baol suddenly spoke. That doesn't count. I didn't see it clearly. Let's try again. As soon as he spoke, his right hand descended once more. The Book of Heavenly Fate trembled, showing a strong struggle and resistance. It seemed unwilling to let Wang Baol touch it again. The old slave of the exalted master hesitated as well. He wanted to stop Wang Baol, but seeing that the exalted master had closed his eyes and remained silent, he pretended that he hadn't seen anything. However, there were still people around who could see clearly. They saw the struggle of the Book of Destiny and saw its repulsion. They were all surprised, and what happened next made them look strange. It became strange. That was because, when Wang Baol sensed the struggle of the Book of Destiny, the shadow of the black wooden board in his right hand instantly materialized. A powerful force seemed to be able to break through everything, crushing all the resistance of the Book of Destiny in an instant. It was very violent, and it fell straight down. Bam! Wang Baol's hand landed on the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny trembled a few times. It seemed extremely unwilling, but there was nothing it could do but spread out its ripples once again. spreading across the entire fated star. Hence, the world before Wang Bao's eyes changed once again, and this time it was different from before. What Wang Bao saw was not a single scene but a series of scenes. It was as if the book of heavenly fate was not hiding anything, but releasing everything in one go. It was as if it could speak, it would definitely tell Wang Bao that he could see whatever he wanted to see, and that he should leave after he finished. Hence, Wang Bao saw himself. In the scene, after the heavenly Dharma Lord's birthday banquet ended, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he stayed on the heavenly fate star and watched the sun and moon change, the stars change, and the world change. He saw the death of the blazing flame ancestor, the destruction of the Earth Federation, the arrival of the Dark Sect, his senior brother Chan Qingzi's battle, and the divine emperor of the Weiyang clan. Countless lives died one after another in the next 68 years, and they were born one after another. It was the same for the stars and civilizations. During this process, many people came to the heavenly fate star and paid their respects to the heavenly Dharma Lord. They also saw themselves. For example, before the blazing flame ancestor died, Li Wana begged him to kneel down. Zhao Yaming, and his familiar face, they had all requested to meet Wang Baol one after another. Wang Baol, who had been immersed in his transcendence, did not show any emotion towards this. 68 years later, a colorful light appeared in the starry sky. It melted everything and devoured everything. Wang Baol saw himself and the exalted heavenly Dharma Master appear above the sea of clouds in the sky, staring at the starry sky. It's been 68 years. Is the time almost up? It's the beginning and the end. Then, I'll see you in the next life. I'll see you in the next life. Above the sea of clouds, the figure of the exalted heavenly Dharma Master and the other version of himself that Wang Baol saw cupped their fists and bowed. Their bodies gradually turned into nothingness. Together with the colorful light that appeared, they merged into nothingness. The scene disappeared. Wang Baol's body trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. At the same time that he opened his eyes, in the universe of the never-ending Dao domain, in the left Dao sacred zone, in the first sect's 9 prefectures Dao, in the vast mountain gate that covered more than 100,000 civilized galaxies, in a galaxy called Tianshui, a giant-like figure sat cross-legged. The size of the figure was like that of a star. Upon closer inspection, one could tell that this person seemed to be the star in this galaxy. His entire body emitted endless light and heat, terrifying to the extreme. In terms of strength, he far surpassed the Dao protectors around Wang Baol. It was as if both parties were stars, but one was like a torch, and the other was the real Haoyang. He was the second Dao child of the Dao of the 9 prefectures. He had used a forbidden technique to fuse a large number of stars into his body. His cultivation was at the late stage of the star realm, and his combat prowess was monstrous. At that moment, the second Dao child, who was meditating in the starry sky with his eyes closed, silently appeared in the void in front of him. The shadow of a purple crescent moon appeared out of thin air, eventually transforming into the illusory figure of a woman. It was blurry. It still gave off an extremely beautiful feeling. Chong Yitzi, back when I taught you the secret technique, you said that you could unconditionally promise me something. Now, I need you to help me kill someone. The gigantic figure slowly opened his eyes. His 2 eyes were like 2 stars. A blazing light erupted in the starry skies, causing the entire galaxy to turn scarlet red. As it trembled, the figure spoke calmly. A calm voice came from the ancient well. Who are you going to kill? This person's name is Wang Baol. Although his cultivation is on a planet, he has the battle prowess of a star. The beautiful figure that was formed from the purple moon in the void laughed softly and spoke softly, as if she did not care about the pressure that the gigantic figure before her exuded. She didn't care at all. Where is he? The giant figure sat cross-legged in the starry sky. His expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest ripple of emotion on his face. He stared at the beautiful woman before him for a long while before he spoke calmly. It's not convenient for me to attack him now that he's on the fated star. You can kill him after he leaves. Remember, everything must be done quickly. His master is the blazing flame ancestor. The originally calm second Dao child of the 9 prefectures. Dao frowned slightly when he heard the name Blazing Flame. I can use magic to interfere with karma, so that Blazing Flame won't be able to sense it, the beautiful woman said with a smile. But Chong Koix clearly trusted the woman very much. After a moment of thought, he nodded and said nothing else. Don't underestimate this person. Go all out. The beautiful woman looked deeply at Chong Koix, then slowly disappeared. After she left, Chong Koix sat cross-legged in the starry sky, and a bright light shone in the depths of his eyes. Don't underestimate him. It's just a planet. Don't tell me you want me to come personally? There's no need. I can instantly kill all early-stage stars with just 10% of my battle prowess. This time, I'll use 30% of my battle prowess to form a clone. Chong Job raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. Immediately, cracking sounds rang out from his palm. In an instant, his entire right arm detached from his body and flew far away, squirming. He transformed into a refined-looking middle-aged man with a cold expression. He turned around and left, heading straight for the fated star. At the same time, on the island above the crater in the fated star, Wang Baol, who had his hand on the fated book, opened his eyes. He didn't pay attention to the repulsive force that was erupting from the fated book. There was a deep look in his eyes. He continued to frown. How was it? Reverend Heavenly Dharma asked calmly. I didn't see it clearly. I have to do it again. Wang Baol raised his head and said seriously. Reverend Heavenly Dharma was silent. The faces of the old slaves beside him twitched involuntarily. The surrounding onlookers also had strange expressions on their faces when they heard those words. The one who reacted the most wasn't them, it was the Book of Heavenly Fate. The book had been trying its best to repel Wang Baol, wanting him to move his hand away. However, it clearly had a spirit. When it heard that Wang Baol was going to do it again, it seemed to have gone mad. A loud boom rang out from within the book. It sounded like an angry roar filled with dissatisfaction and threat. A large amount of light spread out from the book, as if it could form sharp blades that were about to attack Wang Baol. It was displeased. It was unwilling. As the roar and light spread out, something seemed to be emanating from the Heavenly Fate book. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed to have become infinitely large. It was so large that Wang Baol was right in front of it. It was as if it had become an ant that was about to be suppressed by it. Even the 39 giant beasts around it were affected by it. They roared, their eyes filled with hostility. Everyone was in an uproar, and they cried out in surprise. This Wang Baol is too arrogant. The Exalted One is merciful, but he shouldn't have provoked the supreme treasure, the Book of Destiny. In the past, when we were in front of the Book of Destiny, which one of us wasn't respectful? This Wang Baol is so rude. He's insatiable. It's one thing to see it once, but the Book of Destiny is willing to let him see it a second time. He should have knelt down to express his gratitude, but he still wants to see it a third time. The envious voices of the crowd rang out. However, the voices didn't last long. Just as they reverberated in the air, the sudden turn of events that occurred between Wang Baol and the Book of Destiny made those who spoke out of jealousy. They took a deep breath, their faces filled with shock. That was because, the moment the Book of Destiny exploded and tried to suppress Wang Baol's expression remained the same. It was as if he hadn't seen the explosion of the Book of Destiny. He raised his right hand a few inches, and once again, with a thud, it fell. As it fell, the Book of Destiny, which seemed to be in a state of rage just a moment ago, was like an extremely wronged little wife. Despite countless struggles, it was still forcefully pressed down, unable to resist at all. It was as if Wang Baol's hand was filled with immense power, pressing down on it so that it couldn't struggle. However, what it could do was not cooperate. Therefore, even though Wang Baol's hand pressed down on the Book of Destiny, the ripples did not appear. If the Book of Destiny could transform into a human form, it would definitely glare at Wang Baol stubbornly. It would say things like, "Even if I die, I won't cooperate with you." Wang Baol's expression remained the same. He only released a little of the aura of the resentful weapon from his previous life. Even if it was just a little, the earth-shattering murderous aura was extremely powerful. Even though no one could sense it and Wang Baol kept it as soon as he released it. However, the Book of Destiny was still shocked. As it trembled, it didn't hesitate at all. In fact, it seemed like it was trying to curry favor with the Book of Destiny. Ripples spread out rapidly, and in an instant, the ripples spread across the entire Destiny planet. Venerable Heavenly Dharma Lord saw this scene. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. He only looked at the Book of Destiny with sympathy. As the ripples spread, the world before Wang Baol's eyes changed once again. The scene was no longer that of the boundless land. It was a blur. Nothing before his eyes could be seen clearly. This made Wang Baol frown again. However, just as he was feeling displeased, a weak consciousness came from all around and reverberated in Wang Baol's mind. It wasn't words, but a consciousness, filled with a strong sense of grievance, telling Wang Baol that it wasn't that it didn't try its best, but that the changes in the future were all based on what had happened in the past. The images left behind on the faded star were clear. It was because everything was traceable. The current blurriness meant that Wang Baol had chosen a different path. That meant that it would be difficult for the faded book to be fully deduced. Work hard, Wang Baol said slowly. The consciousness felt even more wronged. The surroundings became even more blurry. After a long while, it finally became slightly clearer. It transformed into the starry sky. In the starry sky, Wang Baol saw battleships speeding forward, and his other self. He was currently in one of the battleships talking to Xianxia. At that moment, ripples reverberated in the starry sky in front of the battleship. An indistinct figure walked out from within. When the figure appeared, he immediately attacked the battleship. Amidst the loud booms, the scene became blurry once again. Wang Baol watched the scene. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Watch it again. He felt wronged and had the urge to curse. However, he still obediently tried his best to replay the scene from before in front of Wang Baol. This time, Wang Baol's eyes were glued to it. The moment the invisible figure appeared, he suddenly spoke. Stop! The screen froze. Zoom in. The screen zoomed in, causing the figure that had emerged from thin air to constantly change before Wang Baol's eyes. He finally saw that behind the figure, there was a purple thread connected to it. The purple thread extended deep into the void, seemingly without an end. Staring at the purple thread, Wang Baol spoke slowly. Follow this thread and continue deducing. The surroundings were quiet, and the image did not move. The sense of grievance seemed to have disappeared. An anger that seemed to be brewing seemed to be gathering in all directions. Seeing that it was about to explode, Wang Baol calmly released the murderous aura of his resentful weapon. It dispersed, then retracted. In the next moment, the anger disappeared, and the scene moved. According to Wang Baol's previous instructions, the scene followed the purple thread and continued to move toward the void, as if it was tracing back. Wang Baol was very satisfied. He felt that he had finally found the correct way to use the Book of Destiny. As the scene continued to move forward, Wang Baol stared intently at it. In his eyes, the scene was like a camera lens, speeding through the starry skies. Through the camera lens, he could see countless stars flashing past, countless galaxies flashing past, and countless shadows of all living beings. It was as if they were watching the history of the Weiyang Dao domain. However, the scene was moving too quickly, so all of this happened in a flash. After waiting for a long time, suddenly, the scene changed. It no longer moved forward at a rapid speed. Instead, it stopped in the middle of a gray starry sky. There were no stars in the gray starry sky. There didn't seem to be any civilization. There were only ancient ruins. Those ruins didn't really exist. They were sometimes illusory, giving off a strange feeling. What was even stranger was that there were many different styles in these ruins. If Wang Baol hadn't experienced his previous life's epiphany, his first thought after seeing these different styles of ruins would have been that the universe was so vast. There were so many races, and there were countless civilizations. Naturally, the styles here were different, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about them. However, after experiencing his epiphany in his previous life, Wang Bao's eyes narrowed as he looked at the ruins. He could clearly see a few of them. They were the architectural styles that he had seen in his previous life's epiphany. As such, the gray starry sky was extraordinary. Wang Bao looked at the area carefully. He could also see the purple threads. They were deep into the core of the area, but they were too far away for him to see clearly. "Go in," Wang Bao said calmly. As he spoke, the image followed his orders and pushed forward. However, as soon as it entered the edge of the area, it was immediately blocked. It was impossible to enter. Wang Bao gasped in surprise. He thought for a moment and asked, "What is this place? What is this place?" The consciousness that was filled with endless grievances entered Wang Bao's mind weakly. Erase. Wang Bao was stunned. The consciousness of the Book of Heavenly Fate had told him exactly what it meant. Perhaps the other party didn't know how to address it, so based on instinct, he gave an explanation that was in line with what the Book of Heavenly Fate knew. Wang Bao pondered for a moment and came to an understanding. To a book, the so-called erase was to erase the words and images written on it due to some errors. It seemed like Wang Bao suddenly understood something, but it still surprised him. He hadn't expected such a region to exist in the starry sky. It was obvious that Ziyu was hiding here. After pondering for a moment, Wang Bao suddenly spoke. "Slowly circle around the periphery of this area." This time it went relatively smoothly. The image moved instantly, circling around the area and moving slowly. Wang Bao was able to roughly determine the size of the area, but the entire process didn't last long. When it was about half a circle, the screen stopped moving again, as if it had been blocked again. Blocked again. Wang Bao felt that this place was even stranger. This time, what blocked the screen's movement wasn't the gray area, but the seemingly empty starry sky. Continue to circle from the other direction. Wang Bao stared at the starry sky and spoke again. The screen retreated and continued to advance from the other side. However, very soon, it was blocked by the empty starry sky again. The two blocking points seemed to be on the same horizontal plane. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that turned into a huge wall that blocked everything. There was a spot in the gray starry sky that was connected to the wall. Therefore, the camera was unable to completely circle it. The invisible wall made Wang Bao think of the void that he had shattered in the life of the little white deer. He narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he stared deeply at the gray area. "Let's go back." As soon as he said that, a sense of grievance filled his mind, and excitement appeared. The image retreated instantly. The speed was so much faster than it had been before, and the entire process only lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. The image returned to its original point and disappeared. The world in front of Wang Bao was no longer an image, but on the faded star. As everything returned to his eyes, the faded book under his palm suddenly erupted with an even stronger repulsive force. This force was much stronger than before, as if it had been accumulating all along. After the sudden burst of force, Wang Bao's hand was flung up by more than a foot, completely leaving the faded book. After Wang Bao's hand was flung up, the faded book seemed to emit a joyful and excited sound. In that instant, it became blurry, as if it was fleeing. It disappeared immediately, and a whistling sound could be heard. The whistling sound was very similar to the sound of the wind, but it wasn't. When it fell into the ears of the crowd, everyone had the same feeling. That was, the Book of Destiny was cursing. The whistling sound was cursing. As for who it was cursing, it went without saying. The people who were watching fell silent. This was the same for the old slave beside exalted heavenly Dharma. It was the first time he had seen such a human-like side of the Book of Destiny. What kind of torture did he have to go through to escape at the first opportunity? However, very quickly, the expressions of the people around them became strange again. Most of them even showed sympathy. That was because the moment the Book of Destiny faded away, Wang Bao's hand, which had been bounced off, fell down again. The spot where it had landed was empty. There was nothing there. However, the moment it landed, the Book of Destiny, which had already escaped, automatically appeared there, causing Wang Bao's hand to. Naturally, it landed on its body. The Heavenly Fate book was stunned. The entire book froze for a few seconds before it began to tremble violently. As it trembled, wails reverberated in the air. Everyone around them was at a loss for words to describe their thoughts. The exalted old slave wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. In the end, he sighed. As for the exalted heavenly Dharma, his face twitched as he looked at Wang Bao helplessly. Wang Bao's expression was the same as ever, as if he didn't see the sympathy in the crowd's eyes. His eyes were filled with deep thought as he recalled the route to the gray starry skies. Finally, his eyes flashed as he looked at the exalted heavenly Dharma and spoke sincerely. I still haven't seen it clearly. I want to do it again. As soon as he said that, the crowd couldn't hold it in any longer, and clamor erupted instantly. You want to do it again? I've seen bullies, but I've never seen bullies. Look, the Book of Destiny is such a sacred existence. It's been bullied to such an extent. It's an oddity, a miracle. I've never thought that watching the afterimages of the future could be like this. Amidst the uproar, the wailing of the Book of Destiny under Wang Bao's control seemed to grow stronger. It seemed to feel extremely wronged, as if it believed that it had dignity and that it could never compromise time and time again. Therefore, at that moment, it exploded with a determined aura. It was as if it would rather break jade than be destroyed. Wang Bao could also feel the aura of the Book of Destiny, so he called out to it in his heart. This book is disobedient. Why don't you tear it up? I'll change it for you. From the broken mask in Wang Bao's arms, little Missy's snort could be heard after a while. The moment the snort was heard, the Book of Destiny fell silent. In the next moment, just as the heavenly Dharma Lord was about to speak up to persuade it, the book suddenly lifted itself from Wang Bao's hands and touched his palm in a very friendly manner. There was a loud thud. As if it did not think that it was enough to prove that it was obedient, the book actually took the initiative to touch Wang Bao up and down a few times. There was a series of loud thuds, and there were even a few scraping sounds. It wasn't until the unprecedentedly vast ripples. In an instant, they reverberated throughout the fated star and the entire fated star system. Venerable Heavenly Dharma Master shut his mouth. Venerable Master's eyeballs were about to fall out. Everyone around him was dumbfounded. Where's your dignity? Oh my God! I must have seen wrongly. Wang Bao, you've destroyed the sanctity of the Book of Destiny in my heart. Why do I feel that? The style of this scene is a little strange, and it makes me think of something else. Li Wanner had a strange expression on her face. She couldn't help but glare at Wang Bao from afar. During the birthday banquet hosted by the exalted heavenly Dharma Lord, all the cultivators who visited, including Li Wanner, felt that they were new to the world. The source of all of this was Wang Bao. As for the time node, it was after the enlightenment trials in his previous life. Regardless of whether it was Wang Bao who had injured the Divine Emperor's disciple, forcing the 9 prefectures Tao child to make amends to himself, or the fact that he was sitting in the projection of the many mighty figures behind him, nothing seemed out of place at all. It was as if this was how it was supposed to be, or if it was something that would cause the black-robed man to break down with a light pat. There were also the changes in the expressions of the others after they saw the afterimage of the future, as well as Wang Bao's unprecedented way of looking at the future, as well as how the Book of Destiny had appeared to be so attentive. All of this made everyone imprinted the birthday banquet in their souls. It was the same for the old slave of the exalted heavenly Dharma Master. The attentiveness and fawning of the Book of Destiny caused him to be in a daze. He felt that the reverence he had shown the Book of Destiny all these years was a little too much. I didn't expect you to be such a Book of Destiny. The old slave couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As the ripples spread, the world before Wang Bao's eyes changed once again. Perhaps it was because of the difference between being passive and being proactive, but Wang Bao didn't need to give any instructions this time. Even though the scene at the beginning was still blurry, the blurriness was changing rapidly. It was as if the Book of Destiny was crazily deducing, very quickly, A series of future scenes appeared before Wang Baol's eyes. Every scene was extremely exquisite and detailed. Even the hair on his face was very clear. There was no need to mention the background. It had reached an extreme level. He was even more worried that Wang Baol wouldn't be able to understand it. The Book of Destiny was still in the image. Words appeared on the heads of every person who appeared, explaining the person's name, origin, cultivation, and dermic treasures. These weren't the things that shocked Wang Baol the most. What shocked him the most was that the introduction included the person's connections and secrets. After Wang Baol had stared at a person for a long time, he had actually seen the person's life trajectory. This scene made Wang Baol feel incredulous. He couldn't help but think of a special existence within the Federation Earth. Such an existence could move the heavens and earth with its persistence, and its hospitality could melt glaciers. With a strange expression, Wang Baol couldn't help but take a look. However, it was obvious that such a level of inspection would consume a lot of energy from the Heavenly Fate book itself. Therefore, after taking a look, he realized that the image wasn't as exquisite as before. It was a little blurry. Wang Baol stopped to look at the trajectories of others. Instead, he quickly flipped through the afterimages of his future. He saw the rise of the dark sect. He saw endless wars. He saw his cultivation reaching the stars and the galaxy. However, these were all fragments. There was no process or connection between them. The images were illusory. This meant that these fragments were only a possibility, but not the only one. Wang Baol stared at two images for a longer period of time. In the first image, there was his master, the blazing flame ancestor, his senior brother, Chun Qingzi, and himself. In the image, his senior brother, Chun Qingzi, and his master, the blazing flame ancestor, were already injured. However, they charged forward recklessly, trying to save him from danger. The anxiety on their faces made Wang Baol's heart warm. On the second screen, his senior brother Chun Qingzi handed a black crystal to him solemnly. On the screen, he said something. "Junior brother, I'll leave the dark sect to you." The screen ended. Wang Baol stood there silently. He looked at his surroundings, which had become blurry again. The image of his senior brother Chun Qingzi appeared in his mind. He missed his senior brother a little. Although the afterimage this time was not something that would definitely happen in the future, Wang Baol was already satisfied. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Baol suddenly thought of the changes that the Divine Emperor disciple and the Tao child of the 9 prefectures had made to him after seeing the afterimage. His heart skipped a beat. Let me take a look at the afterimage that the 9th disciple of the Divine Emperor Jijia and the 7th Tao child of the 9 prefectures Tao have seen in the future. If it had been any other time, the Book of Destiny would have rejected Wang Baol's request. But now, as soon as Wang Baol finished speaking, the image that the Divine Emperor Jijia's disciple had seen appeared before his eyes. In the image, the 9th disciple of Divine Emperor Jijia had died in a battle within the Wei Yang clan. It had nothing to do with him, but to be able to see all of this meant that the Divine Emperor's disciple had a chance of resolving the crisis. This fellow is really trying to trick me. He's putting on an act as if he saw how terrifying I will be in the future. He's trying to attract attention so that he can create a large number of enemies for me. Wang Baol laughed coldly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He looked at the image of the 7th Tao child of the 9 prefectures Tao. The image didn't have much to do with him either. The person who had killed the Tao child in the end wasn't him, but his senior brother from the same sect. He's still trying to trick me. Wang Baol flipped his right hand and looked curiously at the afterimages of Xing Jingzi and Xia Haiyang. However, as he looked at them, Wang Baol's expression changed. Xing Jingzi's afterimages in the future had nothing to do with him. Xia Haiyang, on the other hand, didn't have much to do with him either. It was far from what he had said. He didn't seem to be himself. It was understandable that the Divine Emperor disciple and the Tao child of the 9 prefectures had lied to him. However, the possibility of Xing Jingzi lying to him was very small. Xia Haiyang's afterimage made it even less necessary for him to do so. Wang Baol fell silent. There was something strange about this matter. It wasn't easy for him to make a judgment at the moment. After a moment of silence, Wang Baol looked at the blurry surroundings. A palpitating feeling that he didn't have any reason for grew within him. "Let's go," Wang Bail thought for a moment and said slowly. However, at that moment the consciousness of the Book of Destiny suddenly fluctuated. It only had time to send a thought to Wang Bail before it disappeared instantly. It was as if another consciousness had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the Book of Destiny. It had descended. It turned into a faint voice that suddenly reverberated in the blurry afterimage of the future. "There's another scene. This little fellow doesn't have enough spirit gods, so he can't deduce it. Do you want to see it?" As soon as he said that, Wang Bail's hair stood on end. His expression changed, and his breathing quickened. That was because the consciousness from the Book of Destiny had told him that there was a consciousness from the future. It had descended. That wasn't the main point. The main point was, Wang Bail wasn't unfamiliar with the voice. It was the voice of the blood-colored centipede's face that he had seen when he was comprehending his past life. "Who are you?" Wang Bail asked in a low voice after a moment of silence. "Didn't I tell you that I wouldn't say the same thing twice? So, what's your answer?" Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Look!" The moment Wang Bail spoke, the blurriness in the surroundings disappeared, replaced by a starry sky. It was different from what he had seen before. This time he wasn't looking at the image, but he was completely integrated into the starry sky. He was integrated into the image, and he became the person in the image. He stood in the starry sky and looked around him. He saw a hand. It was the hand that had appeared in his memories from his previous life. It was the hand that had killed him as a member of the Xianxia divine clan. The hand materialized from thin air and pressed gently against his forehead. A faint sound reverberated through the starry sky. "What should I call you?" "Black wooden board. This is your destiny. To be possessed by me." Wang Bail's mind was in a whirl. The moment the hand landed, Wang Bail, who had been prepared, had a strong glow in his eyes. He activated the crescent moon technique and time descended. The technique was unique. The hand was also slightly affected. However, it was not reversed, but paused. Just a pause was enough. A zombie phantom appeared in his body and roared at the incoming finger. "Light!" The phantom of a resentful blade appeared and growled as well. Slash! Another phantom of the Xianxia celestial race appeared and pushed against the sky. Rip! The phantom of a proud heaven's pride that had once existed in his previous life growled. Devour! And the little white deer charged out. With its horn that could smash through the world barrier, it slammed into the incoming finger. Crack! Using words to describe all of this was still a little slow. In reality, everything in the scene was just a split second of intersecting. The moment he agreed to watch his different afterimage of the future, Wang Bail had already made his preparations. He naturally knew that the consciousness of the Book of Destiny had been suppressed, and that it came from the future and belonged to the consciousness of the blood-colored centipede. Since it had come, it clearly had a strong motive. If that was the case, there was no difference whether he agreed or not. The only difference was that the other party was too confident, as if he was above everything else and was playing with his own fate. That was the other party's only flaw. If he seized that flaw, he might be able to resolve the matter. If he couldn't resolve it, Wang Bail didn't want to think about the consequences. There wasn't enough time, and his thoughts didn't allow him to worry about failure. The appearance of the broken moon technique had indeed given him a chance at survival. After all, this was the great Tao that had come from Wang Yi's father. After all, this wasn't a divine ability that was limited to this universe. After all, in his previous life, Wang Bail had used the insights of others to leave this world. Therefore, even though his waning moon could not be compared to flowing moon, it was already considered a top-notch divine ability in this universe. Its level was extremely high. Therefore, when it was used at this moment, even though the origin of the hand was mysterious and unfathomable, it was still slightly affected. The instant it was affected, the zombie shadow that appeared on Wang Bail's body roared the word, light. In that instant, his surroundings were covered by a vast sea of light, piercing through the surrounding void. It erased all the blurriness and gathered it all together, making a sudden contact with the incoming finger. It was as if it wanted to wipe out all the darkness it represented within the boundless light. However, the Tao intent contained within the hand had reached a shocking level. Therefore, despite the hard work of the zombie's entire life, even in that life, it had forcefully turned itself into a ray of light, but it was still inferior. At most, it had made the hand a little more transparent. However, that was not the end. After the light, the peerless, resentful weapon that had materialized from Wang Bao's body seemed to have activated all the power in his previous life. It gathered here and slashed down abruptly. The slash caused a strong ripple in the sea of light, tearing it apart. The hand in the sea of light was slashed at the fingertip by the shadow of the resentful weapon. A loud boom rang out. The fingertip trembled slightly, and a crack appeared. Almost at the same time that the crack appeared, the figure of the proud son of heaven that had appeared on Wang Bao's body transformed into an endless black chi. It erupted abruptly. This black chi was the hatred of his previous life. He hated the heavens, hated the earth, hated all living things, hated the universe and the starry skies, hated the limits of all eyes, hated the end of all knowledge. However, within the sea of light, the black chi was filled with hatred. It was like an endless darkness, but it was like light, like dust, like light, like dust. It didn't seem to stand on its own feet as it shot toward the fingertip that had been slashed down by the resentful weapon. It whistled through the air. When it came into contact with the finger, there was no rumbling sound. Instead, all of the black chi shot through the crack on the fingertip and into the hand. Then it exploded madly. The translucent hand instantly began to grow a bit murky. And of course, that wasn't the end of it. The appearance of the Xianxia divine clan caused a roaring sound to fill the air as it suddenly punched out. It was as if it wanted to gather everything it had into the fist. It was filled with doubts about heaven and earth, doubts about the truth of the world, an unspeakable headache, and madness. As the fist descended, combined with the supernatural power of the illusory figures from the previous few lives, the crack on the fingertip of the hand instantly expanded by several times. It covered the entire finger and half of the hand. The moment the crack spread, Wang Bao's little white deer suddenly charged out. It was filled with a sense of confusion that was formed from its obsession with the heavens and earth, as well as a sense of obsession that was formed from a sense of confusion about the world. The white deer used its obsession to smash through the starry skies in its previous life. It faced the finger, and amidst the deer's screeching, it smashed. Head first. A loud boom immediately erupted within the sea of light, the resentment, the hatred, and the divine madness. The white deer's antlers crumbled instantly, and its body shattered as well. However, the hand that was filled with cracks seemed to have reached a certain limit, and it began to break into pieces. Unfortunately, it only broke into pieces, and it didn't collapse. The hand split into 5 fingers and a palm that split into 3. It spread in front of Wang Bao amidst the loud boom, but it didn't disappear. It was as if the centipede had been cut in half and could still struggle. It tried to approach Wang Bao from 8 different directions. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. The moment the hand that had turned into 8 parts rushed towards him, he closed his eyes. A black wooden board appeared outside his body in an instant. As soon as it appeared, it expanded endlessly. In an instant, the black wooden board that could have been held in one hand turned into the size of a person. It was like a coffin. It appeared in the void. It was pitch black in color, and it exuded an ancient aura. Its appearance caused the void to tremble. The fingers and palms that were formed by the approaching hand also trembled at that moment, as if they were hesitating. As they hesitated, Wang Bao merged himself into the black wooden board. With a leap, the coffin-like black wooden board suddenly rose into the air. It was as if an invisible giant had picked up the black wooden board. It fell towards the hand that had been divided into 8 parts. Bam! A crisp sound that caused the entire void to begin to crumble reverberated. The ripples that formed intensified the collapse of the void. One could even see the mirror-like surface of the surroundings shattering one after another. The hand that had been split into 8 parts also shattered along with it. The 3 parts of the hand were instantly shattered. The 4 fingers seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and dissipated immediately. Only the index finger of the hand was still able to hold on despite the cracks spreading out. The tip of the finger was blurry. A face appeared on it. The body of the finger was illusory, and the body of a centipede seemed to appear faintly. It stared at Wang Baol, its eyes shining brightly. The expression on its face was one of surprise and joy. It was as if this failure and collapse was not a bad thing for it, but a good thing instead. Very good. You did not disappoint me. Although what has appeared now is only one of my countless thoughts, to be able to dispel it, you have still given me quite a pleasant surprise. Blackboard, I'm more and more interested in you. What I'm even more curious about is your background. Interesting, very interesting. I'm about to wake up. When I completely wake up, it will be the moment we meet again. And that day is not far away. Amidst the strange laughter, the centipede's finger. It disappeared in a blur. The moment it disappeared, the void was completely torn apart. In the next moment, when Wang Baol opened his eyes, he was standing on the island at the crater of the fated star. In front of him was the exalted heavenly Dharma, as well as the Book of Heavenly Dharma, which was clearly dimming under his palm. The sounds of breathing around him, as well as the shocked gazes from the old exalted slave, did not bother Wang Baol. After a few breaths of silence, he first checked the Book of Heavenly Dharma to confirm the consciousness of the Book of Heavenly Dharma. Now that he had woken up, he raised his head and looked at exalted Heavenly Dharma, who was also looking at him with confusion in his eyes. How long did I spend comprehending this time? Wang Baol asked after a moment of silence. 7 whole days. Exalted Heavenly Dharma replied softly. 7 days. Wang Baol mumbled. What followed was a sense of weakness that came from within his body. It was as if he had completely exhausted himself, making him feel as if he was barely able to stand there. However, his eyes shone brightly. Wang Baol knew very well that this time, he had avoided a crisis. If he failed, the result would be that he would be possessed and appear, the Divine Emperor's disciple and the Tao child of the 9 prefectures, Xing Jingzi, Xia and the other 3 saw the afterimage of the future. It was not him. Everything in the world had a cause and effect. Every gain had a cost. Even though the magnitude of the cost was different, it was still the same. Wang Baol understood this principle. It was just like the time he had been at the Heavenly Dharma Lord's birthday banquet. From the beginning of the trial until now, he had naturally gained a lot. His cultivation had risen from the mid-stage of the planet to the perfected stage. Such a heaven-defying serendipity naturally had to be paid for. Wang Baol had attempted to break out of the world to see the truth of the outside world. There had to be a huge cause and effect. In the end, he had only succeeded halfway. He had seen part of the truth of the outside world, but he had also seen the blood-colored centipede that was lying on the crystal coffin. Perhaps it was the gaze that had caused the cause and effect between them. It had led to the appearance of the hand that had appeared at the end of the life of the infernal god clan in his previous life, and the words that had been spoken. Perhaps all of this was inevitable, but no matter what, in his previous life, due to the appearance and interference of the blood-colored centipede, there had been some unexpected variables. But overall, his gains had been tremendous. Therefore, the price he had to pay had been raised to an astonishing degree. If he wasn't careful, the possibility of him dying was extremely high. It would have been fine if he had only died. However, it was clear that the other party was trying to possess him. That was why the birthday banquet ended after Wang Baol finished watching the afterimages of the future. A large number of cultivators left, but Wang Baol didn't leave. He stayed on the fated star to recuperate. Wang Baol had resolved the crisis during the possession battle within the afterimages of the future, but the price he had to pay was shocking. It was 5 lifetimes worth of injuries. 1 life for the Celestials, 1 life for the zombies, 1 life for the resentful soldiers, 1 life for the hateful cultivators, 1 life for the white deer. These 5 lifetimes worth of injuries were severe. If he didn't fully recover, he would have to leave the heavenly fated star. That would be very disadvantageous for Wang Baol. There was another reason why he wanted to stay. That was the opportunity that his master, the blazing flame ancestor, had given him. He had used the crystals that he had brought with him when he had entered his previous life to increase his life force on a large scale. Wang Baol no longer needed that. However, the words that the blood-colored centipede had said before it had disappeared were still fresh in his mind. My origins. Wang Baol sat cross-legged on a mountain peak on the fated star. After breathing in and out the chi of heaven and earth, he slowly opened his eyes. A profound light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had thought about this question before. When had he appeared in the hands of the ancient remnant soul? Sunda. It was a pity that no matter how he tried to recall, he couldn't find an answer. Then, the face formed by the blood-colored centipede said something similar. It was curious about his origins, which made Wang Baol even more lost in thought. That was why he had chosen to stay. On the one hand, he was treating his injuries. On the other hand, he was planning to, after his injuries had healed, he would ask the exalted heavenly Dharma Lord to carry out an epiphany for him in his previous life. He didn't want the past 10 lifetimes. He wanted to see if he had existed in the previous 79 restarts of the universe. He wanted to see his origins. That was crucial. Only when he knew his origins could he deal with the possession crisis that the blood-colored centipede would face in the future. Wang Baol also admitted that he was already in an intense crisis as the blood-colored centipede stared at him. This crisis made him anxious. He was anxious that his cultivation wasn't high enough. He was anxious that he could solve this problem. After knowing my origins, I found a direction. I need to focus on this direction and constantly improve myself. Only when I reach the peak of my cultivation as soon as possible can I fight against the danger of the blood-colored centipede possessing me. Wang Baol was silent for a moment. He closed his eyes and continued to treat his injuries. Xianxia and the Tao protectors from the raging flame galaxy were also present. However, they couldn't stay on the fated star. They could only wait for Wang Baol on the warship outside the fated star. As for Li Wan, she had planned to wait for Wang Baol as well. However, she chose to leave in the end. Su Yinling did the same. After some hesitation, she left as well. However, Chen Han didn't leave. He followed Xianxia attentively, waiting for Wang Baol in the warship. Time passed day by day. 3 months later, with the help of the spirit chi in the heavenly fated star, and the help of the exalted heavenly Dharma, Wang Baol's injuries were finally healed. As he recovered, his cultivation improved. Then, Wang Baol arrived at the crater where the exalted heavenly Dharma was located. On the empty island, Wang Baol sat before the exalted heavenly Dharma. The old exalted slave stood at the side, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. He would look at Wang Baol from time to time. However, neither Wang Baol nor exalted heavenly Dharma seemed to see him in their eyes. They only saw each other. Since you have recovered from your injuries, do you wish to bid farewell this time? Exalted heavenly Dharma asked softly. I wish to bid farewell as well as make a request. Wang Baol's gaze was clear as he looked at exalted heavenly Dharma. As if he had guessed what Wang Baol wanted to say, exalted heavenly Dharma fell silent. Wang Baol didn't continue speaking, nor did he urge him. He remained silent. The old slave exalted, who was standing beside him, felt an itch in his heart. He thought about it, but he couldn't figure out what Wang Baol's request was. Now, he only felt that the two people before him seemed to become more unfathomable as they spoke. After a long while, exalted heavenly Dharma sighed. He looked into Wang Baol's eyes and spoke seriously. This life is different from the past. You don't have to leave. Staying here is the safest. I've made up my mind. Please agree to my request. Exalted heavenly Dharma. Wang Baol stood up, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply to exalted heavenly Dharma. There was a complicated look in exalted heavenly Dharma's eyes as he looked at Wang Baol. Vaguely, he seemed to see a little white deer walking carefully towards him from outside the courtyard. When it saw him, it stared at him curiously. I cannot guarantee that you will be able to see all of your past lives. I can only gather the guiding light of the entire book of destiny and send your consciousness back. I am not sure how much you will be able to see, what you will be able to see, and what dangers will happen. Also, I have to remind you that the dangers that exist in your past life are a form of cognitive mystery. That is to say, if you cannot see, perhaps some dangers will never appear. On the contrary, you should understand. Wang Baol fell silent. He naturally understood, because he had thought that if he had not forcefully charged out of the world and seen the blood-colored centipede, the other party would not have appeared. Wang Baol did not know what the answer was. However, he knew that he would rather understand the existence of no regrets than a muddled and confused existence. Please help me. Wang Baol took a deep breath and bowed again. The heavenly Dharma Lord closed his eyes and opened them abruptly after a long while. He raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, the crystal that he had given to Wang Baol flew out and floated in front of the two of them. The crystal emitted a bright light. In the next instant, the light exploded and spread out like waves in the surrounding area. As it spread out, the heavenly Dharma Lord formed a seal with his right hand. The book of heavenly fate behind him materialized. The pages on it shone with a gentle light. From the back to the front, they began to flip. Every time a page was flipped, the exalted heavenly Dharma Master's body would tremble, and Wang Baol's soul would also shake. Gradually, as the pages flipped one by one, until the 11th page from the bottom was flipped open, and just as he was about to flip through it, Wang Baol's body shook violently, and his consciousness began to sink. He continued to sink, until at a certain moment he disappeared. He sat cross-legged, and it was as if all that was left of him was his body. His soul was nowhere to be found. The exalted heavenly Dharma opposite him also had his eyes closed. His body shone with a vast light, and the surrounding heaven, earth, and the entire fated star seemed to tremble. It was as if they were all trembling. The exalted old slave was even more shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. He looked at Wang Baol, then at the exalted heavenly Dharma, and finally, his gaze fell on the fated book behind the exalted heavenly Dharma. He looked at the book and slowly flipped the pages. Page 79, page 78, page 77. Every time he flipped the pages, the closed-eyed exalted heavenly Dharma would speak. 79, 78, 77. How many times had this world been reincarnated? How many times had this universe been restarted? What kind of status did each person have in different reincarnations and restarts? What kind of status did each wisp of soul have in different worlds and in different life and death situations? When Wang Baol wasn't experiencing his previous life, he didn't understand all of this. He didn't even have similar questions in his cognition. After experiencing his previous life, he began to ponder these questions. He wanted to know the answer. He didn't want to exist. He wanted to exist. He wanted to know the truth. He didn't want to be just a piece of building block in a different universe, in a cycle of reincarnation. He didn't want to appear in different places again and again. He wanted to live and understand. He knew a lot about the experiences he had experienced in his previous 10 lives. However, what followed were deep doubts. These doubts were no longer important at this moment, because as his soul sank in, as the heavenly fate book behind Guru Heavenly Dharma flipped page by page, Wang Baol's previous life appeared before his eyes. However, as his consciousness dissipated, he gradually forgot who he was. He slowly forgot everything and became purer. That was until he heard Guru Heavenly Dharma's voice. 79. Who am I? Where am I? In the pitch-black void, I heard a voice mumbling in my ear. It seemed to be coming from a very far place, and it also seemed to be echoing around me. I didn't know where the voice was, nor did I know why the voice was asking these two questions. The voice echoed endlessly, as if it would continue to echo out for eternity. However, I didn't hear any response. It was as if no one was paying attention to the voice, and I didn't know how to open my mouth. Gradually, in the pitch-black void, seemed to be filled with only the voice, Time passed by in the void without a single trace. Perhaps it was because of the voice that I began to think. Who was I? Where was I? I thought about it for a very long time, but didn't have an answer. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. Eventually, I heard a voice. Who am I? Where am I? The voice was very familiar. After I heard it, I waited for a while before I heard an echo. Then, I understood that the first thing I heard was my own voice. And I seemed to have repeated this sentence for an unknown number of years. This discovery caused my emotions to fluctuate. I didn't know how to address this fluctuation, so I continued to think about it. After a long, long time, I remembered a word. Happy. Yes, this emotion should be called happy. I was very happy because I discovered the origin of the sound. But how did I know the word happy? I was confused, so I continued to think. However, this time, before I could think of an answer, the dark void that didn't exist in my eyes suddenly appeared a light. The light seemed to come from the outside world, illuminating the entire void. After that, it didn't disappear. The entire void also changed at that moment. I saw a finger rapidly materializing. It turned into a hand. A hand seemed to be holding me. Then I saw an arm, a body, and finally a young man. He had his eyes closed and didn't open them. I was very surprised because the young man seemed familiar, but also unfamiliar. Before I could continue thinking, ripples appeared in the air around the first person. As the ripples spread out, I saw a table, and other tables and chairs appeared in the air around me. Finally, a tea house appeared in front of me, and then the ripples spread out again. Outside the tea house appeared other buildings, rivers, trees, and soon a small town seemed to be painted. Then, the ripples spread out over a wide area, and I saw the earth, the sky, the other cities, and a star that had gone from obscurity to reality. Not the end. I saw the stars outside the star. In the ripple reverberation appeared other stars, many, with the appearance of one after another. A universe, a world showed in front of me. Then, life appeared. All living things appeared as if they had never existed before. They appeared at every location where they were needed. There were men and women, old and young. Different species, different auras, but they remained still, they didn't move. As for the young man who was holding me, he was sprawled on the table. He didn't move either, but he was holding me tightly. It was as if he wouldn't let go even when his life came to an end. However, I didn't like him very much. Just as I was thinking about why I didn't like him, the entire world suddenly seemed to be filled with life force and vitality. In that instant, all living things began to move. The wind appeared, the sunlight became gentle, the leaves swayed, the river flowed, and the sounds of singing, laughter, crying, and roaring could be heard from every corner of the world. The tea house suddenly erupted with a lively din. At that moment, the young man who was holding me tightly trembled slightly. He opened his eyes and lifted his head. The moment he lifted his head, I saw his eyes. I saw myself reflected in his eyes. It was a black wooden board. He was holding the black wooden board tightly in his hand, and then, I was lifted up and knocked on the table, causing a clear cracking sound to be heard. With this sound, the world in front of me began to continue. I saw the life of Sunda. He became the most famous storyteller in the county. He married the daughter of a rich family and inherited the inheritance. He was well-fed, and he loved his wife for the rest of his life. He died with a smile when he was 89 years old. As for me, I was buried with Sunda because his descendants couldn't break his fingers. Although I didn't like him, I had to admit that it was quite interesting to watch his life's performance. As for being buried together with him, it wasn't a big deal because after his death, everything in this world disappeared. Everything turned pitch black once again, and my consciousness sank into darkness once again. That was until I heard a voice. 78. The voice seemed to have transformed into a vortex that pulled me into a void without any light. I couldn't remember who I was. I couldn't remember everything. I was thinking about a problem. Who am I? Where am I? My voice echoed in the air. After thinking for a long time, light appeared in the void. The world appeared in front of me. The first thing that appeared was a finger that slowly spread out to form a young man. He was lying on the table, his hand was holding on to me tightly. His name was Sunda. I felt a little familiar, but there were also some unfamiliar faces. His life wasn't bad. He became a storyteller. Although he didn't marry the daughter of a large family in a small town, he returned to the capital and obtained a title, although he was imprisoned in his later years. But overall, it was still very interesting. As for me, I was always held in his hand and never left his side. Unfortunately, after his death, the world disappeared, and I heard a voice. 77. This voice dragged me back into nothingness, until I forgot everything. I saw the light, saw the world, and saw Sunda. 76. 31. 14. 3. I experienced it again and again, forgetting it again and again. From the moment I realized that something was wrong, until I wasn't surprised, because I understood that I was in a battle. After this life, I would forget this life. I would also forget the special memories of the past and the future. Strange. How could I have such a feeling? Why did I know that I was remembering? It didn't matter if I didn't understand. As long as there was a story to read, it would be fine, although in this story, it would definitely be Sunda's different life. But I was very curious, when we first met, would there be different scenes? I found Sunda very interesting in his third life. Although he told the story of Luo and Gu vying for the immortal seat, and became a popular figure in the small town, he was chosen by a passing cultivator by chance. From then on, he entered the sect. He began a bumpy but interesting life. In my life of cultivation, I watched as he rose to prominence. There seemed to be fluctuations in his soul that constantly stimulated the world, causing Sunda to experience many disasters along the way. This was mainly reflected in his sect. I watched as Sunda joined a total of 97 sects in his life. Each sect would be destroyed by a powerful enemy not long after he joined. It would last for 3 months, but it would only last for 1 day. In the end, Sunda, whose cultivation base wasn't very high, became a famous figure in the world of cultivators. He was even kidnapped by the devil cultivators multiple times, and had his appearance changed to control him. He was quickly arranged to be sent to the enemy's sect, to be used as the ultimate treasure. During this process, there were a few times when the sect that kidnapped him couldn't withstand his supreme fate and was exterminated because it was too late. But generally speaking, Sunda's fame was like thunder in the entire cultivation world. When his supreme fate shortened the time it took to exterminate the sect, it became as if a disaster would descend upon him as soon as he entered the sect. Sunda was already in existence that everyone was terrified of. Countless sects guarded against him day and night. It wasn't as if no one had ever thought of exterminating him. But what was terrifying was that all those who took action would die before they could succeed due to various accidents. The most exaggerated one was a powerful expert who had prepared for a long time. He had even used multiple magical items that could resist bad luck. But before he could make a move, he was struck by thousands of meteors that suddenly fell from the sky. He was severely injured. As for the others who wanted to harm him, there were all sorts of strange ways to die. Some were struck to death by lightning, while others tripped and crashed to death as soon as they rushed over. It was hard to imagine that as a cultivator it was one thing for him to trip, but he actually knocked himself to death. This was something that even Sunda himself was shocked by. I was also shocked. Thus, as time passed, Sunda gradually completed his strange life. When he naturally died of old age, I faintly heard the cheers of the entire world, even though the cheers only lasted for a moment. With Sunda's death, the world turned into ashes and vanished into nothingness. But I was very satisfied and watched with relish. Although I knew that the next time I recalled, I would forget everything, but I still looked forward to it. In my anticipation, I heard the old voice that echoed in my ears. 2. This time, the voice seemed to be much weaker. It was as if it was trying very hard to say this number. However, I didn't have time to think too much before my consciousness was pulled back into the pitch-black nothingness. Who am I? Where am I? I muttered and asked the entire nothingness. There was no answer, but I was patient because very soon, I saw light, saw the world, and saw Sunda. This was Sunda's second life. In this life, it wasn't enough to describe him as brilliant. After watching his entire life, I concluded with one word. Miracle. Only a miracle could be described in Sunda's life. If it wasn't a miracle, then why would a mortal like Sunda suddenly have an earth-shattering cultivation base in his body the moment he finished telling the story of Luo Yugu's fight for the immortal seat? The terrifying power of that cultivation base was something that could cause all living things, regardless of their level, to be destroyed with a single thought. If it wasn't a miracle, then why would Sunda suddenly have a cultivation base? After leaving the small town, he would pick up magical items that would suddenly appear in front of him almost every day. In fact, whenever he wanted to, anything would appear. I saw it with my own eyes. When he wanted to have a Dao partner, hundreds of thousands of female cultivators appeared out of nowhere and fell in love with him mysteriously. They were completely devoted to him. I saw it with my own eyes. When he wanted to have a friend, millions of cultivators would appear on the same day. They would fly over from all the planets, and when they saw him, they would be incomparably passionate. They would drag him along and kowtow to him. I also saw him mumble about how he didn't have any enemies. The entire world, the entire universe, and all the other existences would instantly become extremely hostile toward him. They would go crazy and become irreconcilable enemies when they met. This kind of omnipotent life that could be achieved as long as one dared to imagine it made me extremely, extremely, extremely envious. And so, I couldn't help but secretly transmit a stream of consciousness to guide Sunda's thoughts. One day, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He wanted to have an heir. And so, the entire world, the entire universe, and all species suddenly had the aura of his bloodline in their bodies at this moment. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying this was. Sunda was also stunned for a long time when he saw a gigantic tree appear in front of him. This tree also had the fluctuations of his bloodline. In a certain sense, this tree was his descendant. Sunda seemed to be shocked by this matter as he lowered his head and started to look at me. As for me, I was also exposed because of this matter. Naturally, there wouldn't be any bloodline aura on my body, so I became the focus of his interest. In the following days, Sunda, who had already destroyed the entire universe, began to study me. Whether it was the suppression of spells, the bombardment of heavenly lightning, or the cutting, sealing, and burning of blades, as well as the suppression and killing of the entire universe, all sorts of methods were used by him. This made me very unhappy. Obviously, Sunda wouldn't have any results. No matter what methods he used or what actions he took, all of them were fruitless. During this process, I could see that Sunda's body. It was as if an incredibly weak remnant soul was slumbering in his body. That soul had always been slumbering, and was in the midst of dissipating. It would require some sort of opportunity before it could awaken. However, such an opportunity was incredibly difficult. Within the remnant soul's body, I saw two threads, one black and one red. Compared to the latter, the former stretched out into the void, and I didn't know where it connected to, but it was incredibly weak. If I wanted to break it, I could do so with just a thought. It was more like a curse. I didn't know how I had come to realize this. However, what made me wary was the red thread. It was definitely not a curse. Furthermore, the thread wasn't a complete entity with the soul. Even the soul itself seemed to be incomplete, and it didn't seem like an external seal. It was more like the remnant soul was trying its best to obtain it, trying to forcefully fuse it into its body. It had a very high status, an extremely high status. What was this? I didn't know, but I felt that it looked somewhat familiar. Perhaps I had seen it before? However, I knew very clearly that the instant I saw this thread, I was extremely displeased. This was because I felt a sense of greed on the thread, and it was a threat to me. Thus, the displeased me thought for a moment before saying something to Sunda. This thread will be suppressed forever. Almost at the instant I said those two words, the blood-colored thread in Sunda's discarnate soul suddenly trembled and began to twist violently. It looked just like a centipede. It even let out a frenzied, sharp screech. You dare to suppress immortals? The entire world instantly collapsed under the blood-colored thread's screech. It shattered into countless pieces, which then tumbled back to form a vortex that devoured everything. My consciousness also returned to nothingness. I heard an ancient, weak voice that seemed to have reached its limit. It trembled as it spoke with all of its power. 1. Here I had been writing all this time, but I had just finished, and it was too late to update. Covered my face. The old voice seemed to have reached its limit. It was as if an extremely weak person had used the last of his strength to send it out. It passed through the endless universe, passed through the endless years, sank into the cycle of reincarnation, and reverberated in the pitch-black void. It filled Wang Bao's ears. It seemed to have touched his soul, causing Wang Bao's consciousness to fluctuate. At first, the fluctuations were still weak, but as the aftersounds came in layers, the fluctuations in his consciousness gradually grew stronger. Eventually, Wang Bao's entire body trembled. His consciousness woke up, and his eyes opened. What he saw wasn't the fated star, nor was it the book of heavenly fate, nor was it the exalted heavenly dharma. It was a starry sky, the dazzling starlight, the countless stars, and the distant galaxy that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, formed from the countless stars that had fallen into this place countless years ago. A vast galaxy. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary about it. Even though it was extremely beautiful, Wang Bao had seen a similar galaxy in the Weiyangdao domain when he was speeding through the galaxy. However, it seemed to be slightly different. The galaxy here might be more turbid, but it was also more vast. Everything was filled with an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. It was as if one could see the galaxy, one would naturally feel a sense of grandeur, as if time had passed in an instant. One would also feel as insignificant as dust. Wang Bao looked at everything, his eyes filled with confusion. His consciousness had awakened as the voice reverberated in the air, but his memories had yet to fully emerge. He only remembered that with the help of the exalted heavenly Dharma Master. He was immersed in his previous life's epiphany. It was as if everything had happened in an instant. He had just been immersed in it a moment ago, and the next moment when he opened his eyes he saw the starry sky. However, just as Wang Bao was in a daze, the memories of the past 78 reincarnations appeared in his mind in an instant. The memories of each life were like a bolt of lightning. Exploding in his mind, they turned into a large amount of information and images, filling his mind. One after another, three after another. When the memories of the 78 reincarnations appeared, Wang Bao's body trembled, and his expression was one of pain. The pain did not come from emotions, but from the fusion of all the memories in an instant. It made his mind feel like it was about to explode, and his mind felt like it was being torn apart. Sunda! 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 Wang Bao roared, repeating the name, repeating the only person who had appeared in all the 78 lifetimes in his memories. In all the 78 lifetimes, other than Wang Bao himself, Sunda was the only person. He had evolved over and over again, experiencing Sunda's different lives. It was as if he was looking for a direction and an opportunity. Instinctively, an opportunity to awaken the remnant soul. Wang Bao pressed between his brows. Blood vessels appeared in his eyes as a large number of memories surfaced. However, as he integrated all the memories, absorbed and digested them, his rationality slowly returned. His eyes gradually narrowed, and they shone brightly. Everything seemed to be completely clear. Sunda, who was an ancient remnant soul, had tried to wake himself up from his second life. Unfortunately, the ancient remnant soul did not appear until the 79th life. Although it waited for Wang Yi and her father, this remnant soul did not wake up in the end. It dissipated in the world for eternity. Sunda's endless reincarnation also ended because of this. The world that followed might have fallen into darkness. There wouldn't be any life left, and it would have turned into a deathly stillness. However, all of that had changed because of Wang Yi's injuries and the arrival of her father and daughter. That was why in the 80th life in the universe, Wang Bao had used Su Yinling's enlightenment to see bubble after bubble of dreams. He recalled that it might have been the earliest birth of life. The words, pictures, butterflies, and so on that followed were the process of life growing on its own and becoming richer. The last 10 lives of this universe were created by Wang Yi and her father. Wang Baol murmured. He thought of a sentence. There was a God in heaven and he understood it now. Wang Baol knew what Wang Yi's father's goal was. It was to treat Wang Yi's injuries. The reason why the father and daughter were able to create all living things in this universe must have something to do with what Sunda had said before his death in the 79th life. It's about what he said. He promised Wang Yi's father to help him save his daughter. As for Wang Baol himself, at that moment, he knew that he owed Sunda a favor in the end, as his memories from his second life to his 89th life were integrated. Because if it wasn't for Sunda's inheritance in the 79th life, when his remnant soul dissipated, then perhaps he would still be a black plank floating in the starry sky, although he was born with an instinct, but he wouldn't have been born with true life. Wang Baol had also guessed the origins of the blood-colored centipede. He didn't know which of the two answers was correct, but the truth was one of them. The first possibility is that when Luo and Gu were fighting for the immortal seat, in countless lives and within karma, they fought endlessly. In the end, Luo won, but Gu managed to escape from the remnant soul, leaving Luo's immortal seat incomplete and flawed. However, he didn't know that within the remnant soul, there was still a sliver of Luo's consciousness. This consciousness, for some unknown reason, eventually gave birth to sentience. As for the second possibility, Wang Baol was deep in thought. As he reorganized his thoughts, he thought of the roar that came from the blood-colored thread in his second life, which he had suppressed instinctively and disliked. "You dare to suppress immortals," Wang Baol murmured. That was the source of the second possibility that he had guessed. The second possibility is that the blood-colored thread is not a wisp of Luo's consciousness. It is Luo and Gu, who fought over the entire ring, the immortal seat. Perhaps the immortal seat itself has a spirit, or perhaps it doesn't have a spirit. But here, under a special environment and conditions, it has given birth to a spirit. As for the centipede that I saw, it wasn't its true appearance. It was just a symbol. Wang Baol fell silent. Either of these two guesses could be correct, and it made sense logically. That was why Wang Baol had no way of knowing for himself. Just as he was thinking about the deeper details, suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate. When he raised his head, he saw a sea of light in the distance in the murky starry sky. The light encompassed an endless area, and it carried a strong sense of dominance. It spread out from the distant starry sky. If one looked closely, they would see that within the sea of light was a universe. The universe was infinitely large, containing countless stars. There were even shocking ripples that erupted within it. As it arrived and as Wang Baol turned his head, he saw a giant beast that was extremely pale in color in the starry sky behind him. It was howling as it materialized. The giant beast was like a whale, and its size was similar to the sphere of light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a continent within its body. Countless cultivators flew out from the continent, transforming into the flesh and blood of the giant beast, giving it the power to shake the gods. In the blink of an eye, as the giant beast and the sea of light collided, a great battle that affected the entire universe erupted before Wang Baol. At that moment, he immediately realized what he was seeing in his first life. What he was seeing. It was the battle of annihilation between the first and second universes that had been born at the beginning of the second cycle. It was the battle between the endless Tao domain and the vast Tao domain that had occurred countless years ago. Wang Baol, who was on the battlefield, watched the battle between the two vast universes with his own eyes. He saw countless deaths, saw madness and tragedy. He saw the entire process of the battle. Be it the vast Tao domain or the Weiyang Tao domain, the power they displayed was so strong that it shook Wang Baol's heart. He remembered the secret that Wang Yi's father had told the ancient remnant soul. Weiyang wasn't the real Weiyang. As those words reverberated in Wang Baol's mind, he saw all the cultivators on the continent, who were at a disadvantage within the pale giant beast's body, kneel down and worship it. The object of their worship was a statue. It was the statue of an elder. That was the first cultivator to be born in the vast expanse Dao domain. It was also the highest will in the vast expanse Dao domain. He didn't have a name, only a title. The vast expanse patriarch. Wang Baol saw with his own eyes that on the continent within the body of the vast beast, as countless cultivators worshipped and worshipped, the statue of the elder standing in the middle of the continent transformed from a statue into flesh and blood, until it opened its eyes. At the same time, an even stronger palpitation, accompanied by a resonance that made Wang Baol tremble, suddenly emerged from within the light ocean universe of the never-ending Dao domain. This feeling, Wang Baol turned his head abruptly. In that instant, across the starry skies, across the light ocean universe, he saw countless cultivators in the never-ending Dao domain kneeling and worshipping. What they worshipped was a vortex. It was a vortex that connected to an unknown place. As everyone worshipped it, and as the vast expanse patriarch, who was the statue inside the giant pale beast's body, stared at it, a piece of wood appeared within the vortex. The appearance of this piece of wood caused all of the cultivators in the Weiyang Dao domain to be filled with excitement. Their eyes shone with fervor, and even the powerful experts and almighty experts felt the same way. It was a black piece of wood, more like a black wooden coffin. From within the vortex was 1.5 feet long. Although it was only 1.5 feet long, it caused the vast expanse continent to tremble, and the vast expanse beast to wail in pain. It was on the verge of collapse, and Patriarch Vast Expanse was trembling, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Next, the coffin emerged from within the vortex, 1.5 feet long. This time, the vast expanse beast collapsed, and miserable shrieks echoed out through the starry sky, revealing the vast expanse continent within, as well as the land mass itself. All of the cultivators were screaming in madness as they charged out, seemingly ready to perish together. The countless cultivators in the Weiyang Dao domain who were worshipping the coffin were clearly not having an easy time either. Although they were still as fanatical as ever, most of their lives had already faded away. It was as if they had lost 70% of their life force. It was as if the power that supported the black wooden coffin was their life force. At that moment, they were already at their limit and could no longer support it. They could only allow the black wooden coffin to stretch 3 feet out from the vortex, and that was when they had no choice but to end the ritual. As the ritual ended and the vortex disappeared, the black wood that was only 3 feet long and was clearly only a portion of the complete coffin fell down as if it had self-destructed. As it fell, all of its power seemed to disappear, leaving behind only a trace of reluctance to part with the unknown place in the vortex. Gradually, it became ordinary and unremarkable, just like ordinary wood. At that moment, Wang Baol's body trembled as he stared fixedly at the 3-foot-long black wood. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at the spot where the vortex had disappeared. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to explode in his mind at the same time, and a loud boom rang out. A sense of reluctance that seemed to be buried deep within his soul also surfaced in his consciousness. The war had reached its final stage as the countless cultivators in the vast expanse Dao domain went crazy. The cultivators on both sides began to clash with their lives. The tragic battlefield was like a giant millstone of flesh and blood, rolling endlessly. It was constantly being crushed. Eventually, everyone in the vast expanse Dao domain was destroyed and turned into ruins. Patriarch Vast Expanse was transformed into a broken statue. After being destroyed several times, a portion of the ghost-like landmass floated out into the starry sky. The war was finally over. Although the Weiyang Dao domain won, it was equally bitter. The sea of light had been torn to pieces, and the universe within had been shattered. However, given enough time, the Weiyang Dao domain, which had absorbed all of the vast expanse Dao domain's resources, would become even more powerful. It would definitely become even more powerful. However, just as the Weiyang Dao domain was trying to chase after the last piece of land that the vast expanse Dao domain had escaped from, something unexpected happened. It was a streak of light. A streak of black and red surrounded it, forming a purple streak of light that was constantly dimming. The streak of light flew over from the depths of the distant starry skies. It was so fast that it surpassed everything else. Wang Baol was still immersed in the black wood's reluctance to part with it, but he could still see a vague figure within the streak of light. It was Sunda. In the blink of an eye, the moment Wang Baol saw it clearly, the ray of light charged straight into the Weiyang Dao domain, which had suffered a crushing victory. It was almost in pieces. The ray of light seemed to have an accurate direction as it dissipated rapidly within itself. It was about to disappear completely. It charged straight towards the 3-foot-long black wooden coffin that had fallen. It approached in the blink of an eye and disappeared into the black wood. Wang Baol's heart trembled violently. Deep in the starry sky, where the purple light had appeared, the starry sky collapsed instantly. A gigantic figure emerged from the collapsed starry sky, step by step. The figure was extremely tall. His appearance was blurry, and he couldn't be seen clearly. It was as if his face was the universe. Only his eyes could be seen. There was coldness in his eyes, as if there were no emotions in them. Other than that, his 2 arms were the most eye-catching. Although he was in human form, his arms were much longer than the average person's. It was as if he could touch his knees when he stood up. He stood there, staring coldly at the shattered Weiyang Dao domain, as if he were looking at an ant nest. When his gaze fell on the 3-foot-long black tree, his eyes, which seemed to have never changed since ancient times, suddenly shrank. There was confusion, shock, and disbelief in his eyes. He stood there without moving for a moment. Finally, he raised his hand, as if he wanted to grab the black wood within the Weiyang Dao domain. However, when he raised his hand, hesitation appeared in his eyes again, and he gradually put it down. After a long silence, he raised his hand again. This time, he didn't grab it. Instead, he waved his finger and pointed at the entire Weiyang Dao domain. A deep voice rang out from his mouth. Seal. As soon as he spoke, Wang Baol immediately saw that ripples had appeared silently around the broken Weiyang Dao domain. The ripples gathered and formed a bubble that enveloped the entire Weiyang Dao domain. Then, it gradually became blurry, as if it wanted to immerse itself in the passage of time and be sealed forever. However, as the tall figure stared at the sealed bubble, he didn't seem to be at ease. He raised his left hand again and pointed towards it. With my left hand, seal. The index finger on his left hand snapped, transforming into a gray light that shot toward the bubble. As it surged in, the entire bubble turned turbid, as if it had turned into a ball of dirt. However, the tall figure didn't leave. He stood there thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke again. With my second finger. The tall figure paused for a moment. After a moment of silence, determination appeared in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. He lifted his left hand, and a deep voice that seemed to echo out over countless years rang out. With my left hand, seal. As soon as he said that, his entire left arm disappeared in an instant. It turned into a gray light that seemed to cover the entire starry sky, enveloping the sealed Weiyang Dao domain. The shape of the earthen ball changed rapidly as the gray light merged with it. When all the gray light in the starry sky gathered together, the earthen ball turned into a gigantic stone tablet. Wang Baol's heart was in turmoil. He watched as the stone tablet exuded an earth-shattering pressure and slowly sank into the starry sky. It continued to sink and fall, as if it was buried in an endless abyss. The tall figure, who had lost his left arm, stared at the stone tablet as it gradually disappeared and was buried. A deep loneliness appeared in his eyes. He slowly turned around and walked towards the starry sky. However, the moment his figure slowly disappeared into the starry sky, Wang Baol suddenly heard his deep voice. I like the second-level universe. It's mine. Do you know what it feels like to like it? The tall figure only said those 2 words before he slowly disappeared. Wang Baol was the only one left in the starry sky. He stood there, staring at the spot where the stone tablet had sunk, and then at the direction where Luo Yuan had gone. He was silent for a long time. He murmured, "Where did I come from?" As he murmured, the starry sky slowly blurred in his eyes. Eventually, it disappeared completely. The faded star, the faded book, and the tired figure of the heavenly Dharma master replaced everything that had appeared before his eyes. I thought you wouldn't be able to come back. How long has it been? Wang Bao's eyes were a little dazed. After a long while, he looked at the exalted heavenly Dharma. 79 days. It was difficult to hide the fatigue in the eyes of the exalted heavenly Dharma. As blood vessels filled the air, the aura on his body also fluctuated. Coupled with his pale face, all of this revealed that Wang Bao had been enlightened about his previous life. It had been a huge drain on him. The old exalted slave beside him was even weaker. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to recuperate. It was obvious that the exalted heavenly Dharma Lord alone could not allow Wang Bao to fully immerse himself in his past life. The enlightenment he had gained in his past life. It had been the combined effort of the two of them. The book of heavenly fate was also extremely dim. It no longer looked as bright as it had once been. It had become much more ordinary. It would take a long time for it to slowly recover. Even though he had used the Book of Destiny as a medium in his previous life and used his own strength as a catalyst, and it was mainly due to Wang Bao's own strength, he was still unable to hold on for much longer. The 2nd to 79th lives were fine, but the first life involved some unimaginable existences. It was already a miracle that he could hold on until Wang Bao woke up. Wang Bao didn't know the details, but he could understand the general situation. In the next moment, gratitude appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and stood up. He faced the heavenly Dharma Master and the old slave, who was meditating with his eyes closed. He faced the Book of Destiny and cupped his fists and bowed 3 times. These 3 bows couldn't express his gratitude completely. Wang Bao had gained too much from the insights he had gained in his previous life. He had integrated all his memories, learned about his past life, and learned about the present. He had also learned more than half of the truth. This made his entire aura change. The moment Wang Bao stood up and bowed 3 times, the ripples of his cultivation erupted. All the epiphany he had gained in his previous life, the accumulation of all the years, spread through Wang Bao's body at that moment, pushing his cultivation to continue rising and breaking through the limits of the planet. He had reached a unique realm that he had never reached before. The reason why it was unique was that no planet cultivator had ever reached such a level before him. This level was reflected in Wang Bao's 9 ancient planets, as well as his Tao planet. The resonance of the ancient planets returned with the insights he had gained in his previous life. The resonance of the 9 ancient planets and the 9 laws continued to rise, eventually stopping at 99%. It wasn't appropriate to describe it as an ancient star. They should be called quasi-Tao stars. This change had given Wang Bao an unparalleled boost. It had increased his combat strength from its original peak. What had changed was his Tao star. The Tao star shone brightly in his soul. The biggest change was the size of the dimension. The original Tao star had been a high-ranking planet, but now, it was still a planet, but its size had surpassed that of an ordinary star. At the very least, all the stars that Wang Bao had seen so far were far inferior to his own Tao star. The power contained within such a massive planet shocked Wang Bao when he sensed it. If one were to compare the cultivation of a planet to a lake, after reaching the level of a star, there would be a qualitative change. The water in the lake would turn into ice, and Wang Bao's battle prowess would improve accordingly. Then, at that moment, Wang Bao, he was still at the level of a planet. However, the water in his lake was not a lake, but a vast ocean. The ice in this ocean surpassed that of a star. Even though it was inferior in quality, the sheer amount of ice could make up for everything. The impact of the massive ocean might be strong, but the ice in the lake would be easily destroyed. It wasn't easy for Wang Bao to judge just how strong he was. However, he knew that cultivation wasn't his trump card. His trump card was his understanding of the world and the shadow of his previous life. That was why he was said to be the most unique planet-grade cultivator in the entire world of the stone tablet. All these gains were inseparable from the help of the exalted heavenly Dharma. After 3 bows, Wang Bao looked up at the exalted heavenly Dharma and said softly, "Thank you. Thank you." He didn't make any promises, but this heartfelt thank you was enough to express his feelings. The exalted heavenly Dharma naturally understood. and a smile appeared on his face. "Take care." Wang Baol nodded. He raised his head and looked around. He spread out his supernatural awareness and enveloped the heavenly fated star. He stared at it for a long while, and a look of anticipation for the future appeared in his eyes. He bowed once more to the exalted heavenly Dharma, and Wang Baol's body swayed. He turned into a long rainbow and shot into the sky. As he rose into the sky, 9 laws from the quasi-Dao stars appeared around him. As he rose into the sky, the power of the Dao stars lifted him up. His entire body shone brightly. The void formed auspicious, unknown totems in front of him, making him look like the center of the sky as he flew into the sky. As he flew further and further away, the heavenly Dharma Lord muttered to himself with a look of blessing in his eyes. "Actually, I should be the one thanking you. You have also made me understand the origins of this world." Wang Baol, who had flown into the sky, also heard those words. His body paused slightly, then sped up. As he flew into the starry sky, he was also pondering a question in his mind. Where did I come from?" Wang Baol's memories of the whirlpool that led to the unknown place surfaced before his eyes. He wanted to know. He even had a vague feeling that within the whirlpool, in the unknown place, there seemed to be something calling to him. After a long while, he flew into the starry skies and saw the battleship that was still there. Wang Baol suppressed his thoughts. His body swayed, and he headed straight for the battleship at the front. He used his divine perception to cover the entire area. He ignored the protection of the battleship and saw Xianxia, Chen Han, and the others inside. He also saw the stellar Dao protectors from the raging flame galaxy. After he scanned the area with his divine perception for a few breaths, the expressions on their faces changed drastically. "Who are you?" Shouts rang out from within the battleship. The stellar Dao protectors who were protecting Wang Baol and Xianxia, as well as the Dao protectors who were following Chen Han, rushed out of the battleship. They stood outside the battleship as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked at Wang Baol, who was approaching. There were more than 30 stars in total. Other than 2 yellow-grade stars, the rest were mortal-grade stars. Even so, as these stars appeared, their auras and the ripples they emitted were still as powerful as ever. Even though they were filled with powerful auras, their expressions changed as they stared at the terrifying shadow that had rushed out from the fated star. They couldn't see Wang Baol's real body. It was as if there was some sort of cognitive barrier between the two parties that prevented them from seeing everything about Wang Baol clearly. It didn't matter if it was his presence or his figure. They could only see an illusory star that surpassed the stars. It had an extremely majestic presence. It had suddenly appeared outside the fated star and was approaching them with a loud bang. It was clearly not a star, but a planet. However, the suppressive force emanating from it made the stellar cultivators shudder in fear and shock. That was especially so when they saw that outside the gigantic illusory planet, there were 9 planets orbiting around it. It was like a satellite, making its presence even more terrifying. This made the stars instinctively want to unleash their supernatural powers. Xianxia and Chen Han's eyes were solemn at that moment. Fortunately, Wang Baol immediately sensed his condition. It was as if these familiar people couldn't see him clearly. He paused for a moment before speaking. "It's me." As his words reverberated in the air, under Wang Baol's deliberate suppression, the Dao stars and quasi-Dao stars outside his body shrank rapidly. Eventually, they were all retracted into his body, and he used the origin illusory art. After allowing his appearance to be reflected in the eyes of others, his figure finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Young Lord, Uncle Master Baol? Dad." The stellar cultivators from the raging flame galaxy, Xianxia and Chen Han, widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared blankly at Wang Baol. They knew that Wang Baol had gained a lot during the heavenly fated star trial and had performed well during the birthday banquet. However, now that they had witnessed the vast expanse of stars and the strange state that seemed impossible to see with their own eyes, their hearts, they couldn't help but stir up huge waves. The storm outside the fated star quickly ended. Everyone was shocked, but they eventually accepted the fact. The way they looked at Wang Baol was no longer the same as before. The Tao protectors from the Raging Flame Galaxy respected Wang Baol, but it was mostly because of the Blazing Flame ancestor. However, things were different now. Wang Baol had used his own combat strength and his own aura to make the stellar cultivators. They were filled with awe and respect. In their entire lives, they had never seen a planet that could exude such a terrifying aura like Wang Baol. Furthermore, that state of being invisible had also caused all the stars on the battleship to. They had too many guesses in their hearts. This was because normally, such a situation would only occur when there was a huge difference in levels between the two of them. For example, the gods could not be looked at directly. This was because all the rules around the gods had to be distorted. Those who were not at a high enough level, once they looked at them, they would be strongly affected and they would be unable to withstand the distorted rules. Their perception would be affected and they would self-destruct. Wang Baol was just like that just now. Although it was not that exaggerated, it had this characteristic. And this was the source of the shock in the hearts of all the stars. Xianxia was equally shocked. However, he recovered very quickly. Beside Wang Baol, he was even more enthusiastic than on the way back. However, on the way back, he had an even more hard-working person by his side. This person was Chun Han. He had recovered the fastest. He kept calling out for his father, not caring about the strange expressions on the Tao protectors' faces or Xianxia's frown. Wang Baol didn't care about that. After stepping onto the warship, he was deep in thought. Where was he going? According to his original plan, after attending the birthday banquet, he would return to the Raging Flame Galaxy to report for duty. At the same time, he planned to make a trip back to the Earth Federation to visit his parents and friends. However, after experiencing the trials in his previous life and learning more than half of the truth, Wang Baol's thoughts changed. This was especially so after experiencing a crisis where he had almost been possessed. Although he knew that his previous life was a black board with a mysterious origin, and that he had finally gained true intelligence thanks to Sunda's gift, Wang Baol did not believe that he could not be possessed. At the same time, he had another guess. I am the blackboard, but the blackboard is not necessarily me. The blackboard can be reincarnated and indestructible, but I am not necessarily. In other words, I am the spirit that was born on it, and I can be erased just like the artifact spirit on the dermic artifact. Even though the artifact spirit has been erased and the dermic artifact has been damaged, it doesn't have much of an impact. A new artifact spirit can be slowly refined. Or if it isn't changed, as it is nurtured, the dermic artifact itself can give birth to a new artifact spirit under some special circumstances. The new artifact spirit that is born is me, and not me. Wang Baol was silent. Perhaps it was because he had come into contact with artifact refinement from the start, but Wang Baol had his own logic and judgment regarding this point. He knew very well that the blood-colored centipede's greed and malice towards him was very strong. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he was faced with the appearance and possession of the other party. It would be like a dermic artifact changing into a different artifact spirit. If I treat the black wooden board as a dermic artifact and my previous life as an artifact spirit, then there's a problem here. I should be able to display the divine might of the 3-foot-long black. With the arrival of the 3-foot-long can suppress all living beings in the vast Tao domain. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He understood this, but he also understood that at this moment, he was still unable to control the black wooden board. There were two reasons behind this. One was that only in this life could he truly fuse all the memories of his previous life. In his previous life, be it the zombies, the resentful soldiers, or the little white deer, none of them could do this. Therefore, based on Wang Baol's analysis, he felt that this might be the opportunity to start controlling the blackboard. The other reason was that even though it seemed like his intelligence had been born for a very long time and had gone through several lifetimes, compared to the countless years that had passed on the blackboard, he was merely a newborn on its body. He might not even be considered an infant. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to control the blackboard. That was why the most important thing before him now was to control the blackboard and how to defend against the blood-colored centipede's possession. After thinking about it, the only thing he could do was to increase his cultivation. Only by becoming stronger could he resolve everything. The star realm is no longer difficult for me. If I wanted to, I could advance immediately. However, even though this kind of advancement is powerful, it's still a little lacking. Wang Baol thought to himself, the star realm that he wanted was the reflection of thousands of stars, supporting his own star. To achieve this, he needed even more stars. Special stars. I still have to make a trip to the land of the fallen stars. Wang Baol thought to himself. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. He immediately sent a telepathic thought to Xianxia, informing him of the coordinates of a starry sky. The coordinates were the entrance to the land of the fallen stars that he had visited previously. Once there, he didn't need a token. Wang Baol believed that the paper figurine in the fallen star lands would be able to sense him. That was because the token had been left behind for Zhao Yaming when Wang Baol had left the Federation. It was one of the foundations of the Federation. As the telepathic thought was sent out, Xianxia immediately acknowledged the order. Soon, the fleet of warships that had stopped outside the fated star began to move with a loud bang. They headed toward the coordinates that Wang Baol had given them, whistling through the air. They were about to leave the fated star system. At the same time, Wang Baol's thoughts continued. This time, what he was thinking about was, Luo. I like the world in the second ring. It's mine. Wang Baol mumbled and repeated what Luo had said. It was hard for him to imagine that a mighty figure with cold and emotionless eyes would say the word like. However, in his memories, he could clearly feel that what Luo had said was true. Wang Baol fell silent. He thought of the story that Wang Yi's father and Sunda had told him about demons and demigods and demi-immortals. The ending of that story was that they had cut off Luo's fingers one by one. Then, they had gathered everyone's strength and killed Luo. These stories had obviously happened after he had seen the time node in his first life. There's also Luo's seal on the black wooden board. From the beginning, it was an ordinary seal all the way until it was sealed with one finger. In the end, he didn't hesitate to use his entire left arm to seal it. Why is he doing this? Is he afraid of the black wooden board, or is he trying to protect the world that he likes? Wang Baol couldn't figure it out, but he thought of Luo's final question. Does he know what it feels like to like? This made Wang Baol even more silent. At that moment, little Missy's voice reverberated in Wang Baol's mind. Fatty, you've been influenced. Liking often means possessing if you like butterflies. Do you think it's better to watch them fly freely, or to turn them into a specimen and place them in a book? Wang Baol was shocked. After carefully savoring little Missy's words, he whispered softly, It's not good. I don't like butterflies. I like you. Damn, Fatty. I'm talking business with you. Little Missy snorted. I'm also talking business. Wang Baol blinked and coughed. He realized that little Missy was the best way to soothe his emotions. She could soothe his emotions to the greatest extent. However, just as he was about to change his mind, just as he was about to continue to soothe his emotions, he left the fated star system with the fleet of warships he was on. The moment he left, a sense of danger appeared in Wang Baol's mind. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw, in the distant starry sky, a middle-aged man dressed in black sat cross-legged on a meteorite that seemed to have been suppressed to the point where it couldn't move. He was holding a long sword in his arms. The man's body emitted a strong vibration. At that moment, he opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the group of battleships where Wang Baol was. However, he did not seem to be able to sense Wang Baol. Therefore, the corners of his mouth remained curled into a lofty smile. A calm and arrogant voice came from his mouth. Wang Baol, thank you for saving your head for me for so long. Now you can hand it over to me. The person who had spoken was the clone that Zhong Yitzi had arranged for him. The clone had actually arrived a long time ago, but he didn't dare act rashly in the fated star system, so he had chosen to wait here. After all, although the fated star system was large, due to some special reasons, there was only one entrance and exit. Therefore, if he waited here, he could naturally wait for Wang Baol to appear. In his opinion, killing Wang Baol this time wouldn't require much effort. The only thing he needed to worry about was the blazing flame ancestor. However, He believed that the person who had asked him to kill Wang Baol would be able to block karma. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to silence everyone here. He didn't care if there were other prodigies among them. As for the so-called Tao protectors, in his opinion, they were all trash from the mortal path. If they could win in terms of numbers, what was the point of everyone cultivating? That was why, when he said those words, his arrogance was evident. His words were indeed too arrogant. At that moment, almost everyone in the battleship had similar thoughts when they heard those words. It caused all the Tao protectors to be displeased. They could already tell that the newcomer was also at the cultivation level of a star. They couldn't see through the details, but there were more than 30 stars, and there was only one person on the other side. No matter what, they had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, there was Wang Baol, that terrifying existence. Therefore, most of the people present were displeased and didn't seem worried at all. Xianxia was about to speak, but someone was one step ahead of him. "Dad, this guy is too arrogant. Let me capture him for you." After hearing the words of the person sitting cross-legged on the meteorite outside the warship, the first person to express his anger and displeasure wasn't Wang Baol himself. It was his son, Chenhan. Chenhan was furious. He didn't wait for Wang Baol to speak and immediately waved his hand, shouting orders to his left and right. "Please, Dharma protectors, capture this person and bring him to my father for interrogation." As a Tao child of the seven spirit Tao, the Dharma protectors around Chenhan were at the mortal realm, but they also possessed mystic arts. They were extraordinary. As soon as he spoke, the seven stellar Tao protectors following him immediately obeyed his orders. They flew out into the starry sky outside of the battleship and shot toward the coxcomb clone. However, in the instant that the seven of them charged out, a vicious smile appeared on Chong Coxcomb's face. He lifted his head and looked up into the starry sky. Almost at the same time, a violet beam of light shot down from the starry sky with a supreme divine might. It turned into a purple screen of light, enveloping the area where everyone was, as well as all the battleships and Chong Weizi's clones. It was like a spell formation, but also like a seal, isolating all auras, isolating some karma, isolating all senses from the outside world. It was as if this place had been separated from the starry sky. Before any of the seven people could react, they saw that the area was covered by a violet shield of light. As for Chong Weizi, she sat there laughing, and killing intent exploded out in her eyes. She leaped into the air, and the meteors beneath her shattered into pieces. They transformed into countless pieces of rubble that shot toward the battleships with shocking power. She shot forward as fast as lightning. In an instant, they collided with the seven incoming stars. The two parties merely crossed paths, and Chenhan's seven Tao protectors coughed up blood. Their bodies were sent tumbling backward, as if they were so weak that they couldn't withstand a single blow. Too weak. As he laughed maniacally, Chong Koix charged towards the battleship where Wang Baol was. The killing intent in his eyes was intense, and a murderous aura erupted from his body. To him, this was a simple attack. However, in case something unexpected happened, it was better to kill Wang Baol to complete the mission first before silencing the others. That would be safer. Wang Baol's expression remained the same as he stood within the warship and stared coldly at Chong Koix, who was charging towards him. He didn't move, but the expressions on the faces of the stellar Tao protectors beside him changed. They charged out instantly and charged towards Chong Koix. Chong Koix's strength was fully demonstrated at this moment. Even though the cultivation of this clone was only at the early stage of the star realm, when faced with the arrival of more than 10 stars, all he did was raise the sword in his arms and slash down abruptly. A terrifying shockwave erupted from his body, causing the more than 10 stars to tremble and retreat. What's the difference between a mortal star and a stray chicken or dog? Chong Koix threw his head back and laughed loudly. The faces of the stars changed as they retreated and exclaimed in shock. An Earth-grade star. Stars were divided into the Heaven, Earth, and Profound Huangfan. The 5 levels were the weakest among the early-stage stars. The mortal level was the weakest, followed by the yellow level. The profound level was rare, and the earth level was even rarer. As for the heaven level, could only be described as rare. Therefore, the moment the Earth level appeared, it could sweep across stars of the same level. At that moment, Chong Weizi was sweeping across the area. She laughed loudly as she strode towards the warship where Wang Baol was, laughing maniacally. Wang Baol, no one can save you. I really want to see what the crushed Tao star looks like. As Chong Weizi spoke, she was already 1,000 feet away from the warship where Wang Baol was. Inside the battleship, Xia Haiyang's expression changed slightly, but he returned to normal in an instant. As for Chen Han, he didn't seem to be worried at all. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. As for Wang Baol, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He really wanted to know what level of combat strength he was currently at. If he were to test himself, he wouldn't be able to let go. Now that he saw that someone had taken the initiative to approach him, his interest had increased significantly. Of course, the most important thing was that he saw the purple screen of light as well as the afterimage of the future that he had seen in the Book of Heavenly Fate. There was a scene that wasn't exactly the same as the one before his eyes, but it wasn't much different. Purple moon. Huh. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and released his control over the Tao star in his body. In the blink of an eye, his Tao star appeared outside the warship from a young age. At first, it was just a speck of light, but it rapidly expanded to the size of an ordinary planet. This made Chong Yitzi, who was approaching rapidly and was already 70 feet away, laugh. That's it. Chong Yitzi seemed a little disappointed. He shook his head and approached again. When he was 50 feet away, his footsteps paused for the first time. The Tao star in front of him was no longer the same size as before. It had expanded to the size of half a star. Interesting. Chong Yitzi's eyes lit up. He laughed again and his speed increased. He was 300 feet away. However, in the next moment, his footsteps paused again. His eyes were filled with surprise. He looked at the Tao star that had expanded to the size of an ordinary star. Not bad, not bad. This is what makes it interesting. Such a Tao star did not deter Chong Yitzi. Instead, after a pause, excitement and a strong desire to fight appeared on his face. His laughter grew louder, and he crossed another 100 feet. When he was only 20 feet away from where Wang Baol was, his footsteps stopped for the third time. Following that, he blinked rapidly, and the excitement in his eyes was shattered into confusion. What is this? Chong Yitzi muttered. He stared blankly at the terrifying star before him that was growing larger and larger. It was now 3 times the size of an ordinary star, and it was still expanding. As he watched, the Tao star continued to expand by 5 times, 6 times, until it reached a terrifying area that was 10 times the size of an ordinary star. It was like a small galaxy, and 9 ancient, satellite-like planets appeared around the enormous Tao star. They emanated shocking, earth-shattering power that shook the natural laws of the starry sky. From a distance, the majestic Tao star looked like a cosmic eye that was staring at the incredibly tiny Chong Job Sun. His body trembled uncontrollably, and all of his excitement and fighting spirit instantly vanished. Chong Job Sun didn't want to tremble, but he couldn't control his body. The terrifying natural laws and power from the Tao star and its satellites affected and distorted his surroundings, causing all of his flesh and blood to tremble instinctively. This is a planet. As Chong Yitzi muttered to himself, the confusion in his eyes finally turned into shock. He was silent for a few breaths. Then, he suddenly turned around and retreated. He used almost all of his cultivation base to speed up, and fled frantically without looking back. Your sister. Who told me that this is a planet? I've never seen such a freakish planet. Chong Weizi's speed was so fast that it was like a ray of light. In an instant, she had retreated thousands of feet in front of Wang Baol. She did not stop, nor did she care about her reputation. Even when he had previously appeared, he had spoken arrogantly. Even as he approached Wang Baol, he had done so in a disdainful manner. However, there was nothing he could do. His clone was also a part of his original body. Once something happened to his clone, his original body would also be partially affected. The fear in his heart and the sense of danger that made his scalp tingle made Chong wheezy. He hated himself for being too slow. He was going crazy. He felt that he was the most unlucky person in the entire universe. It was as if he had placed his hopes on a girl. He had rushed into her room and locked the door with excitement, making it difficult for her to escape from his devilish grasp. However, the moment he pounced on her, the young lady had turned into a burly man who was even scarier and stronger than him. Something must have gone wrong. How could this be? Chong Lizi howled in his heart. He felt even more regretful. He felt that it would have been great if the main body had arrived. Killing Wang Baol would have been effortless, however. The clone that only had 30% of the combat power of the main body now had no way to kill this planet that he had never heard of. This drove him crazy. He cursed the existence who had told him that Wang Baol was only a planet. His speed became faster and faster, and in an instant he was far away. The surrounding stellar Tao protectors weren't surprised to see the reversal. In fact, when they saw the appearance of Chong Wei, they had already predicted this scene. Chen Han, on the other hand, had an arrogant look in his eyes as he snorted coldly. He dares to fight with Daddy. This kid must have lost his mind. He doesn't know that Daddy will always be Daddy. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, heard those words. He felt uncomfortable no matter how he listened to them. His discomfort didn't come from Wang Baol, but from his disdain for Chen Han. In his eyes, Chen Han was extremely shameless. He didn't let go of any opportunity to flatter Wang Baol. He had completely lost his dignity as a cultivator. This kind of person made him, who was full of righteousness and proud of the world, look down on others. Therefore, after letting out a humph, Xia Haiyang's face revealed a respectful and fanatical smile. He bowed deeply to Wang Baol and shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, Uncle Master. You have succeeded in your divine art. From now on, you are unrivaled and unrivaled in the world. I, Xia Haiyang, am the luckiest person in my life. I hope that Uncle Master will allow me to follow Uncle Master and listen to Uncle Master's teachings for the rest of my life." Uncle Master! Hearing Xia Haiyang's impassioned voice, Chen Han was instantly alarmed. He narrowed his eyes and swept Xia Haiyang a cold glance. He felt that this person was really detestable. He was of the same sex, but he was still trying to curry favor with his father. His intentions were definitely not pure. He snorted coldly and was about to continue running toward Wang Baol. However, at that moment, a loud bang was heard from Chong Coix, who was about to escape from everyone's sight. It was as if he had crashed into an invisible wall. The sound spread in all directions, turning into ripples in the starry sky. As the sound spread, Chong Coix stood there with tears in his eyes. His head was dizzy, and his gaze was a little dazed. He stared blankly at the void before him. There was nothing to be seen with the naked eye. However, if one used their divine perception to observe carefully, they would still be able to see that there was a purple screen of light around them. It was sealed in all directions, blocking out karma, making the place seem independent. The seal, which was originally meant to prevent Wang Baol from escaping and prevent the blazing flame ancestor from discovering him, had now become a barrier to Chong Coix. It was obvious that the removal of the seal would require time. Even the purple figure who had set up the seal did not expect such a reversal to occur. Therefore, the seal remained in place for a short while. This made Chong Coix even more frantic. When he paused, Wang Baol, who had revealed all of his Tao stars, looked at Chong Coix's figure, who had stopped in the distance, with interest, and said faintly, "You didn't open the door. You closed the door yourself, but didn't have the key to open it?" Chong Coix shuddered. He turned to look at the giant planet. He couldn't see Wang Baol's figure clearly on the planet. He could only see a vague outline. He was silent for a few breaths. Then, in an instant, his eyes lit up. They shone brightly. He seemed to be in contrast to the figure that had fled earlier. He looked like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout his body, and his fighting spirit rose in an instant, surging in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding stellar Tao protectors changed. It was clear that Chongjob was completely different from before. He wasn't fleeing in a hurry, nor was he arrogant and arrogant. He was calm and composed, and at the same time he exuded the aura of a powerful individual. He stood there with his back facing the seal barrier. He stared at the planet where Wang Baol was and spoke calmly. I was indeed negligent in this matter. Wang Baol, I wish to leave and have nothing to do with you anymore. Do you agree with me? The change in his aura, coupled with his deep voice, caused Chong Koix to immediately give off the feeling that he shouldn't continue provoking him. The surrounding stars and Tao protectors were also fearful. They looked at the planet that Wang Baol had transformed into. Wang Baol didn't say a word. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the spot where Job's tears was. With that, his planet vibrated slightly and emitted a ball of light, as if it had transformed into a gigantic illusory palm. The 9 quasi-Tao stars around the planet also emitted light. They spread outwards rapidly and fused into the illusory palm, causing 5 fingers to appear. In the end, the palm seemed to be able to turn the sky upside down. It brought with it the power of laws as it charged into Job's tears. Chong Job's eyebrows shot up, and his body instantly shifted to the side. His aura changed again. He was no longer as calm as before. Instead, he exuded a domineering air, and his eyes narrowed. He exuded a terrifying light as well as a fierce look. Interesting. It seems that I really shouldn't have only arranged for this 10% combat power clone to come. An opponent like you is worthy of my main body descending. As for you, are you sure you want to fight to the death with me? As Chong Yitzi spoke, he had already grabbed the hilt of his sword, and the desire to fight in his eyes surged to the heavens. In the instant that the illusory palm pounced on him, Chong Yitzi suddenly pulled out the sword from his bosom and slashed it down toward the incoming palm. The slash caused his star to materialize and merge with the sword. With an extremely sharp aura, it collided with the palm in the blink of an eye. However, there was no loud boom. The moment the shocking sword chi touched the palm, it was as if it had pressed a block of ice into water. It instantly sank into the palm and disappeared. That's it. Wang Baol was a little disappointed as he looked at Chong Weizi. This scene changed Chong Koix's aura once again. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying as he spoke awkwardly. Fellow Taoist Wang, I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Baol shook his head. The illusory palm that he had conjured approached with a loud bang, not giving Chong Koix's clone any chance. He didn't even care about the person's resistance or struggle. He enveloped the clone in an instant and grabbed the clone in his palm. Without any hesitation, Wang Baol raised his right hand and clenched it slightly. Immediately, the illusory palm that he had conjured was the same. With a loud boom, he couldn't even let out a scream before the clone's body exploded. As Wang Baol opened his palm once again, everything in the illusory palm was reduced to ashes. Too weak. Wang Baol shook his head slightly. Everyone around him was shocked. They looked at Wang Baol in shock. Not noticing the calm and disappointed Wang Baol, he retracted his palm and shook it gently. It was a little numb and painful. However, Wang Baol would never reveal any of it. After returning from the fated star, he realized that he had fallen in love with the attitude of a supreme being. He felt a little regretful at that moment. There were too few onlookers around him, but the attitude that he should have had. He still had to integrate himself into his daily life. Therefore, Wang Baol maintained his calm and composed attitude. He retrieved the planet and returned to the battleship. A faint voice that seemed to have remained unchanged since ancient times rang out. Let's set off. Just as Wang Baol's planet transformed into a giant hand and destroyed Chongjob's clone, which was still useless despite its ever-changing aura, the first sect of the left Dao sacred region, within the mountain gate of the 9 prefectures Dao. Chongjob's main body, which was floating in the starry sky like a vast star, suddenly opened its eyes. As it opened its eyes, a sea of fire instantly appeared in its eyes. The fire instantly spread out and covered the entire area, enveloping a large area in flames. The void was burned, and the starry sky distorted. Chong Jabi, who was sitting there, instantly withered his left arm. His face turned paler. He didn't spit out any blood, but his aura was much weaker. He opened his eyes in shock, and a sinister look appeared on his face. He frowned slowly. His clone has fallen? Chong Jabi's expression was ugly, but he didn't know the exact process. The seal was able to interfere with karma and block out the mighty figures in the galaxy. He would be affected even if he was inside. That was why the memories the clone sent back were limited to seeing Wang Bail's battleship fly out and the 7 or 8 stellar Tao protectors. Everything behind it was blank. Could there be a powerful cultivator hiding inside Wang Bail's battleship? Or could there be an extraordinary person among his Tao protectors? Or could it be that exalted heavenly Dharma is helping him? Chong Yitzi couldn't understand, however. He felt that the last possibility was the smallest, and the biggest possibility was that there was someone among the Tao protectors who was not weak. The thought of Wang Bail personally killing his clone didn't exist in Chong Koix's mind. What couldn't have happened naturally didn't appear in his mind. The blazing flame patriarch really loves this disciple. Chong Koix snorted coldly. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to look at his withered left arm. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. How dare he destroy my clone? How can this matter end like this? Patriarch Flame might be powerful, but it's not like I don't have a master. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he narrowed his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. As he did, the starry sky around him began to rumble. It was as if an enormous pressure were emanating out from him, causing the starry sky in all directions to be unable to withstand the pressure. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the starry sky. In fact, numerous threads of natural law could be seen materializing out of thin air, twisting and distorting his surroundings. It was as if they were a foil to his surroundings, causing his aura to be shocking. In truth, that was indeed the case. As a late-stage star, Chong Weizi was an Earth-grade star, and therefore possessed incredible battle prowess. Even someone at the Great Circle of the Black Realm would not be a match for him, not to mention that he had been in closed-door cultivation for many years to break through to the Great Circle. Although he had not reached it yet, he was only a hair's breadth away. And once he reached the Great Circle, what was placed in front of him would be a test like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. If he succeeded, then the 9 regions Tao would have one more mighty figure from the celestial domain. At the same time, this was more related to the struggle for the orthodoxy within the 9 regions Tao. It was a competition between him and the first Tao child who was not a zero. Whoever became the celestial domain first would be able to take over the 9 regions Tao's orthodoxy. At this critical moment, you destroyed my clone? A cold light flickered in Chong Job's eyes. He was very frustrated. If he didn't owe him a favor, he wouldn't have attacked at this time. However, now that his clone was destroyed, if he didn't deal with it, his Tao heart wasn't perfect and it would also affect his cultivation base. That's fine. I'll bring back a Tao star and see if it can be of any additional help to me. With that thought, Chong Job rose to his feet, causing the starry sky in all directions to tremble. His body flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he left the 9 regions Tao's mountain galaxy. When he reappeared, he was already in the vast starry skies. He raised his right hand and did some calculations. He raised his head and took large strides, one step at a time, towards the spot where his clone had died. At the same time, in the starry skies far away from Chong Weizi, the warship that Wang Bail was on was also moving at an astonishing speed. Kept moving forward, and its target was very clear. It was the entrance to the meteorite land. Although there was a large area from here to the entrance of the starfall, it was still much shorter than the distance between Chong Yitzi and the starfall. Therefore, even if the latter was faster with the speed of the battleship and the starfall entrance. Still getting closer. Half a month later, Wang Bail could vaguely see the empty white galaxy in the distance as the warship sped along. From afar, the white galaxy looked the same as what Wang Bail remembered. That was the paper galaxy, or rather, the paper galaxy. At the edge, the warship stopped. As Xianxia and Chen Han were curious, Wang Bail walked out of the warship and looked at the paper galaxy in front of him. After a moment of silence, he did not ride the warship to show his respect. Instead, he left the battleship and the people in it outside. He walked forward and stepped into the paper galaxy. The moment he stepped in, waves of ripples spread out from under his feet, causing the paper galaxy to ripple and rise and fall like a sea of paper. Wang Bao's expression was the same as ever. He continued walking forward. A few days later, he arrived at the center of the paper galaxy, where the meteorite cruiser had stopped. He stood there and looked at the void around him. Wang Bao cupped his fists. He bowed forward. An old friend has come to visit. I wonder if Senior Meteorite Emperor will allow me to enter. He had been acting like an expert the entire journey, and he had gained the ability to look down on the entire world of the stone tablet due to the knowledge he had gained from his previous life. However, Wang Bao knew very well when it would be beneficial to him, when it would be disadvantageous to him. For example, he had to put away his attitude now. Otherwise, it would backfire. After bowing, Wang Bao didn't panic. Instead, he waited silently. After about 10 breaths, an ancient voice reverberated throughout the paper starry sky. Please! As the voice rang out, the entire paper starry sky began to fluctuate violently. As the ripples spread, the paper starry sky began to fold in half, then in half, then in half, just like a piece of paper. After the endless folding, the paper starry sky became smaller and smaller, but its height grew higher and higher. This didn't seem logical, but it was the truth. Xianxia, Chen Han, and the others who were outside the paper starry sky saw this scene shocked them, but they also felt that Wang Bao was even more mysterious. That was because they knew that other than a fixed invitation, the meteorite land didn't care about the outside world. Even if a mighty figure from the star domain arrived and wasn't allowed to enter, the mighty figure from the star domain would have no choice but to leave. However, Wang Bao had arrived here and successfully entered. This made Xianxia even more determined towards Wang Bao, and it made Chen Han even more proud of his status as the son of man. Amidst their determination and pride, their gazes met subconsciously. Humph! Humph! They quickly moved away from each other. Similarly, they saw the paper starry sky where Wang Bao was, and the scene of the paper being folded infinitely. There was also Chong Yizi's true form, who was currently far away in the starry sky, walking out of thin air. He stood there, clearly very eye-catching. However, Xianxia and the others didn't notice anything. They stared at the paper starry sky that was being folded continuously. They watched as the height of the paper became more and more astonishing, until it turned into a streak of white light and disappeared into the starry sky. Chong Yizi's eyes narrowed solemnly. That was because he had already seen Xianxia and the others' battleships. He hadn't seen any cultivator in there who could threaten his clone. This caused many guesses to arise in his heart. The person who killed my clone has left? Or is it that the other party came from the fallen star land? Interesting. While muttering, Chong Weizi glanced at Xianxia and Chen Han's battleships. Then, he withdrew his gaze and did not bother with them anymore. He also did not have any thoughts of capturing them or searching their souls. He was too confident. He disdained to know the answer in advance. He liked the unknown, because it would make a dull life more colorful. He smiled faintly and sat cross-legged in the starry skies. He believed that Wang Bao, who had entered the fallen star lands, would eventually come out. The answer to everything would be revealed when he killed Wang Bao after he came out. I hope I won't be disappointed. In the starry sky, as the paper galaxy continued to fold in half, and when it completely disappeared from everyone's sight, in another void, the world before Wang Bao's eyes changed abruptly. It was still the vast sea of paper, but it was no longer black, but white. As for the sky, the sun, and even the flying birds and seagulls, they were all familiar paper-like existences. A kindness that came from the will of the entire world emanated from heaven and earth and from all living things. It filled Wang Bao's surroundings, as if he was delighted and welcoming. Waves rose from the sea of paper around him, as if they were worshipping him. This feeling made Wang Bao feel comfortable inside and outside his body, and it was even more intimate. Welcome back to the land of the fallen stars. Wang Bao turned his head. He was no longer in nothingness. Instead, he was in a boat. The paper figure paddling in front of him was the one he was familiar with back then. The paper figurine turned its head and looked at Wang Baol. "Senior, how have you been?" Wang Baol took a deep breath and cupped his fists in greeting. The paper figurine grinned and cupped his fists at Wang Baol as well. Then it paddled on the paper pulp and broke through the waves. A gust of wind blew against him, blowing up Wang Baol's hair. Then it didn't leave. Instead, it stayed around him. It turned into gentleness, as if it was dancing. Wang Baol smiled. After returning to the fallen star, he felt the kindness of the world. He felt an unrestrained freedom and safety. He decided to sit on the deck of the ship. He raised his right hand and took out a bottle of ice spirit water. He looked at the world around him. In his comfort, he drank one mouthful after another, as if he was drinking alcohol. "We have an important guest visiting. How can we let him drink alone?" Wang Baol had only taken a few gulps when a voice reverberated around him. The waves churned again, and a paper figurine rose from the surface of the sea. Step by step, it walked onto the ship. It stopped beside Wang Baol, and it raised its right hand and extended it towards Wang Baol. Even though the paper figurine looked similar, Wang Baol could already tell at a glance that the paper figurine walking towards him was the first emperor of the Starfall Empire who had been in his storage bag back then. When Wang Baol had obtained the Tao Star and left the Starfall Empire, the first emperor had chosen to stay behind. He had stayed deep within the sea of paper to guard the newly sealed mouth of the mirror vortex. Looking at the first emperor's outstretched hand, Wang Baol stood up with a smile and bowed. Then he took out a bottle of ice spirit water and handed it over. Wang Baol wasn't worried about whether the first emperor would be able to drink it. To a mighty figure like the first emperor, the body was just like clothes. It wasn't important. That was indeed the case. After receiving the ice spirit water, the first emperor of the paper figurine raised his head and took a big gulp. Just as he was about to let out his usual sigh after drinking, his expression changed. He lowered his head and looked at the ice spirit water in his hand carefully. Then, he looked at Wang Baol. "What is this? It's so sweet. Is it good? This is my favorite drink. In the entire universe, only the Federation produces it. It's called ice spirit water." Wang Baol blinked and looked at the paper figurine. The paper figurine remained silent for a few breaths as it silently tasted the ice spirit water in its hand. After a long while, it curled its lips and placed it aside, looking at Wang Baol. "You're early, Senior. You don't seem to be surprised by my arrival?" Wang Baol smiled upon hearing that. "When you left that day, I had a premonition that one day, you would return to this place and search for the whirlpool beneath the sea of paper." Wang Baol didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the sea of paper. The whirlpool at the bottom of the sea of paper was one of his goals for coming here. He wanted to verify whether the whirlpool was the same one he had seen in his first life, the one that had appeared in the 3-foot-long black wood. However, he didn't plan to go now. He wanted to break through on his own. He would explore it once he reached the star realm. After some thought, Wang Baol turned to the emperor before him and cupped his fists slightly. "I have come to seek permission from the emperor and the Starfall Empire to summon a special planet and upgrade to a star here." Wang Baol's expression was solemn as he looked at the emperor of the paper figurine generation. "It's a small matter. How many do you need?" The emperor of the paper figurine generation asked in a relaxed tone. On one hand, Wang Baol was a benefactor to the Starfall Empire. On the other hand, he had an impressive background. Naturally, he wouldn't reject such a request. After all, there were more than 10,000 unique planets in the Starfall Empire. It wasn't a big deal to give some away. "This is about 10,000. Wang Baol asked in a low voice, a little embarrassed. The first emperor of the paper figurine fell silent. He picked up the ice spirit water that he had placed aside and took a big gulp. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you only need to upgrade to a star? I plan to use the tens of thousands of unique stars as embellishments. As I transform them into a starry sky, My Tao star will be raised and my Tao star will break through and evolve from a planet to a star. Wang Bail knew what he was asking for. Basically, he had emptied out about 90% of the capital of the Starfall Empire. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he added another sentence. If there's anything that you need me to do, please tell me. Also, if you can't give me that much, I can give you less. That's fine too. I can make the decision if it's less than 1,000, but if it's 10,000, I'm no longer in charge of the current Starfall Empire. That's why even though I want to give it to you, I can't make a decision. The Emperor is here. You can ask him yourself. The first Emperor of the paper figurine cleared his throat. He looked into the distance as if he was trying to shift the blame. Naturally, Wang Bail realized that something was wrong. He felt a headache coming on. As he pondered how he could get the other party to agree, he raised his head and looked over. Soon, they saw more than 100 paper figurine charging towards them from the distance. The paper figure in front of them was the current emperor of the Starfall Empire. The ripples from the galaxy around him were extremely powerful. He landed on the ship as he took a step forward and smiled at Wang Bail. Wang Bail greeted him with a smile. He hesitated for a moment before saying the same words as before. The emperor of the Starfall Empire hesitated as well. He exchanged glances with the first-generation patriarch and fell silent for a moment. It was obvious that he was in a difficult position. He was about to decline politely. However, at that moment, the sky, which had been bright during the day, suddenly rumbled. Distorted ripples reverberated in the sky. It was as if a white curtain had been lifted by someone, revealing the black sky. In the sky, the light of the stars rapidly materialized. When the stars of all levels were added together, the number exceeded 1,000,000. It spread across the entire starry sky. Faintly, the will of the entire meteorite land came from within. It seemed to have turned into a voice that reverberated in the minds of Wang Bail and the two Emperor paper figurines. But the reverberation of the will caused the two Emperor paper figurines to look at each other again. The current Emperor had an awkward expression on his face. Bail, don't blame me for hesitating earlier. It's really... What's there to hesitate about? I've already said that there's no problem with this matter. Wang Bail is the benefactor of the Meteorite Empire. His request is worth 100,000, let alone 10,000. We are all willing to repay his kindness as a person. The first-generation elder of the paper figurines was obviously thick-skinned. He was the same age as the first-generation paper figurine ancestor. Therefore, after sensing that the entire world's will had agreed, he immediately spoke with a solemn tone and reprimanded his junior at the same time. You're right, ancestor. The current emperor of the Star Meteor Empire smiled bitterly when he heard that and bowed to the first-generation emperor. The first-generation emperor coughed and waved his hand. Bail, I'll give you the starry sky. I don't ask for anything else. I only hope that one day, when you have the strength and opportunity to truly enter the vortex, you will bring me along. His tone was rather magnanimous. Wang Bail blinked his eyes. He suppressed his laughter and hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, he nodded his head seriously. After agreeing to the matter, he took a deep breath and didn't wait any longer. He leaped into the air and headed straight for the starry sky. In the eyes of the surrounding paper figures, Wang Bail was like a shooting star. As he flew continuously into the starry skies, his Tao star appeared outside his body. The Tao star expanded rapidly. In an instant, it reached a terrifying level. The 9 ancient stars around him materialized as well. They seemed to be cheering, but they also seemed to be yearning. They accompanied Wang Bail and merged into the starry skies. In the starry sky, the countless starlight dimmed automatically. It seemed like they didn't dare compete for glory. They seemed to be paying their respects, but they also seemed to be suppressing their excitement. It was as if they possessed a certain level of intelligence. They could sense this opportunity. To them, it was an opportunity for the stars to transform. When Wang Bail's figure completely merged into the starry sky, his voice suddenly reverberated. Please bear witness that I, Wang Bail, will be promoted to a star here today. As soon as he said that, The millions of stars in the starry skies seemed to be excited, and they shone brightly. Sigh, if only girls were like these stars. With just a word from me, they would all be excited. That would be great. Wang Bail stood in the starry sky, looking at the excitement and brilliance of the millions of stars around him. He didn't know why, but he had such a strange thought. However, in order to maintain the status of an expert he had gained after comprehending his previous life, he could only put these thoughts to the bottom of his heart. On the surface, he was as calm as water. He was calm and unhurried, reflecting on the extraordinary feeling he had gained in his previous life. His performance was perfect. However, he had forgotten that little Missy had a hobby of prying into his thoughts. Therefore, almost the moment Wang Bail's sigh appeared, he heard a cold laugh. Is this the reason why you dream of becoming the Federation president? Wang Bail's body trembled, and he nearly lost his status as an expert. He thought for a moment, sighed softly, and spoke in his mind with deep affection. The madness of a million girls may be good, but they are all to set off my Tao star. Little Missy, you are the eternal Tao star in my heart, causing my eyes to be filled with you. Tui! Little Missy's angry voice responded to Wang Bail. However, from her voice, Wang Bail could still sense the change in her emotions. He coughed, and his expression became solemn. He sat down cross-legged. He was completely immersed in the circulation of his cultivation, and a strange glow appeared in his eyes. Little Missy knew that this was the crucial moment for Wang Bail. She spat and didn't speak. Instead, she watched silently. As she watched, Wang Bail's cultivation circulated faster and faster. From the beginning, it took 4 breaths of time for his cultivation to circulate through his entire body. Then, it accelerated to 1 breath of time. As his speed increased, Wang Bail's body became like a huge furnace, emitting a high temperature. It was absorbed by the Tao stars outside his body, causing the light from the Tao stars to become brighter and brighter. Even the 9 ancient stars around him absorbed a portion of it, causing the light to become brighter and brighter. It's not enough. Wang Bail's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he was filled with anticipation. Before he went to the Raging Flame Galaxy, he had some understanding of the stellar grade, but he didn't have a complete understanding of it. As the Raging Flame ancestor sat down and cultivated. As he read through a large number of ancient texts, his understanding of the stellar grade increased greatly. He knew very well that stars were divided into heaven, earth, and Huangfan. It was rare to see a person of these 5 levels reach the mystic grade, and it was usually due to a certain amount of luck. For example, among his Tao protectors, there was one at the mystic grade. This person had an unusual status among the stars in the Raging Flame Galaxy. Previously, when Xianxia attacked, this person seemed to have been defeated as well. However, in reality, his injuries were minimal. This was the strength of a black grade star. As for the earth grade star, it could only be described as rare, like Xianxia. It was the earth grade star. However, he was the second Tao child of the first sect of the left Tao sacred region. From this, one could see how rare the earth grade star was. In the entire Raging Flame Galaxy, there might have been earth grade stars in the past. However, now, there are no more. As Wang Bail muttered to himself, he retracted his thoughts from the Raging Flame Galaxy. His understanding of heaven-grade stars surfaced in his mind. Heaven-grade stars were extremely rare in the entire Weiyang Dao domain. There seemed to be some secrets involved. That was why, from ancient times until now, only the royal family of the Weiyang clan had ever had a heaven-grade star. Regardless of whether it was heaven grade or mortal grade, the method of advancing to a star was similar. They would find a star of sufficient level and fuse it into their bodies. After fusing with their bodies, they would make a breakthrough and form a galaxy within their bodies. Therefore, the star grade also had another name, which was the galaxy grade. As for the original planet, it would also become the first planet in the galaxy after the breakthrough. However, at this time, regardless of whether it was the heaven or the mortal level, although there was a gap, it was not as big as the gap between heaven and earth. The strength between them was mainly reflected in the later cultivation and accommodation, just like a container. If the mortal level was just a cup, then the earth level would be a huge water tank and the heaven level would be a pool. The higher the grade, the more stars that could be contained in the subsequent cultivation. To a certain extent, the cultivation of a star-grade cultivator, in addition to their own cultivation techniques, was to devour and fuse with the stars to complete the transformation of their own body. When they reached the pinnacle, their own galaxy would be infinitely vast and turn into a galaxy. At that time, it would be the moment when the star-grade cultivator broke through their own cultivation. But what I want is not these 5 levels, but above them, even rarer than a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn, the legendary Tao-level star. Wang Bao's eyes shone brightly. Tao level. This was a level that could only be achieved after one possessed a Tao star and had great opportunities. It was to allow a Tao star to advance to the permanent Tao realm. This was something that only the first-generation patriarch of the never-ending clan had done before. After him, no one else had been able to do it. After all, there were too few Tao stars and even fewer opportunities to advance to the permanent Tao realm. Therefore, no method of advancement had been spread. They had to rely on themselves to figure it out. On the way here, Wang Bao had already figured out a few methods. For example, the reason why he had been constantly increasing the speed of his cultivation was one of the methods he had analyzed. It was the method that he had considered the most likely to achieve. He increased the speed of his cultivation, causing his body to continuously emit high temperatures like a fireball. He allowed the fluctuations of his planet to reach its peak, allowing him to sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. As his thoughts spun, Wang Bao didn't hesitate at all. The cultivation in his body increased the speed of his cultivation. It gradually changed from 1 cycle of 1 breath to 3 cycles of 1 breath, 5 cycles of 1 day, and 10 cycles of 1 day. He felt that he had reached his limit. His Tao stars, under the crazy rotation of his cultivation, became extremely hot. The sky above the fallen stars seemed to be burning, and a fiery red glow appeared. The paper figures on the sea of paper looked at it. Their expressions changed. As their expressions changed, Wang Bao grew anxious. He had already reached his limit of 10 cycles of 1 breath. He couldn't hold on for too long in this state, however. He still didn't feel any signs of advancement. My instincts tell me that as long as I burn my Tao star and consume the power of my Tao star, I'll be able to advance in 1 leap. However, I don't want to burn it and consume it. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. Immediately, the shadow of a zombie appeared outside his body. The illusion of a resentful weapon appeared, as did the illusions of other lives. The little white deer was among them. It spread out and merged with his Tao star, causing the Tao star to tremble violently. It was as if it had been given a boost of power, light and heat. It exploded. The entire sky in the fallen star area lit up instantly. The dark night turned into a vast expanse of white. As it exploded, it merged with the Tao star. Wang Bao, who was indistinguishable from the rest. He finally felt a faint barrier. The barrier seemed to have some sort of restriction that prevented the Tao star from advancing. It was as if there was a boundary in the universe. Only by leaping like a fish through the dragon's gate, allowing the Tao star to leap up and cross the boundary that had collapsed, could it advance successfully. He had instinctively felt that as long as he allowed the Tao star to burn and consume more energy, it would be the same. That was because burning would give him more motivation to leap up. That was because the consumption would reduce the amount of energy that the Tao star would consume, allowing it to leap up more easily. However, he wasn't willing. At that moment, Wang Bao raised his head abruptly. His voice was solemn, and it reverberated throughout the entire sky. Among the stars that fill the sky, who is willing to accompany me? To walk the galaxy and see the real starry sky. As soon as he spoke, the millions of stars that were already shining with excitement went crazy. The light erupted with an unprecedented intensity, causing the starlight in the sky to be countless and vast. There were tens of thousands of stars within. The light was the strongest. Those were special stars. As they shone intensely, Wang Bao raised his right hand. His eyes were filled with determination as he spoke softly. "Return to your positions." As his words reverberated, the millions of stars roared and rushed towards Wang Baol. However, the tens of thousands of special stars within were the fastest. In the blink of an eye, they surpassed the other stars. They arrived directly around Wang Baol and surrounded him. They seemed to have formed a stance with each other. As they excluded the other non-special stars, they gathered their strength and released the starlight, merging into Wang Baol's Tao star. The moment the light from the tens of thousands of special stars merged into it, Wang Baol's Tao star's aura instantly surged. Its range expanded once again, and its aura reached a level that caused the expressions of most of the paper figurines to change drastically. Wang Baol seemed to be able to hold on all of a sudden. His breathing quickened, and he formed a seal with both hands. He stood up straight from his cross-legged position and let out a low roar. Star ceiling rise. The moment Wang Baol spoke, the tens of thousands of unique stars returned to their original positions and merged all the starlight into the Tao stars. The moment Wang Baol stood up and extended his arms, a huge star chart appeared behind him. The star chart was the shape of a cow. It was small at first, but it expanded instantly and grew larger. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Eventually, amidst the rumbling sounds, the star chart covered more than half of the starry sky. Other than the tens of thousands of unique stars that had fused into the star chart, the other stars had no choice but to retreat and make space for it. When everyone looked up, they even felt as if the star chart had replaced the starry sky. Only Wang Baol's Tao star was at the core of the star chart. It was like a huge furnace that was burning fiercely. The star chart also encompassed the tens of thousands of unique stars. At that moment, the tens of thousands of unique stars seemed to return to their original positions within the star chart. They were arranged according to certain rules. In the blink of an eye, the cow. It shone with boundless light, as if it had transcended the mortal realm and become a divine cow. However, it was not clear, but rather a little blurry. One could see that the divine cow had its eyes closed and did not open. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, but even so, its body still emitted an aura that caused the entire fallen star region to be shaken. It was mighty, it was divine courage, and it was a domineering aura that could shake the heavens and shake the heavens once it opened its eyes. This is the first emperor of the Starfall Empire's pupils constricted. Beside him, the current emperor of the Starfall Empire's expression changed when he saw the divine Ox star chart. Such a domineering aura. Is this the projection of the starfield? The two exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, their shock wasn't over yet. A new change appeared once again. Wang Baol's eyes shone with intense anticipation. The star sealing art in his body started operating abruptly. He flew from the first level to the third level, then to the fourth level. After a brief pause, he broke through and reached the fifth level. With each breakthrough, the divine Ox's glow grew stronger by a third. During this process, the giant divine Ox star chart quickly turned from blurry to clear. When Wang Baol's star sealing art reached its peak, the tens of thousands of unique stars, they immediately replaced the meteorites that were originally stored in the divine Ox star chart. They replaced all the ordinary stars within, covering all the immortal stars within. This caused the divine Ox star chart to emit a blinding glow. The light made the starry sky lose its color, made all things dim, and made all eyes seem as if they were about to turn into eternity. It even covered up the light of the Tao stars that were like a furnace. It enveloped the entire meteorite land in its light. Wang Baol's body trembled. It wasn't easy for him to push the star sealing technique Divine Ox, which was formed from tens of thousands of special stars, alone. He had taken the opportunity to successfully break through to the fifth level of the star sealing technique. However, after sensing it, Wang Baol still felt that that wasn't enough to lift his even heavier Tao star. If he wanted to advance, he needed to go one step further. In my deduction, the star sealing art exists on the sixth level. Wang Baol's eyes shone with a strange light. He took a deep breath in the starry sky and immediately activated the Tao star that had been formed at the core of the star map. The Tao star spun with a loud rumble. The power of law spread from it, and the surrounding satellites erupted, gathering the laws. All of this caused the Tao star's light to shine brightly once again. It was so bright that it surpassed the divine Ox star map. It was as if a new source of light had been injected into the star map, causing the light of the star map to be enhanced and strengthened. This indirectly pushed the star sealing incantation to rotate once again. The originally dazzling and shocking state rose once again. With the help of more than 10,000 special stars, as well as the power of his own Tao star, the light of the divine Ox star map reached an extreme level of brightness. Finally, it exploded with a bang. It broke through the limit and reached an unprecedented level, the 6th level. Booming sounds were like heavenly thunder. They continued to explode, as if they could cause the galaxy to explode. They continued to reverberate in the hearts and minds of all the living beings in the fallen star area, becoming the only one. Almost at the instant the star sealing incantation reached the 6th level, the divine Ox trembled. Its eyes also opened under the attack, revealing 2 rays of extreme light that were formed from countless starlight. When the light entered the eyes of all living beings in the fallen star land, it caused all the paper men to tremble. At the same time that they trembled, the divine Ox that had opened its eyes threw its head back and let out a roar that shook the world. Moo! It was as if it was alive. At the same time, outside the fallen star land, in the left Tao holy region, in the raging flame galaxy, the divine Ox's true body, which was sleeping in the starry sky outside the main star, also trembled the instant the divine Ox roared. He opened his eyes and looked into the starry skies. A strange glow appeared in his eyes at that moment. Beside him, the blazing flame ancestor's body also materialized and looked into the distance. I didn't expect my disciple to begin his advancement so quickly. An ancient voice came from either the blazing flame ancestor or the divine bull. As it reverberated in all directions, Wang Bail's senior brothers on the raging flame main star also have raised their heads, staring at the starry sky, as if the vision can penetrate the void, see the falling stars outside the land, at this moment gathered to the majestic vortex. The whirlpool was attracted by Wang Bail's promotion. It condensed from nothingness and silently circled the starry sky, causing Xianxia and the others to be shocked. They didn't know why, but they could guess what was happening. Perhaps it had something to do with Wang Bail. It's just the advancement to a star. There's no need to be so grand. Xianxia took a deep breath and mumbled, "Shut up. How can you mortals know about Daddy's prowess? HMPH mortal, you don't even know where Daddy came from. If you say it out loud, it'll scare the hell out of you. My daddy is the father of all living beings." Chen Han was shocked as well. However, when he heard Xianxia's words, he immediately gave up and spoke proudly. The Tao protectors behind him all lowered their heads, as if they felt that the young master seemed to have become a different person after returning from the fated star. Words always made people feel ashamed. Your father isn't here. What's the point of trying so hard to flatter him? Xianxia glared at Chen Han unhappily. Mortal! Chen Han crossed his arms over his chest and snorted, as if he didn't care to explain further. Chong Weizi, who had been waiting here without anyone knowing, was also shocked from afar. He quickly turned his head to look at the vortex that was slowly spreading around him. Then at the entrance to the fallen star that Wang Bail had disappeared into earlier, his expression was one of shock, and he had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. This is the aura of the tribulation. What's going on as the outside world shook? The same thing happened in the fallen star. The world changed, and the wind and clouds swirled. Amidst the rumbles, the first emperor of the fallen star held his breath. Breaking through to a planet can actually attract the aura of the tribulation. Quick! Set up the array formation. As he spoke, the emperor of the fallen star, as well as all the officials, immediately spread out their cultivation, their hearts palpitating. The array formation of the empire also began to operate abruptly, causing layers of white light to rise across the entire fallen star. They covered the skies. As for Wang Bail, his aura had reached its limits. He had made ample preparations. After a few breaths of silence, Wang Bail suddenly raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. Lift my Tao star. break through the void and ascend to the star of the eternal Tao. As soon as he spoke, Wang Baol waved his hands. Immediately, his Tao star and the 9 satellites rose from the divine ox's body and floated above the divine ox's head. As the divine ox raised its head, its eyes lit up. It raised its head to the sky and once again emitted an overwhelming aura. It roared in all directions, and its domineering aura was extremely violent. It shook its body and pushed against the Tao star. It carried Wang Baol and headed toward the starry sky, toward the invisible boundary. It was like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. It charged forward. From afar, this scene was reflected in the eyes of everyone in the fallen star. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. In that scene, the divine bull was mighty, majestic, and domineering. It charged crazily towards the end of the sky with the heavenly Tao star that looked like it was about to turn into a scarlet sun. On its back, Wang Baol, dressed in white and with his long hair fluttering in the wind, had a calm expression on his face. His gaze was calm, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He looked like a god. The celestial was tall and straight. There was not a single trace of fatty on him. All that could be seen was a mountain-like, pine-like figure standing tall between heaven and earth. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he stood on a star ox. The Tao star above his head transformed into a beam of light that seemed to be eternally visible in the sky. With the help of the divine ox's power, he lifted the Tao star and shot straight up into the sky. It grew higher and higher. At that moment, the sky began to change, and the wind and clouds began to swirl. Rumbling sounds in all directions transformed into bolts of lightning that exploded out in all directions throughout the entire fallen star region. At the same time, the divine ox let out a shocking roar, and the Tao star it lifted up began to rapidly turn crimson. It was as if there was an enormous furnace within it, which emanated boundless flames that caused the temperature of the Tao star to rise. It seemed to have reached an extreme, spreading outwards. Everyone who saw it seemed to have seen a sun. At that moment, everyone in the fallen star area held their breaths. At that moment, all the cultivators who saw the scene felt their hearts thump. As their hearts thump, the divine bull sped up. The light from the Tao stars grew brighter and brighter, and the flames within grew stronger and stronger. Finally, at the end of the sky, the divine bull, which was charging forward aggressively, suddenly stopped in its tracks. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in front of it, preventing the advancement of the Tao stars and the leap of the divine bull. As it stopped, Wang Baol, who was standing on the back of the divine bull, had a sharp look in his eyes. He could feel the barrier. He could even see and sense the various repulsive forces emanating from within the invisible barrier. It was like a seal, like a suppressive force. Heaven does not wish for the Tao to become eternal, which is why there are restrictions, Wang Baol muttered. This was exactly the same as what he had experienced previously. However, all my preparations have been accumulated in order to break this restriction. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly. He raised both his hands and waved them violently. Immediately, a vast force seemed to accumulate within the divine ox's body. It suppressed everything in all directions, causing the divine ox's 2 front hooves to bend slightly in the sky. It was as if the void beneath its feet was like land, and it was making its final preparations. The most critical moment has arrived. Legend has it that Tao stars are as constant as a fish leaping over a dragon's gate. One has to break through the limits of the starry skies. The first-generation patriarch and the emperor of the fallen star looked at each other solemnly. Their cultivation levels were high, but even they had only heard of such a scene where Tao stars were as constant as a dragon's gate in legends. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. It was the first time in their lives. As they looked over, Wang Baol suddenly lowered his raised hands and let out a low growl. "Rise!" As he spoke, the divine ox beneath his feet trembled and let out an even louder roar. As it roared, its majestic body charged forward violently and crashed into the invisible barrier in the sky. A soundless boom filled the hearts and minds of all living beings in the fallen star region. Cracking sounds rang out from the barrier, and in the next moment, it shattered, transforming into ripples that spread out in all directions. At the center of the ripples, the divine ox lifted the Tao star up into the air. However, that was not the end. As it charged forward, the light and heat from the Tao star grew even more intense, and yet another barrier appeared. In other words, what existed here was not a single barrier but an astonishing number of layers. As the first layer collapsed and the ripples spread, the invisible barrier, which had previously been invisible, finally appeared. It was reflected in everyone's eyes and before Wang Baol's eyes. It's not a single layer. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. With the help of the divine bull's might, his divine perception spread out abruptly, spreading towards where the barrier was. As it spread out, he gradually realized that the barrier that restricted the advancement of Tao stars had reached 1,000,000. 1,000,000 barriers blocked all living beings and suppressed the starry skies. Like 1,000,000 laws, they formed a huge seal that sealed everything. However, Wang Baol's heart and soul were soon blessed. From the feedback from the Tao stars and their state, he gained some enlightenment. The advancement of a Tao star. In reality, as long as he broke through the first barrier, it would be considered a success. He didn't have to break through all the millions of barriers. Now, with just a thought, he could instantly upgrade the Tao star that was lifted up by the divine ox formed by his divine ability into a permanent Tao. However, even though such a permanent Tao could be considered a breakthrough in the end, it wasn't the limit. According to Wang Baol's enlightenment, before the advancement, every time the Tao star broke through a barrier, its power and potential would increase after the advancement to a permanent Tao. Then let's see where my limits lie. Wang Baol's eyes were filled with determination and a strong desire to fight. He didn't continue thinking after he had made his decision. Instead, he took a deep breath, and the cultivation in his body felt like it was about to explode. With a loud boom, he merged with the divine ox, causing its entire body to glow. It roared crazily, carrying the Tao star, and ramming into it once more. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions, and the sound of layers of barriers collapsing spread out in all directions. From a distance, the divine ox could be seen transforming into a beam of light that carried the Tao star as it charged forward, smashing through the layers of barriers as easily as breaking dried twigs. 3 layers, 10 layers, 30 layers, 50 layers, 100 layers. 300 layers, 900 layers, 1,500 layers. It wasn't over yet. 3,000 levels, 5,000 levels. Amidst the rumbling and shattering, the divine ox, which was supporting the Tao star, only slowed down when it reached the 5,974th level of the barrier. After gathering its strength slightly, it roared and charged again. This time, it shattered to the 9,397th level. At this point, it was as if the limit was about to be reached. The divine ox's dim figure erupted with its final strength, supporting the Tao star and shattering a few hundred layers of the barrier. Only when it reached 10,000 levels did it lose all of its power and dissipate. 10,000 layers, how can that be enough? Wang Baol roared into the sky. He raised his left hand and lifted up the majestic Tao star that was no different from a star. It was so massive that it could shock other stars. He formed a seal with his right hand and pointed. Immediately, the illusory figure of the zombie from his previous life transformed into a ray of light as he pointed forward. It shot forward with such speed and destruction that everyone who saw it was shocked. In that instant, 10,000 layers of the light shattered. The light dissipated, and Wang Baol's figure, carrying the Tao star, stepped onto the 20,000 layers. It wasn't over yet. Within his body, the devil blade, the Xianxia divine clan, and the figure formed from the terrifying hatred walked out. The shattering of the barrier was shocking. 30,000 layers, 40,000 layers, 50,000 layers. In the next moment, as the remaining 30,000 layers of the membrane collapsed, the white deer's figure crashed forward with a dazzling light. This collision shattered another 30,000 layers. Wang Baol lifted the figure of the Tao star and stood atop the 80,000 layers of the membrane. His Tao star, As the layers of the membrane collapsed, its body grew larger and larger. It no longer looked like a star. It looked more like a strange celestial body that had been gathered by a large number of stars. There's still one last attack. Wang Bao's body trembled, and madness appeared in his eyes. He lifted his right hand, and the afterimage of the black wooden board appeared in an instant. The image of the black wooden board's life appeared in his mind, and it descended abruptly. As it descended, the sky buzzed like never before. The remaining 900,000 or so layers in front of it trembled. An indescribable power erupted, causing the layers of the barrier to shatter like paper. The 100,000 th layer, the 200,000 th layer, the 400,000 th layer, the 600,000 th layer. Continue. Wang Bao's eyes were bloodshot. He charged forward, causing the power radiating from the black wooden board to be like a sharp blade that could cut through everything. In an instant, it shattered to 700,000 layers, 800,000 layers, and finally 990,000 layers. Finally, it reached its peak. Even so, the remaining power was still unleashed. 10,000 layers were blasted open at its peak, and the invisible seal formed by the millions of laws shattered with a loud bang. As it shattered, an epiphany appeared in Wang Bao's mind. It was as if at that moment, 10,000 laws couldn't cover his eyes, and 10,000 Tao couldn't cover his heart. At that moment, his Tao star finally exploded with light and heat to its peak, until there was no light at all. It became a black hole that could swallow up a star. His cultivation base surged, and he broke through the planet and stepped into the star. It was an extremely unique, unprecedented star. Stars were mighty figures who had half a foot into immortality. Although there were more stars in the Weiyang Dao domain, this was due to the large number of stars, and most of them were at the mortal and yellow levels, but even so, the star realm was still a terrifying existence that could support a galaxy by itself. Not to mention a high-grade star. For example, Chongweizi, as an Earth-grade star, was already the second Tao child of the Nine Regions Road, the first sect of the left path of the Holy Region. From this, one could see that high-grade stars were extremely powerful and rare. As for the heaven-grade, that was a method that only the unending royal family could grasp. A heaven-grade star, even if its cultivation was only at the middle stage of the star realm, killing Chongweizi. Although it was not an easy task, however, it did not require too much effort. That was also one of the reasons why the never-ending royal family had remained strong for generations. As for Wang Bao, his star could no longer be judged by conventional standards. In terms of grade, he had surpassed the heaven grade and reached the legendary level of Dao Heng. In terms of magnitude, he had shattered millions of barriers. He had raised his Dao star to the level of a black hole. It was difficult to judge his current combat strength, and Wang Bao himself couldn't make a definite comparison. He only knew that he could kill several stars like the Job Tier's clone with a single finger. I might not be invincible now, but there are very few people who can kill me. Wang Bao raised his head. He was filled with emotion, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. As Wang Bao was deep in thought in the sky, all the paper figures in the fallen star area below were shocked. They hovered outside the exit of the fallen star area. The vortex formed by the aura of the tribulation caused by Wang Bao's advancement suddenly increased in speed. Bolts of lightning appeared in the vortex as it spun rapidly. The moment they appeared, the bolts of lightning flew out. It was as if they could accurately find the entrance to the fallen star area. They flew out instantly. At a glance, there were too many bolts of lightning. There were countless of them. They continued to appear from the vortex and fly into the fallen star lands. This scene shocked and bewildered even Chongweizi. It was even more so for the living beings in the fallen star lands. They saw the bolts of lightning charging into the sky. Each bolt of lightning seemed to have a destructive aura. As soon as they appeared, they crashed into the array formation protecting the meteorite land. The loud boom erupted from the start. The sky turned pale, and the array formation distorted. It was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Wang Bao raised his head to look at the bolts of lightning. Wang Bao, this is the heavenly tribulation. Make your preparations as soon as possible. The array formation of the meteorite empire won't be able to withstand it for long. The first-generation patriarch roared. He and the meteorite emperor beside him quickly formed hand seals to reinforce the array formation. They were unable to help Wang Baol directly because doing so would be against the rules and would affect the entire Starfall Empire. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to rely on the array formation to buy some time for Wang Baol. "There's no need to stop me. I'm no longer the person I used to be," Wang Baol said calmly. The air of an expert reappeared on him. As he spoke, he placed his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and he exuded the aura of a powerful expert. This scene made the emperor and the emperor look at each other strangely. They looked at each other and retracted their divine abilities. They opened a crack in the array formation. In an instant, the lightning bolts that were charging towards them from outside the array formation rumbled. They seemed to possess intelligence as they descended through the crack. The targets of the lightning bolts had nothing to do with the fallen stars. As they descended, they charged towards Wang Baol. They were so fast that they closed in on him in an instant. There were so many of them that the first wave alone numbered tens of thousands. Wang Baol had a faint smile on his face. As the bolts of lightning approached him, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Instantly, the stars behind him materialized. There was no light or heat radiating from them. All that could be seen was a gigantic black hole. As the bolts of lightning approached him, they collapsed and twisted. They circled around him and were drawn into the black hole where they were devoured. "That's it?" Wang Baol raised his head and asked calmly. In the next instant, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning came roaring from outside the crack. However, they all collapsed and twisted as they approached Wang Baol and were absorbed by the black hole behind him. Seeing this, Wang Baol sighed softly. There was a hint of boredom in his expression as he looked at the first-generation emperor. "Do you have any wine?" The first-generation emperor's face twitched. He felt that Wang Baol was very different from before. He had become very good at posturing. He felt an inexplicable urge to beat Wang Baol up. It took him a long while to suppress the urge and speak calmly. "This is just the lightning tribulation in the front. It gets stronger the further it goes." "Is that so?" Wang Baol smiled faintly. It was as if even the lightning tribulation outside the heavens felt humiliated. In an instant, more than 100,000 lightning tribulation bolts descended at the same time. Their colors changed as well, and their auras grew even more majestic. As they descended, all of them exploded around Wang Baol. They were eventually destroyed and absorbed by his black hole. Wang Baol shook his head. He flicked his slightly blackened fingers under his sleeves. He endured the act of baring his teeth and spoke slowly. "It's still boring." However, the moment he said those words, a deafening explosion erupted. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. It would have been fine if it was just an increase in the number of lightning bolts. However, the lightning bolts that appeared now, they looked like weapons and they looked extremely powerful. Amidst the loud boom, they shot towards Wang Baol through the cracks. Wang Baol's gaze remained fixed, and his scalp couldn't help but feel numb. Before he could react, the bolts of lightning exploded around him. As the loud boom reverberated in the skies, a large number of shattered lightning weapons were sucked away by the black hole. After about 7 to 8 breaths of time, when all the lightning weapons had dispersed, Wang Baol was revealed standing in the skies. His hair was standing on end, and his body was in tatters. However, his calm expression and his usual smile made it seem as if his sorry state on the outside was nothing. After realizing that the sky was slowly calming down, Wang Baol felt a piercing pain in his internal organs. However, he felt that this was the time for him to maintain his status as an expert. Therefore, he maintained his usual smile on his face. He raised his head to look at the entrance outside the crack and continued speaking calmly. "The tribulation lightning isn't bad. It made my body itch a little. Is there more?" The first emperor couldn't be bothered to speak. The emperor beside him had a strange expression on his face. The two of them could tell that Wang Baol was strong, but the other paper figurines couldn't. They were all shocked as they looked at Wang Baol. They were in disbelief. However, before they could make a sound, a muffled thunder that shook the entire world rang out from the sky. As the muffled thunder reverberated, outside the meteorite land, where Wang Baol couldn't see, the vortex of calamity that was floating around seemed to be enraged. It shrank rapidly and eventually turned into a giant finger of lightning. During this process, even Xianxia and the others who hadn't been affected couldn't withstand it. They trembled and fled at high speed. Even Xianxia's scalp went numb as she retreated rapidly. She turned her head back with lingering fear. He saw that a small portion of the shocking lightning finger had rushed into the entrance of the fallen star lands. What exactly happened inside? The lightning tribulation has appeared and it has even materialized. Chong Koix's heart palpitated. He watched as the giant lightning finger disappeared completely at the entrance of the fallen star lands. He wanted to go over and take a look. However, when he thought of the fluctuations of the finger, Chong Koix decisively gave up on the thought of danger. At that moment, in the fallen star lands, Wang Baol, who had just assumed the posture of an expert, raised his head and saw the huge lightning finger that had reached in from the outside world. That finger occupied more than half of the sky. Just a glance at it made his body tremble violently. An intense sense of life and death danger instantly erupted in his mind. Your sister. It can't be. Wang Baol's eyes were completely blank. Wang Baol's expression changed. He looked at the giant lightning finger that had occupied more than half of the sky. His heart skipped a beat and he felt a strong sense of danger. He knew very well that his true form was an indestructible 3-foot-long blackwood. Based on what he had experienced in his previous life, it was impossible for the mere lightning finger to shake his true form. However, just because it couldn't touch the blackwood didn't mean that it couldn't touch the consciousness that had been born on it. These were two completely different concepts. The life and death crisis at this moment made Wang Baol clearly feel that the finger of lightning that had appeared in his eyes now had the ability to wipe him away. Once he was wiped away, perhaps a few years later, the black wood would be able to give birth to a new consciousness. Perhaps it would be him, but to a certain extent it would no longer be him. This made Wang Baol panic. He wondered if it was because he had been too arrogant just now. Otherwise, why would such an unprecedented lightning tribulation appear when he was promoted to a star? Could it be related to the side effects of the wishing bottle? Wang Baol thought of his wish on the fated star. The side effects didn't appear after that. He couldn't help but make a guess at the scene before him. The bigger guess was that his Dao star had risen into the stars. This was something that had only happened in legends throughout the entire Weiyang Dao domain. Wang Baol had even made a self-judgment. The founding patriarch of the Weiyang clan had also risen into the stars, however, he might not have broken through the million barrier like he had. After all, to break through to the 70 to 80,000 levels was something that Wang Baol had accumulated in his previous life and 10 lifetimes. To a certain extent, this was the pinnacle of all life. Even if there were people who were more fortunate than him, they would never be able to break through to the 100,000 levels. The reason why Wang Baol was able to do so was because the black wooden board's status was so terrifying that it was difficult to describe with words. Therefore, with a high probability, Wang Baol believed that he might be the only person in the entire stone-steel world who had broken through the suppression of the entire stone-steel world while the Dao star was rising. It's as if a force had been created within the stone tablet, causing a crack to appear on the stone tablet. And the wishing bottle must have contributed to this incident. That's why the lightning tribulation has reached such a level. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. As his thoughts raced, he no longer cared about his status as an expert. Little Missy, save me. As he retreated, Wang Baol shouted, Great Emperor of the first generation, please buy me some time. As he spoke, Wang Baol immediately recited the Tao scripture in his heart. At that moment, when the surrounding paper figures saw the shocking finger, their expressions changed drastically. The Starfall Emperor and the Great Emperor also looked extremely solemn. They couldn't just stand by and watch Wang Baol's kindness towards the fallen starlands and their relationship. Even if they could measure it, the will of the fallen starlands that was clearly gathering in the heavens and earth had already made the decision on their behalf. Even the array formation in the heavens began to resist the sealing of the finger with cracking sounds. However, both the First Emperor and the Starfall Emperor knew very well that if they were involved, Wang Baol would be implicated in the entire Starfall land. The target of the lightning tribulation would be everything in the world that they were in. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the two of them were unwilling to do such a thing. However, it was unrealistic to not help at the moment. This made them anxious. However, almost instantly, The eyes of the first emperor lit up. He immediately shouted, "Baal, to the sea of paper, to the place where the whirlpool is sealed." As the first emperor's voice reverberated, Wang Baal was retreating rapidly. As he heard the words, the closing of the array formation in the sky and the resistance of the finger caused a loud boom. The array formation could not be closed. The finger descended abruptly amidst the loud boom. It seemed to represent the sky as it pressed down on Wang Baal. At this critical moment, Wang Baal didn't have time to think too much. He continued with the Tao Sutra. He turned abruptly and charged towards the sea of paper beneath him. His speed was so fast that he disappeared into the sea of paper in an instant. At the same time, the moment Wang Baal entered the sea of paper, the giant finger that had descended from the sky didn't slow down. However, its range shrank rapidly. Eventually, it gathered to a size of 1,000 feet. No traces of lightning could be seen. It was as if a real finger had suddenly charged into the sea of paper. As soon as it landed, an arc-shaped bolt of lightning followed the edge of the finger and spread towards the entire sea of paper. The sound was loud, and it was as if the entire sea of paper was about to be ignited by the lightning. From afar, the sea of paper churned and the color of the sky changed. All the paper figures were shocked once again, and they didn't dare get too close. At that moment, Wang Baal, who was speeding through the sea of paper, he also felt the power of lightning from the surface of the sea behind him. His body trembled slightly and the circulation of his cultivation increased. However, even though he was fast, the lightning fingers chasing after him were even faster. As they chased after him, they rapidly closed the distance between them and Wang Baal. From 1,000 feet at the start, he flew to 500 feet. When he reached 300 feet, Wang Baal was shocked to the extreme. He had already chanted the Tao scripture in his heart, but Wang Yi's father didn't appear. This made Wang Baal even more anxious. It was a good thing that as he sped, he saw the mirror-like seal at the bottom of the sea of paper, the female corpse on it, and the entrance to the whirlpool under the seal. There must be a reason why the great emperor asked me to come here. Wang Baal's eyes were filled with anxiety. He gritted his teeth. His fingers were almost 100 feet away from him, and the waves of lightning that emanated from them seemed to be tearing his body apart. Wang Baal roared in his heart as he sped up once again. He crossed the distance from the seal and appeared on the mirror-like seal. The instant he stood there, he turned abruptly and looked at the giant lightning finger that had replaced all the images in his eyes. It was charging towards him. In an instant, the finger neared the seal. It didn't pause at all as it charged towards Wang Baal. However, just as the finger was about to touch Wang Baal, suddenly, a huge suction force erupted from the vortex under the seal. The suction force was so strong that even if it passed through the seal, it could affect the outside world. It caused the approaching lightning finger to tremble violently. It began to distort visibly. A large amount of lightning was pulled out of the finger uncontrollably, fusing into the seal and entering the vortex under the seal. It was as if the lightning finger was a gathering of dust and was flowing in the wind. Wang Baal's eyes widened. He saw the previously powerful finger being sucked away uncontrollably. His heart started to race. Riches are sought in danger. Wang Baal's eyes turned red instantly. He formed a seal with his hands and waved them violently. Immediately, the black hole behind him appeared with a loud bang, emitting a suction force as well. A loud boom erupted. The finger that was being absorbed by the seal also released some of it under Wang Baal's suction force, and it was forcefully absorbed by Wang Baal. The power of the tribulation lightning contained countless laws and the aura of heaven and earth. After absorbing just a tiny bit, Wang Baal's body shook violently and he accelerated his devouring speed. Just like that, the finger of the tribulation lightning dissipated. Wang Baal and the seal absorbed it together, and they lasted for about 10 breaths. Then, as they continued to blur and shrink, they turned into dust and disappeared completely. However, compared to the total amount absorbed by the seal, Wang Baal had only absorbed less than 10% of it. Even so, it allowed him to quickly pass through the incubation period when he had just stepped into a star. He had completely stabilized himself at the level of a star. This is a great tonic. Wang Baal was ecstatic. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, he was about to leave. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. A chilling aura suddenly gathered from under the seal and from the whirlpool. It seemed to have turned into a pair of cold eyes that stared at Wang Baol through the whirlpool and the seal. Wang Baol's body trembled. As his body trembled, his soul seemed to be frozen in that instant. The eyes were formed from the aura gathered within the sealing vortex. Not only were they cold, they were filled with a towering murderous aura. The power of the murderous aura was so great that even though Wang Baol had experienced what he had experienced in his previous life, he was still shaken. That was because whether it was Luo Gu or Wang Yi's father, in terms of the level of the murderous aura, they were all different from the presence within the vortex. There was a difference. It was also because of the terror of the murderous aura that Wang Baol was able to be influenced by just his gaze, even though it was separated by the vortex and the seal. As his body trembled, he didn't dare continue forward. Instead, he slowly turned around. He looked at the seal below. As he looked, waves of purple mist emanated from the vortex under the seal. Even though it didn't penetrate the seal, as the mist spread under the seal, the pair of eyes became even clearer. Faintly, Wang Baol seemed to hear the sound of footsteps coming from within the vortex under the seal. Senior, Wang Baol was nervous. He repeated the Tao scripture a few times, but Wang Yi's father still didn't appear. In his anxiety, he looked at the pair of purple eyes and heard the sound of footsteps coming from within the fog. He suddenly spoke. Senior Su, my surname is Wang. As soon as Wang Baol spoke, the footsteps stopped. After a long while, a deep and cold voice came from within the vortex through the seal. You know me? I met Senior Su here with my father-in-law. Wang Baol's expression was solemn. He did not pause in his speech, nor did he blush. It was as if even he himself thought so. He had completely assumed the identity of a son-in-law. He cupped his fists and bowed. The sound of footsteps didn't come out. However, within the vortex, the eyes that had gathered revealed a strange look. Are all cultivators from the Weiyang Dao domain as shameless as you are? Even if the place you are at is merely a boundary of the Weiyang Dao domain. As his words reverberated in the air, Wang Baol retracted his gaze. The sound of footsteps could be heard once again. However, they didn't come close, but far away. However, when Wang Baol heard those words, his pupils constricted. His mind rumbled, and he immediately spoke. Senior, you just said that the place where I am located is only a boundary of the Weiyang Dao domain? What do you mean by a boundary? Isn't the Weiyang Dao domain the real Weiyang Dao domain? You little brat, you don't have to try to trick me. There are some things that I know you already know when I see you, but there's no harm in telling you. Other than the main domain, the Weiyang Dao domain has countless boundaries. They are scattered like seeds in all levels of the universe. You are one of them. Those words fell into Wang Baol's ears. They merged with the memories he had gained from his previous life and transformed into heavenly lightning. As the rumbling reverberated, Wang Baol's chest rose and fell as he spoke rapidly. Senior, could you please tell me how to get to the real Weiyang Dao domain? The sound of footsteps grew further and further away. Wang Baol waited anxiously for a long time. When the fog in the vortex had completely dissipated, a voice that seemed to come from afar reverberated in his mind. When the avatar of the Emperor awakens in the Weiyang realm you are in. Who is the Emperor? Wang Baol's mind was once again shaken. He spoke again. After a long while, he vaguely heard an answer, but he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. The Emperor of the Weiyang realm, Wang Baol murmured. Those were the last words he heard. Countless thoughts formed in Wang Baol's mind through those 4 words. Weiyang has a number of divisions. Does that mean that the first world that was born at the beginning of the second ring is actually just a division of the Weiyang Dao domain? Senior Su has also mentioned different levels of universes. If that's the case, could it be that the universe where the first and second rings are located is just one of the many universes? If that's the case, then how strong is Weiyang? The Emperor is the master of Weiyang, and how strong is he? Also, could it be that the Emperor's clones are related to cultivation and require countless clones to grow also? If what Senior Su said is true, then who is the Emperor's clone in the world of the stone steel? Wang Baol's mind was a mess. The information he had received this time was too great. After pondering over these thoughts in his heart, Wang Baol couldn't tell how much was true. However, his instincts told him that what the other party said was most likely true. In the silence, Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. He felt that the world he was in was filled with endless mysteries. The blood-colored centipede, Wang Yi and her father, the ancient remains, Luo's seal, and his true form, the black wooden board from another whirlpool. He was now certain of one thing. The whirlpool that the black wooden board came from was different from the one here. There's still a date 68 years from now, Wang Bail muttered. After a long while, he raised his head and buried all his doubts deep in his heart. A deep sense of urgency spread through his heart. Even though I have reached the level of Daoheng, it's still not enough. I need to become stronger faster. At the thought of this, Wang Bail's eyes flashed. He took a step forward, and with a loud bang, he turned into a long rainbow. He jumped directly under the sea, and from the surface of the sea of paper, he leaped with a loud bang. As he flew out of the sea of paper, Wang Bail, who was standing in midair, immediately saw the eyes of the first emperor, the Starfall Emperor, and the surrounding papermen. "Thank you, Senior, thank you, Your Majesty." Wang Bail took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply to the first emperor and the Starfall Emperor. He didn't say any words of gratitude because all the gratitude had already been recorded in his soul. Wang Bail knew very well that if he hadn't been promoted in the Starfall lands, it would have been very difficult for him to achieve such a smooth advancement. He would have been in danger of dying, and his Tao would have disappeared. That was why he had done him a great favor. Seeing that Wang Bail was unharmed, the great emperor and the fallen star emperor heaved a sigh of relief. They went forward to greet each other. Then Wang Bail bade farewell and left. Under their gazes, he no longer needed to be escorted by a ship. Instead, he rose into the sky. At the edge of the fallen star array formation, Wang Bail turned his head and bowed once more towards the crowd below. "If I need anything in the future, I will definitely give it my all." As he spoke, Wang Bail turned towards the end of the sky and took a step forward. His figure instantly turned into a black hole and disappeared. I seem to be able to see that in the outside world there will be another legend soon. The meteorite emperor stared at the spot where Wang Bail had disappeared. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he muttered to himself, "This has nothing to do with us anymore." Wang Bail obtained his Tao planet here and was promoted to a star here. The gratitude he has received from Starfall is already sufficient. If he rises to power in the future, our good karma will be fulfilled. If he doesn't rise to power, there's no point in looking forward to it. The emperor shook his head. He retracted his gaze from the sky. At the same time, as he unleashed his cultivation, Wang Bail, who was like a black hole, disappeared. He seemed to blend into the void. When he reappeared in the next instant, he was already in the starry sky outside of Starfall. The first thing that appeared in the starry sky was a piece of paper that was folded in half. As it continued to open, the starry sky was instantly covered by a piece of white paper. At the center of the white paper was Xianxia, Chen Han, and the others. They instantly saw Wang Bail, who had appeared there. He was dressed in white, had black hair, and his eyes were like stars. His shadow was like the bright moon, and his body was like the blazing sun. Almost at the moment he appeared, all the cultivators who saw him felt their hearts thump. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable reverence. Chen Han's fawning voice reverberated rapidly in the hearts of the crowd. "Congratulations, Father! Congratulations, Father! You've advanced to the star realm. Congratulations, Uncle Master! Uncle Master has advanced to the star realm in one fell swoop. Such talent is rare in this world. From now on, there will be no place that Uncle Master cannot go." As he listened to Chen Han and Xianxia, who followed closely behind Chen Han, speak, Wang Bail's face unconsciously revealed a faint smile that resembled that of an expert. He swept his gaze across the area. He landed in the distance, the empty starry sky in the eyes of an outsider. He spoke slowly. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." The moment Wang Bail spoke, he looked as if a curtain had suddenly been lifted, revealing a tall figure with an extremely grave expression and a hint of fear in his eyes. It was Chong Weizi. In that instant, the two of them looked at each other from a distance not too far away in the starry sky. "Wang Bail." Chong Job's voice was low and deep. There was uncertainty in his expression. The information he had received was that Wang Baol was only a planet. Even if he had advanced and broken through, he was only at the early-stage star realm. Even if he was at the Earth-grade level, as long as he was not at the late stage of the star realm, he would not care. However, the person before him now gave him a feeling of trepidation. He was much stronger than all the enemies he had ever met in his life. He seemed to be much stronger. Especially the feeling of his body and mind trembling slightly when he met his gaze. To him, he only had a similar feeling from the first Tao child, but it was not as strong as it was now. It was also because of this that a wave of disbelief appeared in Chong Coix's mind. It was difficult for him to immediately determine that the person in front of him was Wang Baol. Chong Coix. Wang Baol spoke slowly. The reason why he could recognize him at a glance was because he could sense the same aura from the other person as the clone he had killed previously. The aura seemed weak, but Wang Baol could sense it clearly. Xianxia and the others had just realized that there was someone else hiding beside them. Their expressions changed immediately. They looked over, and when they saw Chong Yizi's tall figure, their pupils constricted. The hearts of those who heard or recognized that it was Chong Yizi's true self were racing. Chong Yizi's name was indeed impressive in the left Dao sacred territory. After all, he was the second Dao child of the 9 regions Dao, and the 9 regions Dao was the number 1 sect in the left Dao holy region. There were more than 10 mighty figures in the starfield, and they could suppress all sects of the left Dao. There were even rumors that the Grand Patriarch's cultivation base had already broken through the starfield and stepped into the universe realm, which was comparable to the 9 divine emperors of the Weiyang clan. Such a sect, as the leader of the left Dao holy region, was also extremely famous in the entire Weiyang Dao region. Therefore, as the second Dao child of this generation, his fame could not only intimidate the entire left Dao holy region, he was even heard of by the side sects of the sacred region as well as the families and royal families of the Weiyang central region. To describe him as a prodigy was well-deserved. Furthermore, Chong Coix was one of those prodigies who had grown up. He had fought countless battles throughout his life. He wasn't just a flower in a greenhouse, but he had relied on his own battle achievements. He had fought his way to the position of Dao child. However, Chong Coix had often used his avatar to project himself outside, so not many people had seen him in person. Seeing that Wang Baol didn't deny it, Chong Coix's heart sank. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that the person in front of him was Wang Baol. At the same time, anger and realization welled up in his heart. He was angry at the person who had asked him to come here and kill Wang Baol. It was obvious that the information was incomplete. This resulted in him being on the defensive. At the same time, he didn't have any reason to hold a grudge against such a powerful person. What he realized was the death of his clone. It was obvious that he hadn't been killed by someone else, but by Wang Baol. It was also because of the death of his clone that he couldn't retreat now that he was here. This battle, he had to fight. Otherwise, retreating without a fight would affect his Dao heart. Ziyu, you deserve to die. Chong Weizi growled inwardly, but she only appeared gloomy on the surface. She didn't reveal much of her thoughts. After Wang Baol called out her name, she cupped her fists and bowed at Wang Baol. Fellow Taoist Baol, this is a misunderstanding. I wonder if you know a person named Ziyu. His words were slow and sincere. As they reverberated through the air, they contained the power of laws, causing everyone who heard them to. Naturally, they would focus their attention on listening. However, the moment the words Ziyu left his mouth, Chong Weizi, who gave off the feeling that he had yet to finish his words and was about to continue speaking, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. He raised his head abruptly, and with a loud bang he charged forward. His speed was so fast that it was like a rock breaking through the heavens. In an instant, he had crossed the distance between him and Wang Baol. When he appeared, he was already beside Wang Baol. As the light from his raised right hand flashed, he conjured a large white sword and swung it at Wang Baol. He swung it viciously. Everything happened too quickly. Just a moment ago, Chong Coix had been speaking sincerely from afar. The next moment, his killing intent had exploded. If it had been anyone else, they might have been careless, or they might have sensed it but couldn't avoid it. Even if the attack didn't cost them their lives, it was inevitable that they would be injured. However, Chong Koix had underestimated Wang Beol. Even though he had fought many life-and-death battles, he had only gained an understanding of Wang Beol from all the previous lives. To a certain extent, Wang Beol's experience had reached the pinnacle. That was why the instant Chong Koix approached, Wang Beol raised his right hand. The power of the stars in his body appeared, and countless clouds of mist instantly materialized, rapidly gathering into a finger in front of Wang Beol. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the finger was somewhat similar to the finger of the lightning tribulation. It was the stronger cloud finger that Wang Beol had made adjustments with reference to the lightning tribulation, as well as the support of the stars. As soon as it appeared, the heavens and earth changed. The winds and clouds tumbled, landing in front of Chong Koix, who was trying to seize the upper hand in the battle of dermic powers with a sudden thought. In an instant, a loud noise was heard as Wang Beol's finger and Chong Koix's fist collided. It spread in all directions, and there was a violent impact that spread like the waves in the sea. Chong Koix's body trembled violently, and he staggered backward. Wang Beol's face was slightly flushed. When he looked at Chong Koix, his eyes shone with excitement. Not weak. Wang Beol's eyes shone. He was worried about his combat strength. However, Chong Koix's cultivation was not ordinary, and his cultivation was not ordinary. Even his combat awareness was not ordinary. It could be said that he could not find any major flaws. As such, this person was clearly the best test tool. That was why Wang Beol was extremely interested in this battle. His body flashed as he gave chase. However, just as he was about to approach Chong Koix, who was retreating, Wang Beol narrowed his eyes. He had a vague feeling that there was something wrong with Chong Koix's retreat. That was why his body seemed to be moving at the same speed, but he suddenly retreated in an instant. His speed was too fast and the reversal was too fast. That was why he left an afterimage on the spot. The instant he retreated, Chong Koix, who seemed to be staggering from the recoil, raised her head abruptly and let out a low growl towards the sky. As she growled, the image of a gigantic black lizard appeared behind her. The image was thousands of feet in size. As Chong Koix growled, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the afterimage that Wang Beol had left behind in an extremely swift and violent manner. A loud boom reverberated, and the surrounding starry skies rippled violently. The area that had been swallowed by the lizard seemed to be missing a part of the starry skies, and it was about to collapse. There is indeed a trap. Wang Beol's eyes shone even brighter. If he was weak, he would prefer opponents who didn't have brains. Although battles weren't fun, his chances of winning would increase. On the other hand, what he liked was, it was like the job-changing battle style before him. Just now, if Wang Beol hadn't avoided the attack due to his paranoia, he might have been swallowed by the lizard. Although he wouldn't have died, the attack that the opponent had prepared for a long time still contained a certain amount of power that could shake him. Once he was swallowed, he would more or less be injured, affecting his stance as an expert. After avoiding the attack, Wang Beol remained calm. He instantly raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, the cloud mist finger appeared once again and charged straight at Job's tears. As for Job's tears, he had an ugly expression on his face. He had indeed prepared this move for a long time. While it specifically injured his soul, it also contained a strange poison that no one could detect. Even Wang Beol had not noticed this. As a result, the poison was hidden, and even if he was hit, it would be difficult to discover it. However, when combined with the abhijna and spells that Job's tears had unleashed, the poison could be unleashed at a critical moment. This was a technique that only a few people who were stronger than Chong Koix had used. It was difficult to use continuously. Furthermore, in his many battles, he had managed to turn the tide of the battle by surprise, causing all his opponents who relied on their powerful cultivation to. All of them were filled with hatred. However, at that moment, Wang Beol had noticed it in advance and avoided it. This made him realize that the Wang Beol before him was very difficult to deal with. Thus, as he retreated, a bright light flashed in Chong Job's eyes. He raised his hands and suddenly waved them. Immediately, behind him, his star suddenly materialized. Chong Job's cultivation level was in the late stage of the star realm. His star was even more of a rare Earth grade. This meant that his star's capacity had reached an astonishing level. If it was any other small sect, even if they had an Earth grade star, they would not be able to support the vast resources and consumption of cultivation. However, as the Tao child of the 9 regions, Chong Job's resources were not lacking. He had already filled his Earth grade to the extreme of the later stage of the star. Therefore, the size of the star that was displayed caused everyone who had seen it to be shocked. If an ordinary star was compared to a lake, then Chong Weizi's star at this moment was like a vast sea that could not be called vast, but far surpassed a lake. At the same time, Chong Weizi's magical ability did not end with the transformation of his own star. Almost at the instant his star appeared, his body suddenly retreated, and his entire person directly merged into the astonishing star behind him. As he merged with the star, a deafening roar came from within the star. Its shape changed abruptly, and as it shrank rapidly, it seemed as if its power continued to gather. In the blink of an eye, a head appeared, and 4 limbs appeared. When the body appeared, what appeared before Wang Baol and the others was a giant that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. The giant had Chong Weizi's face, and his entire body shone with 100,000 feet of light. Light and heat spread wildly, causing the starry sky to distort. The high temperature spread, and his existence was like that of a god. Clouds and mist pointed in front of him. It was like a drop of water that evaporated before it could even get close. Xianxia and the others were also protected by all the Tao protectors. They were only able to escape very far away. Their hearts were filled with shock and shock. Only Wang Baol stood where he was. He watched as his cloud and mist finger dissipated in front of Chong Weizi. His eyes were filled with even more interest. Just as his fighting spirit rose, Chong Weizi, who had turned into a giant, roared towards the sky. He stomped towards Wang Baol abruptly. He raised his right hand and threw a punch towards Wang Baol like a shooting star. The starry sky shattered and rumbled in all directions. An indescribably destructive force erupted incessantly at that moment, filling the entire starry sky. Wang Baol threw his head back and laughed. The emperor's armor around his body materialized instantly, and the instant it materialized, it was filled with his cultivation at the star realm, allowing him to possess the power of a star in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the power of his physical body also erupted at the same time, along with a regular vibration. Even though his body size didn't change much, the power contained within it had reached an astonishing level at that moment. The instant the giant stepped forward, Wang Baol leaped into the air. He dodged the giant's attack and accelerated at full speed, charging straight for the giant's incoming fist and smashing it into each other. It was a long story, but it all happened in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, Wang Baol's fist and the giant's right fist, one small and one large, collided in the starry sky. Wang Baol was clearly more like an ant from a visual perspective, trying to stop the giant with his mantis arms. However, the moment they collided, a deafening boom and powerful ripples that resembled raging waves reverberated. The one who retreated was not Wang Baol, but Chong Weizi, who had transformed into a giant. Chong Weizi's entire body trembled violently, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He knew that Wang Baol was very strong, and that was why he had been prepared to injure his soul from the start. He didn't want to compete with his opponent in terms of cultivation. After failing to do so, even though he had revealed the stars, he still avoided the important points as much as possible. He didn't want to fight for victory in terms of cultivation. Instead, he strengthened his physical body, allowing his physical body's defense and strength to reach a certain extreme in an attempt to suppress Wang Baol. According to his plan, Wang Baol would definitely use his cultivation and divine arts. That way, both parties would be able to achieve what he wanted in battle. With his own defense, he would be able to fight against the other party's divine arts and spells for a period of time. His own strength would be enough to injure Wang Baol with just a single blow. However, he had never expected that Wang Baol would only display his physical strength. Furthermore, in terms of strength, he was even stronger than himself. At that moment, with a loud bang, he retreated abruptly toward Job's son. He was already filled with regret for pursuing Wang Baol. However, with the arrow on the bow, he had no choice but to strike. He knew that, even if he wanted to stop the fight, Wang Baol would not agree. Hence, a ferocious look flashed across his face. As he retreated, he formed a seal with his hands and struck 9 times on his body. Every strike produced a loud bang. Every strike made him cough out blood. Mystic technique, the 9th Dao 3rd technique. As he spoke, and as he retreated, the 9 mouthfuls of blood that Zhong Weizi spat out squirmed rapidly in front of him. And in the blink of an eye, they transformed into multiple versions of himself. 9 versions of himself, 9 clones. Each of the 9 clones had the same combat strength as his original body. This was one of the 9 great mystic techniques of the 9 prefectures Dao. It could be overdrawn in a short period of time, and it was as if it had been created out of nothing, gathering 9 versions of himself with the same combat strength. As soon as it appeared, the starry sky trembled, and the ripples were violent. With a roar filled with killing intent, he and the 9 clones rushed out at the same time, charging straight at Wang Baol. Die! Interesting. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. Not only did he not dodge, his desire to fight grew even stronger. He raised both his hands and waved them abruptly. Immediately, stars appeared behind him. In that instant, tens of thousands of unique stars appeared behind him, forming a star chart. At the center of the star chart was a black hole. Around the black hole, there were 9 stars that shone like stars. 9! Wang Baol waved his right hand. Immediately, the tens of thousands of stars on the star chart behind him dimmed. Only the 9 stars shone brightly. They broke away from the star chart and gathered around Wang Baol. They formed 9 human-shaped light figures. These 9 stars were Wang Baol's ancient stars. After he had advanced to a star, they had also advanced to a star with the help of the Dao stars. Now that they had appeared, not only did they radiate with light, they also gathered with the power of laws. The 9 figures that formed were the bodies of laws. The moment they appeared, they seemed to possess their own consciousness. They first bowed to Wang Baol, then rushed out abruptly. They charged at the 9 avatars of job tiers. In an instant, they were engaged in battle. Amidst the loud boom and the surging waves, the true body of the Koik's seed charged forward. This time, he was no longer empty-handed. Instead, he joined his hands in front of him and pulled them apart. A long golden spear appeared suddenly. As he grabbed it in his hand, his aura erupted even stronger. The moment he charged at Wang Baol raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. What appeared in his hand was no longer the divine armament from back then. Instead, it was a seemingly illusory, but rapidly solidified, long saber. This saber was the resentful weapon that had slaughtered countless creatures in Wang Baol's previous life. At that moment, when it was held by Wang Baol, the resentful weapon seemed to have come to life. An eye appeared on it, a red eye. If one looked closely, one would be able to find similarities between it and Wang Baol's eyes. At that moment, they were filled with the desire to fight, and they were filled with the determination to witness their own combat prowess. Following Wang Baol's long howl, the moment the golden spear in his hand rushed towards Koik's seed, Wang Baol leaped up and charged towards Koik's seed. He lifted the grievance weapon and slashed down. The blade sliced through the starry sky, and the grievance shook the heavens. One could see the blade of the grievance weapon tearing apart the starry sky in front of Wang Baol as if it was tearing it apart. A huge crack appeared, sweeping through everything as it charged towards Koik's seed. At the same time, endless resentment erupted in the starry sky as if it had turned into the howls of all living beings. Job's tears bore the brunt of the attack, and her entire body trembled violently. Her expression changed drastically at that moment, and a life-and-death crisis erupted in her mind. It was like a storm that had never erupted before. This is... Chong Jabi's expression changed drastically, and a strong sense of danger erupted in his mind. Even his clones formed by his secret techniques were affected and began to tremble. At this moment, the only thought that appeared in Chong Jabi's mind was to avoid the sharp edge. Even though he was unwilling to accept this, he was in the late stage of the star realm after all. However, regardless of whether it was the feeling of fear or the perception of his mind, his instincts overpowered his rationality, and his body retreated rapidly. As he retreated, he held the golden spear in his right hand and threw it at Wang Baol with all his might. Immediately, the golden spear turned into a bolt of golden lightning and charged at Wang Baol, trying to block it. However, even though his reaction was extremely fast and he didn't hesitate at all, it was still too late. In other words, the appearance of Wang Baol's resentful weapon, as it slashed down, was destined to happen. It was already done, so there was no way to retreat or dodge. Therefore, as soon as the golden spear, which had turned into lightning, appeared in front of Wang Baol, it collapsed on its own. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into pieces, turning into countless golden fragments that spread in all directions. Even though I have just advanced to the early stage of the star realm and have only displayed 30% of my battle prowess, Chong Job tears, if that is all you have, I will be very disappointed. Wang Baol was filled with joy. In this battle, other than a few trump cards that were useless, he had already unleashed his full strength. However, the demeanor of an expert had been imprinted into his instincts. As he spoke, his expression revealed a look of disappointment that was difficult to hide. However, in reality, his internal organs were churning. The power of the stars was erupting continuously, destroying the golden spear. It wasn't as calm as it appeared on the surface, nor was there an indestructible barrier in front of it. Instead, Wang Baol's resentful weapon, with a speed and aura that was imperceptible to the naked eye, swept past the golden spear in that instant. The combination of the resentment from his previous life, the sharpness of the resentful weapon, Dao Heng, and the support of the stars made him look as if he was invincible. In the next instant, the resentful weapon appeared in front of Chong Yitzi, who was retreating. He didn't give Chong Yitzi any chance to fight back. As Chong Yitzi's expression changed completely, suddenly, it fell from his huge body. It was as if a mountain had been split open as it fell. At that moment, the starry sky collapsed, and a loud boom reverberated in all directions. Chong Lizi's gigantic body was cut into two halves in front of everyone's eyes. Half of it turned into ashes, while the other half withered instantly. However, it didn't disappear into the starry sky. Instead, a figure appeared once again. However, the moment the figure appeared, it spat out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood and retreated abruptly. At the same time, the 9 clones that Wang Baol had transformed into erupted at the same time. The 9 quasi-Dao stars erupted at the same time. They each unleashed their own laws that resonated with each other to the extreme. From afar, one could see crimson blood shaking the skies, orange music resonating in the sky, yellow flames erupting, endless greenery, green clouds shaking the stars, blue winds like a hurricane, and purple devouring the skies. There was also the black fog of death and endless light. The explosion of the clones of the 9 quasi-Dao stars caused Chong Coix's clones to tremble and retreat simultaneously. Blood spewed out of their mouths as they shattered. However, Chong Coix's cultivation was deep, so even if his divine ability was shattered, however, his essence wouldn't be injured so easily. As his clone shattered, his essence retreated and merged with the retreating body of Chong Coix's giant clone. As it merged with the giant clone, the retreating body's trembling aura quickly stabilized. However, his aura was still damaged. It was only when he was out of the range of the grievous weapons that he came to a halt in shock. It glared at Wang Baol and roared in its heart. Is this the early stage of a star? 30%? Fuck. Who are you trying to fool? Even though it roared in its heart, the expression on the face of Job Tears instantly returned to normal. There was even a smile on its lips. It was as if the pathetic state it had been in and the loss of its clone and original body had been nothing more than a test to him. He spoke calmly. Interesting, Wang Baol. Since you managed to survive my warm-up, It's worth it for me to use 20% of my combat power to let you know what it means to be powerful. What 20% of my combat power? I'm still warming up. I've already vomited blood a few times. What a hypocrite. Wang Bail laughed coldly in his heart. But on the surface, he tried his best to remain calm and composed. He smiled calmly. I won't bully you. Next, I'll withdraw 20% of my combat power and use 10% to suppress you. As he spoke, the cultivation in Wang Bail's body surged, and all 12% of his combat power became active. What a shameless person. Even the Star Atlas has appeared, and he still has the audacity to say that he only used 30%. Could this Wang Bail's face be formed from a star? Chong Weizi despised him in her heart, who doesn't know how to brag. Hence, he unleashed all of his cultivation and spoke calmly. 10%? Fine. I'll use half of it to receive your divine ability. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of Xianxia, Chun Han, and the others. Even though they were all shocked by the exchange between the two, they still had odd expressions on their faces. Even Chen Han, who had become an instinctive sycophant, hesitated for a moment. He did not know how to speak. As for Xianxia, he kept blinking, trying to hide the helplessness in his eyes. He felt very tired. The other stars were also silent, but their hearts were filled with rich emotions. These two aren't fighting magic. They're competing to see who has the thickest skin, right? As the crowd's hearts were filled with excitement, as Chong Lizi spoke, and as his cultivation was fully activated, the star behind Chong Lizi appeared once again. It was even more majestic, and one could even see countless runes materializing within it. These runes were the power of an array formation. Each rune possessed extraordinary power that could destroy planetary cultivators the moment they came into contact with it. He knew that Wang Bail had many rules, and he could also feel how terrifying and powerful those rules were. That was why he didn't fight against the rules that he was familiar with. Instead, he planned to use the power of the infinite array formation to suppress his opponent. He waved his hands violently, and countless array formation runic symbols exploded from the star behind him. They instantly filled the starry sky. They looked like a sea of array formations, charging towards Wang Bail and his clone. They surrounded and attacked him. Xiao Shu, array formation kill. As the vast sea of array formations filled the starry sky and charged towards Wang Bail, Chong Koix didn't forget to say something. As if this was his trump card that he had unleashed with all his might, it was just his countless Xiao Shu spells. Do you have any sense of shame? Wang Bail frowned. As he felt contempt in his heart, he narrowed his eyes and said calmly, An array formation? Wang Bail shook his head. He formed a seal with his hands, and as he circulated his cultivation, he waved his hands outward. The star chart behind him shone brightly, but all of the light was the background of the stars in the star chart. The brighter they were, the brighter the black hole-like stars in the star chart became. Eventually, as Wang Bail waved his hands and his cultivation erupted, the laws contained in the stars exploded. With the paper transformation of one of my 3,000 little techniques, you will be enough. Xianxia, Chun Han, and the Star Dao protectors' faces twitched once again. The tiredness in their hearts grew stronger. As their hearts grew tired, Wang Bail's paper laws erupted. The first thing that was affected was all the starlight outside the stellar Dao. It instantly turned into a paper strip. Then, with his full support, it spread out abruptly and collided directly with Chong Weizi's boundless sea of array formations. A loud boom reverberated in all directions in the starry sky. Countless array formation runes could be seen with the naked eye. In that instant, as if they were infected, they instantly turned into paper talismans. The starry sky looked like a sea of paper at that moment. In the middle of the sea of paper was Wang Bail's calm figure. He suppressed the tremor in his body and raised his right hand. He pointed at Chong Koix, who was as calm as ever, but his heart was in turmoil. Suppress. As soon as the word left his mouth, the sea of paper that was formed from the array formation runes instantly stirred up huge waves. Countless paper runes collided violently with each other, producing loud booms. It was visible to the naked eye that the paper runes crumbled as they collided with each other, turning into scraps of paper. This process was extremely exhausting for Wang Beol. After all, it was Chong Job's trump card, even though he was only an Earth-grade star. The gap between him and Wang Beol's Dao realm was 2 levels. However, his cultivation at the late stage of the star realm allowed him to reduce the gap between them. Even though he couldn't surpass it, the vastness he displayed still made it extremely difficult for Wang Beol to move them. Therefore, Wang Beol's cultivation had already been fully activated. The star on the star chart behind him was even darker. He really wanted to know what level he, who had entered the star realm, was at in the never-ending starry sky. He was at the same level of cultivation as him. Suppress me. Wang Beol controlled the countless paper talismans around him to collide. As the paper fragments filled the air, he formed a seal with his hands. He waved his hands once again, and a low growl came from his mouth. It was as if he had spoken a spell. The entire sea of paper instantly rumbled. Countless pieces of paper fragments gathered together in an instant, forming paper swords. They charged toward Chong Koix, whose expression had changed drastically. From a distance, the scene was heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. Countless paper swords filled the starry sky, and as they whistled through the air, they seemed to contain incredible power as they neared Chong Koix. However, it was at this moment that a bright light appeared in Chong Koix's eyes. He performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the star behind him to explode out. It was like a huge heart, and it gave off a feeling of thumping. As it beat, the countless paper swords that were approaching the area were instantly affected. The first batch that approached the area immediately collapsed and recovered from their papery state. They became array talismans once again. However, due to the collapse of the papery state, they had recovered, but they had lost their power. Wang Beol's eyes narrowed rapidly. He endured the backlash within his body, and the glow in his eyes intensified. He raised his right hand and pressed down once again. Immediately, the light from the star atlas behind him intensified once again. The second batch, the third batch, and the endless number of paper swords. They charged at Chong Koix Z at an even faster speed and with an even stronger aura. Even Chong Koix Z's star throbbed even more intensely, causing batch after batch of paper swords to collapse. However, there were simply too many paper swords here, and the power of the Dao stars added to them was even more ferocious. This caused many paper swords to finally charge out and approach Chong Koix Z while the star throbbed. Wang Beol! Zhong Hezi's eyes turned red at that moment. He couldn't care less about his bragging and posturing. Wang Beol's strength had made him feel an intense threat time and time again. The laws of paper were especially difficult to deal with. That was why at this critical moment, Zhong Hezi roared loudly. He retreated and raised his right hand. Madness flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the star behind him. 9. Eternal Transformation. As he roared, the star behind him distorted, and its shape changed rapidly. It was as if his right hand had turned into a real black hole. It absorbed the star. It was a long story, but it all happened in an instant. As he roared, the star twisted and gathered on his right hand. In the blink of an eye, transformed into a crimson battle-axe. The battle-axe was vastly superior to the golden spear he had unleashed earlier, both in terms of energy and aura. The instant Chong Yitzi grabbed it, it was as if the star was in his hand, and his eyes shone with madness. Suddenly, the battle-axe descended. The axe had gathered all of his cultivation and battle prowess in the entire star. It was as if he had compressed them all into a single point. The moment he swung his axe, it was earth-shattering. The starry sky shattered, and loud rumbles rang out in all directions. It was as if a giant wave was splitting the sky. A demonic god was about to tear everything apart. Judging from its aura, it was on par with the might of the resentful weapon that Wang Beol had displayed earlier. The moment it landed, all the paper swords in front of it trembled and shattered. They were destroyed as easily as dried twigs, and they were reduced to ashes. It wasn't just the paper swords in front of it, but around it as well. All the paper swords in all directions seemed to be unable to withstand it. The moment the battle axe landed, they collapsed layer by layer, causing the starry sky to distort even more violently as it trembled. After all the paper swords had collapsed, Wang Bao's face turned pale as he stared fixedly at Chong Jiabai, especially the battle axe in his hand. To Chong Yitzi, the ability to condense his own star into a battle axe was an ultimate technique. His body was trembling, but he couldn't back down now. He had to fight, he had to kill Wang Bao. At the very least, he had to severely injure him. Otherwise, the late-stage star realm would be defeated by the early-stage star realm. Even though one of them was at the Earth realm and the other was at the Dao realm, as the Dao child of the 9 prefectures Dao, he couldn't accept it. It would leave a knot in his heart that would affect his breakthrough. That was why when the first axe landed and shattered the starry paper sword, the bloodshot eyes of Chong Lizi grew even more bloodshot. She jumped up crazily, raised the battle axe in her hand, and slashed the second axe at Wang Baol. She was so fast that she didn't give Wang Baol any chance to counterattack. The second axe landed with a loud bang, tearing the starry sky apart. The quasi-Dao star clones around Wang Baol trembled. They didn't last long and couldn't maintain their clones. They transformed back into quasi-Dao stars and retreated together, merging into Wang Baol's original body. His original body, on the other hand, had withstood more than half the force of the axe. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as a loud bang rang out. His body retreated continuously. It was only when he was tens of thousands of feet away that he stopped. His internal organs seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. The star chart behind him shook even more. However, his expression didn't look dejected. Instead, it was filled with excitement. Chong Lizi, that's more like it. It's worth 40% of my combat strength. Wang Baol, shut up. Why are you still putting on airs at this point in time? Who doesn't know how to fucking brag? Let's see if I can kill you with a light axe without using my cultivation. Chong Lizi could not take it anymore, he blurted it out. At that moment, the aura in his entire body erupted. The moment he spoke, it was as if a balloon had deflated a little. The axe that he had raised paused slightly, and the light from it dimmed slightly. Wang Baol saw that and a glint flashed in his eyes. He took advantage of the opportunity to circulate his cultivation, and a gigantic figure appeared before him. The figure exuded divine might and held flames in his hands. It was the shadow of his previous life, the Infernal God Clan. The moment it appeared, the gigantic figure of the Infernal God Clan charged forward, charging straight for Job's tears. At that moment, Chong Yitzi endured the backlash from her body. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and she activated the remaining strength in her body. She slashed at Wang Baol with her third axe. In the blink of an eye, the third axe collided with Wang Baol's Xianxia celestial race. With a loud boom, the battle axe shook, and the figure of the Xianxia celestial race was torn apart. As it exploded, a wave of hatred rose from within. It was another figure of Wang Baol from his previous life. It charged at the battle axe without any pause. The battle axe shook once more, and blood spurted out of Chong Job's mouth. However, as it exploded crazily, the second figure of Wang Baol from his previous life was also torn apart. However, what Chong Job's tears didn't expect was that within the second figure from his previous life, there was actually another shadow from his previous life. It was the little white deer. The moment it appeared, the little white deer charged straight at Chong Job's battle axe. In an instant, it collided with the battle axe. All of this happened too quickly. Wang Baol's shadow from his previous life appeared again and again, causing Chong Job's job to be in shock. The little white deer's charge made him feel as if he was unable to fight back. At that moment, his battle axe finally reached its limit. A loud boom reverberated in all directions. The battle axe and the white deer collapsed together, disintegrating into pieces. Chong Koi-zi also let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood spewed wildly from his mouth as his cultivation aura fell abruptly. His body was like a kite with a broken string. He was swept up by the impact of the loud boom in all directions and thrown far into the distance. However, even though he was severely injured. After letting out a blood-curdling scream that he could not control, he began to laugh loudly. Wang Baol, I know that your blazing flame lineage's trump card is a curse that comes at the cost of your life. However, the 9 prefectures Dao is also good at curses. Today, let's see if you dare to gamble your life. I'll injure you in exchange for my injuries. 9. Same life curses. The instant he opened his mouth to speak, a world-shaking aura erupted from his body. As it did, a strange light appeared in his eyes as he stood in the starry sky. His hair was disheveled, and he was severely injured. His aura was weak, and his face was pale. Even the stars behind him were starting to blur. It was the same for his body. His internal organs were continuously rupturing, and all the bones in his body were trembling. His flesh and blood were being torn apart at all times. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to withstand such injuries. However, Chong Yitzi forced himself to endure it. As he spoke, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Why do you think I went all out to fight you despite my injuries the moment I made my move? As Chong Yitzi spoke, he took a step towards Wang Baol. As he took that step, a purple aura instantly spread out from all the wounds on his body. It formed one rune after another, emitting a strange glow that was similar to his eyes. Seeing that, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes slightly. He immediately felt that there were many spots on his body that were tingling with pain. He didn't even need to compare them carefully. Just by looking at them with the naked eye, he could see that the areas of his body that were tingling with pain were exactly the same as the wounds on Chong Koix's body. Why do you think I used a spell at the cost of even more injuries after my divine ability was shattered? Chong Job's laughter rang out as he took another step forward. This time, it wasn't just the wound that was emitting violet chi. More violet chi spread out from his 7 apertures and pores. This came from his internal organs, his bones, and his flesh and blood. The purple chi that was spreading out from inside and outside had already spread to the surroundings of Chong Job's body. The surrounding starry skies around him were instantly filled with purple chi. At the same time, Wang Baol immediately sensed that the piercing pain outside his body was getting stronger. His internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood were also rapidly exuding a piercing pain. Do you really think that you have victory in your hands? Do you really think that you can suppress me? As he laughed loudly, Chong Weizi took the 3rd step. As he took that step, the dim and blurry star behind him suddenly changed color, more than half of it turned purple, and it spread rapidly towards the area where the color had not been changed. All of this brought an extremely strong sense of danger to Wang Baol. Wang Baol's narrowed eyes shone with a strange light. He could feel that his star chart was trembling, and tiny cracks were appearing. They were appearing out of thin air. Chong Lizi is scheming. Wang Baol's expression was solemn. Ever since he had left Earth with his senior brother, Chun Qingzi, he had experienced all sorts of things along the way. There had been countless battles, big and small. However, there were only a limited number of people who had left a deep impression on him. Now, there was one more person. It was Chong Koix. This person had laid out his plans the moment he had made his move. If he had been a little careless, he would have fallen into the other party's calculations. At the same time, this person's personality was changeable. He seemed to possess the pride of a powerful warrior. However, when he lowered his stance, he did not feel the slightest bit awkward. Such scheming, coupled with his powerful combat strength, made Chong Lizi very impressive. What made Wang Baol even more concerned was that this person had already thought of a second plan after his first plan had failed. This second plan was the so-called same fate curse. This curse, in simple terms, it was like a mirror. Once it was activated, it could reflect one's own state on the enemy's body. In other words, the more serious one's injuries were, the more serious the enemy's injuries would be once the curse was activated. The enemy's injuries would be equally serious. Therefore, if one wanted to use the curse, one had to be extremely miserable. Only then could one succeed. On the surface, it looked like a method of mutual destruction, but in reality, there were other methods to use the curse. It could allow one's injuries to recover for a short period of time after the curse ended, thus turning defeat into victory. Therefore, although the battle before was real, it was also intentional by this job seeker. If he could win, that would be for the best. If he couldn't, then why did he use the curse at such a critical moment? Is he afraid of my constant Tao? Or is he afraid of my laws? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Rumbling sounds came from his body, and wounds appeared out of thin air. Blood spurted out, and his internal organs began to shatter. The star chart behind him grew dim and blurry. All of this was exactly the same as Chong Weizi's current state. Interesting. You know that the Raging Flame lineage specializes in curses, and you know that the curse of my lineage comes at the cost of my life force. Yet you still dare to challenge me to a battle of curses. It seems like you are very confident that my life force is not enough to curse you? Wang Baol ignored the injuries inside and outside his body, not to mention the dimness of the star chart behind him, since the start of the battle. In reality, he still had too many trump cards that he had yet to use. Although it wasn't 20 to 30% of his combat strength as mentioned earlier, it was still not all he had. He didn't use the Divine Ox projection, the Tao scriptures, or Wang Baol's intrinsic scabbard. After all, he had just advanced to a star. Wang Baol needed a battle to give himself a better understanding of his combat strength. He also needed a very good whetstone to sharpen his blade. In Wang Baol's eyes, Chong Weizi was the most suitable whetstone. He even had a vague feeling that it wasn't that his master, the Blazing Flame ancestor, didn't know about the battle, but that he had done it on purpose. He wanted the other party to sharpen his blade. That's good. I haven't used the curse in a long time. I don't look like a disciple of the Blazing Flame lineage anymore. Wang Baol suddenly laughed. The curse of the Blazing Flame lineage was known as the Flame Spirit Curse. The foundation of this curse was life force, an endless life force. More importantly, there was resentment, an endless amount of resentment. As he laughed, Wang Baol raised his left hand. Black threads immediately appeared around his left hand. In an instant, they filled his entire palm, as if they had turned into even more wrinkles and veins, causing his left hand to turn completely black. In the darkness, endless resentment spread wildly from within, spreading throughout the starry skies in all directions, causing the surrounding starry skies to distort. Xianxia and the others, who were in the distance, had their expressions change drastically. In their eyes, it was as if they could no longer see Wang Baol. All they could see was a merciless and endless resentment. The left hand, it wasn't just the power of the resentful soldiers. It was also the madness of the Xianxia divine race, as well as the determination of the zombies and their hatred for the world, as well as their determination to shatter the void. The resentment that had gathered from all his previous lives might not have all gathered in this life, but even a portion of it was enough. The appearance of the resentful left hand caused the expression on Zhong Yu's face to change. Before he could react, Wang Baol's life force erupted. What Wang Baol didn't lack the most was life force. Wood represented life force, and Wang Baol's true form was a 3-foot-long black wooden board. As his mind raced, an illusory black wooden board appeared in the dim star chart behind him. As it appeared, boundless life force exploded within Wang Baol's body. He raised his right hand, causing all life force to instantly fuse into it and become its source. As he raised his hand, Wang Baol's left hand was filled with resentment, and his right hand was filled with life. The moment his 10 fingers touched, he raised his head abruptly and looked calmly at the changing expression on Chong Coix's face. He spoke calmly. Flame Spirit Curse. As soon as he spoke, the starry sky rumbled. Wang Baol's resentment and life force instantly thinned. Chong Coix, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. He let out an incredulous roar. This resentment, this life force, impossible! As he roared, he retreated abruptly. However, it was too late. All of the purple chi around his body began to boil, and he broke free from Chong Weizi's control. He spun and transformed into 3 black daggers that were filled with skulls. They let out soundless roars. They charged toward Chong Weizi and stabbed into his body. The 3 daggers were made entirely of black gas. Outside the seemingly real daggers were countless skulls of various sizes, all of which were roaring. No one else could hear the roaring, but Chong Weizi could. The impact on his mind was naturally huge. Even a late-stage star cultivator would bleed from all 7 orifices from the roaring impact. His body, which had retreated, swayed a little, and he couldn't avoid it at all. In that instant, the first dagger pierced through Chong Coix's chest at an indescribable speed. As it pierced through, the dagger turned back into black gas and entered his body rapidly. The moment the black gas entered his body, Chong Coix let out an extremely shrill scream. The flesh and blood all over his body seemed to have been corroded at that moment, instantly withering. It would have been fine if it was just withering, but after withering, the flesh and blood had actually melted. They turned into drops of black blood. As Chong Coix retreated, they flowed continuously from his body, scattering into the starry skies. At the same time, what appeared in Wang Bao's eyes was no longer Chong Coix. It was a skeleton. This scene caused Xie Haiyang and Chen Han, who were watching from afar, to feel their scalps go numb. Their breathing quickened, and waves of emotions surged in their hearts. Wang Bao's curse was too cruel and vicious, and its power was equally terrifying. Chong Yitzi was a late-stage star cultivator. As the second Dao child of the 9 prefectures Dao, not only had his cultivation reached an extremely high level, but his physical body was also the same. That was why when he had attacked Wang Bao previously, even though he had been severely injured, he had only suffered a lot of injuries. But now, it was no longer a matter of injuries. There was no flesh and blood left. With this comparison, everyone could feel how terrifying Wang Bao's curse was. It was an overbearing manner that disregarded the strength of one's physical body and used one's own resentment and life force to forcefully wipe it out. Clearly, Wang Bao's flame spirit curse had not ended. Even though Chong Coix's screams stopped with the loss of his flesh and blood, the second dagger approached quickly. It did not give him any chance to resist or dodge as it stabbed forward. As it stabbed forward, the dagger also turned into black gas. It instantly spread to all the bones in Chong Coix's body, causing the skeleton to turn pitch black in the blink of an eye. Then, it melted again. The pain caused by the melting of the bones caused intense ripples to spread out in her divine soul. If she had sent her divine sense out to sense her divine soul, she would have heard an indescribably mournful howl. The entire process took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. In the next moment, her body completely vanished, leaving behind only her divine soul in the starry sky. His physical body had been destroyed, and his divine soul had no place to rest. It was extremely tragic, but the curse was still ongoing. The third dagger brought with it an endless amount of black smoke. Amidst the howls of the countless skulls, it stabbed directly toward Chong Weizi's divine soul. Fortunately, Chong Weizi himself was not ordinary. In the instant that the life and death crisis erupted violently, his divine soul actually did not hesitate to split itself. With a bang, it split into more than 10 pieces. At the same time that it avoided the third dagger, it rapidly tumbled backward. It merged with the star that was exposed to the outside world, swaying and dimming. As it merged, the star flashed and seemed to disappear from its original spot. However, the third dagger of the flame spirit curse continued to chase after it. As it whistled through the air, it pierced into the star just as it was about to teleport away. This thrust broke the teleportation of the star. The star was unable to stop the dagger from merging with it. The entire star turned black rapidly. As if it had formed countless daggers, it charged straight for Chong Job's soul, which was hidden within. A life and death crisis erupted. Chong Job's soul trembled, and despair and madness appeared in his eyes. He had never expected Wang Baol to be so powerful. Not only were the rules and laws powerful, but his physical body and divine abilities were also powerful. Even the curse was so terrifying. At that moment, he finally understood why, among the 9 mystic arts of the sect, the curse was ranked highly. However, they were not well known in the entire Weiyang Dao domain. That was because, above the curses of the 9 regions Dao, there was an even more powerful curse, and that was the technique of the blazing flame branch. Perhaps it was because the blazing flame patriarch had not made a move for a long time, or perhaps it was because the blazing flame branch rarely left the blazing flame galaxy. Therefore, although Chong Yitzi knew about the curses of the blazing flame branch, he had not paid much attention to them. But now, he had paid a painful price. He finally understood what a curse was. I don't want to die. I can't die. Chong Job's soul was on the verge of going mad. Within his own star, countless black daggers were about to engulf him. Furthermore, he could sense that this curse could destroy everything about him. If he was stabbed, then even if he could be resurrected by the sect in the future, it would be of no use. That was because the curse existed for all eternity. It wasn't aimed at him, but at his life mark. Unless he could neutralize the curse here, there was nothing he could do. Wang Baol, in that moment of life and death, he roared at the Coix's soul. The madness in his eyes reached its peak. He seemed to have made up his mind. His soul suddenly contracted and turned into the shape of a scroll. This was the first time Wang Baol had seen such a scene. However, he immediately recalled the information he had read in the books in the Raging Flame Galaxy. Soul art? Wang Baol's eyes narrowed. He remembered that there was a mystic art in the never-ending Dao domain that could only be activated in the soul state. Any soul art was filled with a strange power. What appeared on Chong Job's body was the soul art. As Wang Baol was on high alert, the scroll that Chong Job's soul had transformed into flashed. It seemed to have transformed into a real scroll, and it unfurled abruptly. As it unfurled, the image within the scroll was revealed. Within the image was a galaxy map. Countless stars shone, and at the same time, there was a person standing there. That person wore a long gray robe, and he seemed to be admiring the starry sky. Therefore, it seemed like his back was facing the outside world. His back was facing the outside world. But when the scroll was unfurled and the picture was revealed, an indescribable suppressive force exploded from within the scroll. It suppressed all the dust on both sides, suppressed all the laws in the area, suppressed the endless laws in all directions, suppressed all living things, and suppressed the starry sky. Wang Baol, even if I have to sacrifice half of my soul, I will still suppress you. From within the scroll, a mental thought that rushed towards Job's soul was transmitted. Xianxia and the others spat out blood. Their bodies were pressed to the ground by the suppressive force. It was the same for Chunhan as well as the other stars. Even the warship was distorted. It lost all its spirit energy and fell downwards. That was because they were far away, so the impact wasn't too great. Wang Baol bore the brunt of the impact, and his entire body began to rumble. His body seemed like it was about to explode under the suppressive force, but it wasn't completely suppressed by the force. That was because there were 9 quasi-Dao stars in his star map, and one was a star Dao star. How could a Dao star be subdued? In the next instant, even though the 9 quasi-Dao stars were dim, the black light from the star Dao rose into the sky like a black hole. Wang Baol's body trembled, but he slowly raised his head and stared at the unfurled scroll. The Divine Emperor's shadow? The suppressive force and the terror it contained far surpassed what Wang Baol had seen from the mighty figures in the galaxy. Only the universe-grade cultivators above the galaxy could possess such power. The moment Wang Baol looked over, the figure in the scroll, whose back was facing the outside world, suddenly turned his head slowly, as if he wanted to turn back to look at Wang Baol. As he turned his head, the suppressive force increased once again, and with a loud boom, the surrounding starry skies began to collapse in a large area. Interesting. I've always used similar methods to suppress others. This is the first time I've seen someone suppress me. Let's see whether your Divine Emperor is stronger or my father-in-law is stronger. Wang Baol's body trembled. However, his eyes were extremely bright. As he spoke, he silently recited the Tao scripture in his heart. Mingji. The Tao that seals the heavens requires all living beings to overcome the immeasurable tribulation. The obsession to leave the abyss is to serve, to cultivate,